You don't physically experience it. You're just making things up. Yeah. You know? Yeah. And I mean, I think obviously the right wings and stuff like that. But then you talk to these guys in between takes, and they're pretty transparent. It's just beautiful that they're talking about it and all this. But it's like, where are they putting this fucking energy after they're out? Like, they gotta find another purpose. It's so fucking heightened when they're serving. There's no bigger purpose. You're fucking killing bad guys. Like, that's incredible. With your mothers right next to you. Like, that's a heavy fucking thing to carry. And then when they come out, now what? I'm gonna go walk fucking Walmart. Just be a dad, and that's just a whole nother life. That's one of the things I really love about the Walker. Yeah. Yeah. Fuck. Such a good movie. Yeah. It was so good. The way he explains, or the way it played out, how this guy just could not move. Like, it just wasn't working. He didn't give a fuck. He'd rather be back out there. Yeah. I mean, you look at Marcos, too, after Redlands, he went back to the money. Just wanted to die with his boots on. I mean, these guys are fucking, this is kind of the UFC, right? Of like, these guys are modern day fucking gladiators, warriors. And I know they're not the front lines of their range, but it's like, you got a guy like Marcus or Mendoza or these guys that are just truly born warriors. Yeah, it's just that they're not a different breed. Well, that's why they get their butts. Yeah, you gotta be a different kind of, yeah, more mental than physical. Yeah, I mean, Mendoza was running buds too. He would say a lot of times, you look at these fucking scrawny guys. Yeah, those are the ones. And then you got the D1 athletes that haven't had or gone through a whole lot because they're gifted athletically. Up here, though, they're not as strong. And that fucking scrawny guy over there is bringing that D1 athlete with him. Yeah, those stories. It's kind of the case with fighters too. Sometimes it's the guys that aren't talented that wind up being champions. Yeah, but if they don't have they can't half-ass in the gym. They have to be all in. Yeah. It's the life. Yeah, it's the sacrifice. Yeah. And you have to be all in that job. Both jobs. Yeah. And come first. Yeah. In everybody. Yeah. I hate it. I hate it. I would have thought that one day that would be wealthy and then I could just fucking chill and then go to the beach. Like, now you're going even more every morning. Yeah, no, I fucking think it's the enemy. It really is. The enemy of happiness. Yeah, really is. Like, me with acting, it's like I live for it. I love it. And I honestly do believe I've just worked my way through stubborn. Like, I'll just outwork people. It's not like I was gifted this talent, or it truly isn't. I'll just outwork people. And then now it's like 44 now, which is crazy. And now I'm starting to be like, okay, you're thinking about kids, you're thinking about, I need a little more balance. And then I start this balance, and it scares the fuck out of me, and I don't like it. How does it scare you? Just, it's the comfort, right? It's like, oh, kids, don't take this. Just go keep fly fishing, just go on a motorcycle trip, which is great, and I'll still do it. But I'm just so conscious of it. Like, don't get fucking comfortable. Don't rest on your work, Comfort's not bad if you work. Right, you gotta earn the fuck out of it. Where, like, when you're sitting on that couch, you know that you actually need to recover. Like, yeah, if you're gonna keep going, you need to recover. So, like, watching South Park is probably good for you. Yeah. Actually, like medicine. Just fucking let me just zone out and chill. True. Yeah. But there is that, I think, I don't know, do you have the fear of failure still? Of just like, of it all falling apart? That, and like, I'm on set in 2 weeks, I'm fucking scared. Yeah. And it's a heavy role, shit ton of dialogue. That's because you're doing the right thing. I know, that's what you're supposed to be doing. But I can't sit on that fucking couch because I'm like, what the fuck are you doing, kid? Now you can't sit on the couch. Yeah, it's get ready. Yeah, go time. Yeah, but that's why you're doing what you do. I mean, you have to be a little scared of what you do. You have to be. Yeah, like Monday I'm going yoga. Yeah, I'm freaking out, which I always do because it's hard. Yeah, it is.
getting ready to do like a roll, it's like a fucking intense roll. The nerves are a good thing, right? Yeah, that really keeps you on it. Feeling, you can't eat. Like that's your friend. Yeah, my girlfriend. Yeah, you barely listen to mine. Yep. And you listen to this. But they want to talk about Taylor Swift's engagement, right? I can't. You're an asshole, right? Like, what did you say? You're not listening. I was listening. I just spaced out for a second. I'm sorry. Yeah. And you go back to being spaced out. I'll just literally be like, I'm going on a bike ride, and I'm gone for 2-3 hours, and then I'll run and shit in my head. It's so true. But it's the same. I equate it to like when we're rolling. It's like you ain't hiding no more, kids. You're fucking urinating. It's the same thing. As you get exposed to that element. It's like, this is your fucking moment.
Yo, what up?
See if you did the work.
How are you, Screw?
I think everyone needs something like that. But it scares people, so they shy away from it. Yeah, they look towards something that's guaranteed. You get a guaranteed paycheck. It's easy. It's simple. But that's your enemy. Yeah. That's how your life becomes this just dull shade of gray. Yeah. I know. Yeah. Not good. You're very fortunate. You've been able to do what you love, and that what you love is, it's very exciting. And it's very exciting to other people. It's very rewarding. Yeah. I fucking love doing American Pie people. That was my gladiator. That was intense. That one scene where you're getting changed, and you see all the fucking cuts all over your body. Yeah. That scene, I lost a bunch of weight for it. And then Howard Berger did my makeup for that. He's fucking incredible. And that scene, man, that scene meant a lot because it's everything. You saw that guy is raw, naked, with his Shoshone mother, starving, covered in scars, and then goes into that TV with the chief, the mother of his wife that he lost. And I wrote that scene. And so Pete Knight came up with It's Only Me. And then I broke my foot and got a fucking bone cut out of it on that show. And you know the scene where, why they cut a bone out? So there's a scene where I go down to get horses, and I kill 5 or 6 guys in this skinning camp. And I think it's episode 2. And Betty Gilpin is amazing, comes down, and she's like, didn't trust me, and she comes down, I have to kill these guys. During that sequence, I broke my foot, and they call cut, and I go to Dash and all this stuff coordinator, and I'm like, oh, it's broken. And he's like, I've worked in 15 years, and he's like, don't fuck with me. And I'm like, no, Dash, it's broken. I got this shitty pain in my foot. And he's like, get the fuck out of here. And I'm like, yeah. So finish the scene, and they spray fucking biofreeze on my foot. And I'm like, guys, it's broken. Like, I'm fucked. And so I go to Bozeman, and he's like, it's this small bone right on the side of your foot, right there. It goes up and down right here, next to your toe, connecting my big toe. It's on the side bone on my big toe. And so he's like, oh, you can wear a boot. It's a small bone, so you won't need to, it'll heal itself. So I go back, and I'm in a boot doing this fucking show. And I got a 6'6" Wrangler. So when I get off that horse, 90% of the time, I think his name is EJ. Great dude, big cowboy. And he's below me off camera, taking my weight because I can't step off the horse because I'm in a fucking boot. Medical boot. Yeah. And then 6 weeks goes by, or a month, and I go back to Bozeman and take my boot off. And he does one last x-ray, and he's like, you need to be in surgery today. And that's what I said. That's a shitty call to Netflix and Pete. And so I got surgery, and then right before surgery, he's like, we can pin it, but you're going to be super active, and it may not take, or I can cut it out and put bone wax on it. Oh, yeah, I didn't know there was a thing. That's bone wax over there. Yeah, because he wanted to go back to work. Yeah. So they cut a chunk of bone off. Yeah. What is bone? Well, I think it just is a protective coating of. Look at this. Commonly supplied sterile sticks usually require softening for it to be applied. Generally made up of beeswax. The softening agent uses paraffin or petroleum jelly that's smeared across the bleeding edge of the bone, blocking the holes and causing immediate bone hemostasis. Still don't know what it means. Oh, this is this a tamponade effect? Closure of blockage, as if by a tampon, especially to stop bleeding. You have tampon in your foot, bro. Wow, that's crazy. So does your foot fuck with you now? Yeah. It's on fly fishing or on uneven ground. Or if I'm doing, if I'm tracking or doing some side hilling, which I fucking hate. Right. Side hill hiking, I hate. I have a terrible knee as well. That's where it fights. Yeah. Yeah. And then, so I dealt with that. I had to be on the couch for 6 weeks, but my first day back was those 2 scenes. I had cold Pete. I'm like, hey, I wrote this scene. Because that scene was exposition with my mom. At first, we were talking about Red Feather and stuff. And I'm like, this is my first day back after losing her. I haven't seen her since I lost her daughter and her grandson. So this guy can't get through anything. So that was the crutch, and thank you for noticing. That's the crutch of that whole art to that guy. Yeah, it was an intense scene because it was so realistic. Yeah, like that's what a guy would look like. But yeah, I hate when you see someone saying and living an easy life. Yeah, they take their shirt off. They're supposed to be like in some rugged outdoor environment. They just look so active. Yeah, already stacked. Oh, right, incredible. It's like in the gym. Yeah, eating creatine. No, you look like a hard man. Like a hard man who's been through some fucking hand-to-hand combat. It looked very realistic. Yeah. You had to starve yourself for that. Yeah. How much did you have to lose? Just to get. I had time, which was great. I lost 30 for that. Well, yeah. So, yeah. But I had done it. I did this one film called The Bang Bang Club. Here, I was just living off of art here.
Look at that, and I'm shaking child and stuff. Look at that, and I'm shaking child and stuff. It's about to fuck. Berkshire Club, my total one bad. Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad. Berkshire Club, my total one bad. Shema Yisrael Adonai Echad. Berkshire Club, my total one bad.
And I play this drug addicted true story about these war photographers during the apartheid, right before the first free election, Mandela's election. Kevin Carter's his name, won for this epic shot that he took. Got a lot of flack for it and ended up taking his own life. But that, I had 30 days to prep, and I lost 35 in 30 days. And I remember going just over 35 here to this dog, and my heart rate was fucking low 20s. Because all I was doing was running, coffee, and I would, the broth can be super salty, sodium heavy, so I'd filter that, and then just have broth and broccoli for dinner. God, you're starving. Yeah, it was bad, and I got a thyroid problem from that. And that doc was like, hey, you're gonna fail this physical, just so you know. I'm like, what do I gotta do? I'm gonna have to go next week. And he's like, do some push-ups. So I did push-ups and got my heart rate down. Okay. That's great. Yeah. That's what I was probably kind of done. Yeah. Yeah. And then I was hurting. They would shoot me out on Bang Bang Club, like just shoot your coverage and go back to bed. And then I ended up getting a nutritionist there, and she helped me a little bit, but that was a quick shoot. But that's where I think I fucked my body on that one. And then crash again. Lost weight for that. That was great on the legs. That fucking whole crash life is so crazy. I know. What is it like doing that movie? Because it's another real life. Yeah. That was, I was just prepping right there too. That was almost too long a prep. Here's me saying I love prep, but I had 6 months to get into that headspace, and it just, last month I tried to pull out of a radiator on his birthday, which is like abused pretty hard. How was Bob's car? Oh my God! I trust buying his car. He had a 1968 Camaro, and a buddy of mine texted me saying, "Yo, David Crash's car for sale." He knows I'm a car head. Are you gonna listen to cars, especially old muscle cars? Yeah, I got a bunch of them. I have a 69 Camaro, and I was thinking about at the time I didn't have any Camaros, but I was thinking about getting like 68 or 69 or 67. It's like 69 is the one. But then I found out it was Koresh's car. I was like, oh, that'd be wild to drive to the comedy store and David Koresh's Mustang, Texas, or David Koresh's Camaro, rather. But then I thought about it. I said, you know what? They don't. They don't. And yeah, I don't want mojo. I don't want to hold his steering wheel. I don't want to sit in his seat. I don't want to. Also, what a piece of shit. That guy's a preacher. He's driving around the muscle car. Like, for sure, right there. That terrible sense that muscle car. Ego. Yeah, a lot of ego. I mean, not that you can't enjoy them. I love them. I think they're one of the greatest accomplishments of American engineering in terms of like a piece of functional artwork. Yeah, American muscle cars. I love them. I'm that way with motorcycles too. And I got to set. We shot actually in Waco wanted nothing to do with us. So yeah, rightfully so. So we shot that in Santa Fe. I wanted to change that. Yeah. And Waco's a great town. Yeah, it's great. Oh my, enormous. Yeah. But yeah, his motorcycle came for sale, and obviously they knew we were making it. Like kicked tires on it, and they wanted to just. It was probably worth $2,000. They wanted 15 or something. It's just like go for it. Honestly, like you just said, what am I gonna do with this moto? Yeah, I thought it was silly at first, and then after a while, I'm like, yeah. Before we opened up the comedy mothership in town, I was under contract for this place called the One World Theater that was also here. Yeah, no way. Yeah, the One World Theater, you know where it is? It's on BK. Well, this is what's the story. Ron White performed there once because they have concerts there. And Ron White did stand up, and we were talking about opening up a club. He said, "You should buy that place down on BK. It's the fucking shit. It's a beautiful theater. Everything's for sale. I played there once. It's amazing." I'm like, all right, Ron White's the fucking man. If he tells me I'll go check it out, I check it out. And I'm like, yeah, we can do this. Let's do it. And so we signed the contracts and all that. And then I get a call from my friend Adam. He goes, hey, did you watch the documentary on that call? There's a documentary. The documentary is called Holy Hell, and it's about a guy who was a gay porn star and a hypnotist. That was a yoga instructor. Oh my God, check it out. Yep. So he's a yoga instructor in Hollywood, and then the cult in Waco gets taken down, and then he is on the run now because now the Cult Awareness Network starts going after all these cults after Waco. They're like, hey, people's children are getting kidnapped essentially by these fucking maniacs, and winds up being like Waco. You gotta stop these cults. And so he moves to Austin and changes his name, and has this is the 90s. You can get away with changing your name. Yeah. No internet.
Good morning, Miss Aquarius. How are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm lovely, thank you. I hope that you have a wonderful day today.
You too.
Thank you. See you tonight, God willing.
I'm going to see you tonight, guys.
So just like there was a lot of shit that was wrong.
Tell Brandon I said hello, okay?
I'll do my best to.
I got a little bit of money and I got out of it, and then we eventually got the rents on 6th Street. That's the perfect spot anyway. But it was the thing of being in that building, knowing what happened, like I can't different energies. You're 200 people wasted their life with this asshole for 20 fucking years. And there's a bunch of them crying at the end of the documentary. Like, I lost my life. My life is meaningless now. I thought I was going to be with them forever. And I'm a dog walker. I'm like, oh, I can't carry that in this club. I can't feel it. And I'd have to tear the building down. I just thought it'd be silly. Building built by a cult. Yeah, perfect. Take it. But the reality is, every cult winds up being the same thing. The guy wants all the money and he wants to fuck everybody. And so almost every one of them has the same plot and fear-based. Always fear-based. Always everybody else is the enemy. I'm the solution. And the funny thing about this guy, though, is that he would do this thing to these people called the knowing, and you had to earn it. And when you earned it, it was this very special, ceremonious moment, and he would put his hands on their head, and he would do something to them, and these people would feel God. They would experience God. And I know that it has to be some sort of placebo effect or psychosomatic, something where your brain triggers this energy. But all these people that go, I wish my they all talked about that moment like it was the greatest moment of their life still. They're like, I gained the connection to God and to the universe that to this day was the most profound and loving moment of my life. It's like, yeah, the guy was a total piece of shit. Scam artist, con man, liar, everything was wrong. Yet he was still capable of doing that thing to them. Condition, like for years. But had them thinking about the moment that it was going to come one day, and then taken away from them, and then one person would get it, and they would all sit around and watch. And they're like, when am I going to get it? But when they got it, they would all be like, because we know that the brain produces psychedelic chemicals, and I guess you can trick it, which is, I think, what a near-death experience is. I think a near-death experience, your body's like, it's over, flood the gates, and then, it pulls through, and then you go down the tunnel, and light, and all the jazz, and you meet dead people. I think this is possible with everybody. You just have to achieve the right state of mind. I know people in Kundalini yoga, people that are like heavy into it, completely true balls. Really. I had a buddy of mine who had done DMT. Oh, yeah. And then he really done DMT a couple times, so he knew what the experience was. And then he really got into Kundalini yoga. And he was doing it for like 6 months. And then, what is Kundalini? It's a very specific kind of yoga that involves like deep breath work, and there's a lot like head bombing. It's very strange, but you achieve the DMT-like state. It's like you achieve a full-on psychedelic experience. And I've always thought about trying and practicing it. Like, not every time. It's like, I'm too busy. I can't think about some new thing to be obsessed with. But my point is that there is some little trigger in your brain that you can trick your brain into snapping up over to on. I believe that this fucking coke guy did it to those people. As much as they hated him, as much as they knew he was a fraud, he fucked everybody. The crazy thing is, like, they didn't know that everybody was getting fucked. And so, like, one guy leaves the cult and he sends out this group email, like, hey, this guy's been hypnotizing me for fucking me for like 10 years. And they're all like, I thought it was only me. And then it became crazy where everybody had a story. Everybody had a story. You charge them money for these experiences, and they fuck up corpse. It's hilarious, but terrible. And so I didn't want that building. So I get my direction car. Let me look at that contract again. No. So when you were getting close and you wanted to pull out, was it just the heaviness around this guy's weight? And then I called my manager and staff. She's like, give it a day. And then the Dowdle brothers who directed, terrific guys. And I called John, and I think one thing that set me free probably on month 3, because I was really stuck on everything we just said, like, why am I playing some guy that's pretty fucking reprehensible in a lot of ways. But I was a person, real damage to me. But I was judging it, and that was like really a big block for me because I couldn't understand it. And so once I started to not cast judgment or my own judgment on him and just trying to understand it through him, then I was like, okay, I'm gonna fly now. I'm like, this is his childhood, this is why he's doing this. And so it's your guys' job. You can judge away and do all this, but for me to play this guy, I can't bring that to him. So that had to be that. I gotta do it and try and root that. When you got done with the role, was it like a thing you gotta cast off yourself? Like Bang Bang Club front me, I was hurting these scanners, and once they would, this early 90s in South Africa, and once they heard it on the scanner, it's like the bank, and they would be there a lot of times before the cops, like some kind of civil rights or civil fight would happen, and they would hear it on the scanner, and they'd go. Scooby-Doo kind of shit. They'd get there before the cops a lot of times in the military, and they'd be in the middle of this shooting photographs, and you see kids in cab that are just like one shot high, hiding behind like a fucking barrel in the middle of this gunfight. Like they would get really into it, and then he was like, just kind of took everything hard, just you would see some fucking movies and shit, and just be like, take it, wear it, and it just hammer. And so he would take these drugs and he would just sleep on them, get through it. But yeah, that was really tough coming out of him just because I didn't know myself enough to process, be able to really kind of separate. Yeah. And then the weight and all that. And then with Dave, I was so ready to gain the weight back and just wipe my hands with it. I always go on a motorcycle trip after, and that sets me free. It helps me a lot. I'll write letters. That helps a lot. They say when you're like, if I get therapy or something, or it's like write a letter and literally watch it. That is something like that. So a mind trick, I'm sure, just like if there's trauma or something, figure out a way to let it go. Yeah. Ceremony, purging. Exactly. Yeah. So that was Bang Bang was harder, correct? Yeah. On me, because he would he hadn't been used to carrying around someone else's stuff. Exactly. And that was the first time I started having really bad nightmares in South Africa. And that started fucking with me a lot. And then I was really happy it was only a 4-week shoot. Did you try that tranquilizer? No, know what it's like. No. I've only smoked weed 3 times in my life. Nothing else? Little booze? Little booze, yeah. First time, but just weed. Yeah. Savages. With Oliver Stone. So, it goes hard. He does. I'm surprised he still smokes weed. Oh my god. Yeah. And I was in La Rosso, and he asked, and I hadn't smoked weed ever before. Oh my god. Yeah. And I'm playing this guy, he's sealed, but smokes weed, grows weed, sells weed, gets into the cartel. And you smoked with Oliver Stone the first time? No, my first time he gave me some of his medicinal. And I went with a buddy who smokes weed all the time, and I stayed at the Shangri-La in Santa Monica while we were filming. And my buddy brought over a water bomb. That's not how you do it. If you get to the first time, this is what I tell you to do. Just go like this. That's it. Just a little hit. You gotta dip your toes in there. Oh, interesting. That's what quaaludes are. Wow. What does it say? It's doing to your brain. There you go. I said the word
Yo, how are you? What's good, Franz Winkle? Can you hear me? Yo, Franz, how are you? Can you hear me? Franz, I'm talking to you. Can you hear me? Franz. Yo, dog. Franz, can you hear me? Do you speak English? Franz, how are you? If you're talking, I can't hear you. Come on back, big dog. Yo, what up, Franz? Franz, can you hear me? Franz, how you living, pimp? Franz, can you hear me? Big dog. Franz Winkle. Yo, dog, can you hear me? Did you find out about me from X, Twitter? Franz, how you living, baby? What's good, son? I hope you have a good day. Did you see Tyreek Hill play on Thursday Night Football? He did well. He had a touchdown. Yeah, he didn't give a shit about you, I'm sure.
Grams of methadone and 20 milligrams of Commercial production was discontinued in many countries during the 1980s due to widespread misuse, addiction, and associated public health concerns. Yeah, you know when a popular drug gets old. It's pretty bad. Yeah. So just because that was the first time you'd ever tried carrying around someone's thoughts, that was awesome because he was so fucking And I was that actor where it was like, I gotta be in trauma too. Right. It's definitely real. Yeah, but it comes out. That's the fucking it comes out of the role. Like it seems real. Like as nutty as Daniel Day-Lewis's process is, when that motherfucker is that guy, there will be blood. You believe it. I treat you milkshake. He's fucking there, man. He's dialed in. He's the best. But it's just that process. It's got to be fucking soul crusher. Yeah. Because you lose you. They lose you. And now you're some fucked up person. Yeah. Like David Koresh. Yeah. You have nightmares. Living in a fucking mini hotel room in South Africa. Like, lonely as fuck. Yeah, it's no joke. That was no joke. But I've run my process a lot more. I have to refine it on your own. Did you get help? Yeah, it was Waco that really kind of set me straight in my process. Really helped me figure out like my me. Because it's all self-explanatory shit as well. It's acting. And then you're just way more conscious of it. Of like, okay, like even with relationships. Of like, okay, that's was oddly an asshole through the whole thing. And I had my best friend of 30 years with me, helping me on that. And I was drinking like to black out.
2008.
That's not me. I don't drink much.
And,
But I was just a
back to
fucking mess.
2007.
My buddy was
Son of a bitch.
played in the NHL, AHL, was a fighter. Like he was fucking murdered. You're shitting to them. Really shit. And I would that's booze, bro. I know. It is the worst. I know, man. It's the worst for that. People get themselves in a situation that they really should not be in. And I would go, man, and we'd go to this shit bar. It's called Sports Harbor. I don't even know if it's open anymore. But I would fuck around. And I didn't have to find out. But I definitely was getting that really, I was conscious of it. He would have to have a moment. Like, hey, you said this last night. Do you think it was funny because you tried to play detective? Detectives are all fucked up in the closet, just a mess. So you think that's what it was? Yeah, I do. Yeah, because after I shed it, or after it wrapped, I was with my sis right after, but I was fine. I didn't touch anything. But during, I was no bueno. Even getting ready for this, I played this director of corrections in Texas. It's a true story about the longest hostage situation in the U.S. in a prison. It's an 11-day hostage negotiation, and Freddie Carrasco is going to be played by Diego Luna. I can't wait to see what he fucking does with this. But I played the director of corrections, so we're negotiating for 11 days. And he's got to be quite hard on the guys in his program. And he kind of comes in and he takes over the negotiation. And he's never done a negotiation before. So he makes a mistake here or there, and he fucking pays the piper psychologically for it, because it doesn't end great. And so I'm starting to get into that mindset, and when I'm with a buddy or something like that, I can be quite short. You start to see it filtering in. I'm like, okay, Jim is settling in me. Like, I can start to feel it a little bit more. I get a little more reactionary. Yeah, that's so creepy. It's like you're getting haunted. You're kind of getting haunted by your characters. But that's why you're so good. I think there's something to that, man, because you're fucking believable. You know, like I've seen him in a bunch of movies, but it doesn't matter. Whatever the fuck you're doing, I believe, even though I know, well, that's Dale Kitchen. Yeah, I've seen him all the time. Yeah. I'm seeing that. When you're in that, the same as the Daniel Day-Lewis thing, he's that guy. He's that fucking guy. And even though you know who he is, that's how good he is. That he's still that guy, even though you know who the fuck that is. It's like the trick works. That fucking monologue Daniel Day has in stories that kind of to his brother, I think it is, where he goes out like, yeah, all fucking time. Yeah, he is the best to do. Such a complicated character. I know. There's so much to it. He's got something coming out soon too. His son, I think, directed it, which is going to be a fucking banger. I think he plays a soldier that comes back. Oh, I saw a trailer. Yeah, that's right. I saw a trailer recently. Yeah. That fucking thing of carrying a guy around like that, whether it's the detective or the crash or the bang bang guy, it's like, that's gotta be fucking exhausting. Because you're like real light in real life. You're friendly and like, hey, what's up? How you doing? Because I didn't know what you're gonna be like. Hey, it's different, you know. I heard horror stories of you. Really? No. I tried to be nice. But, you know, I was just with Sheridan the other day. Yeah, that guy. Yeah, Mad Beauty. And of course, Pete, everyone called her. Everyone's like, you're gonna fucking laugh. No, for sure. Everyone told me that about you too. Yeah. But, you don't know. I don't know. It's just been someone. But I'm glad I didn't meet you while you're on full. I'm True Detective in full character. You know, because full character's fucking crazy. You're kind of haunted. Yeah. You gotta live it. You gotta live it. I think. I mean, you look at anybody that's great at anything, you have to, it's the amount of sacrifice you're willing to give to. You have to be truly all in all the time. And I think it's that, like, the fear of failure, and also I don't want to fucking watch it and be like, well, can't you? Right. That would kill me. That would fucking kill me. Yeah, the watching a guy phone it in is the worst feeling as a consumer of the show. Yeah, like, passenger on ride, watching someone phone it in, you're like, no, dude. Do another take. Come on, man, you motherfucker. Yeah, what are you doing? You go through a divorce? Yeah, what's going on, man? They're out there, man. Can't lock in. Yeah, I've worked with some pretty fucking huge names that have apologized after a film or at the premiere or something. They're like, hey, I'm sorry, man, I just wasn't there. That's great. I get my hair. Charlie Sheen sucks. Yesterday, no way. Yeah, and he was talking about his time doing anger management. About he was still really fucked up and just doing way too many drugs, and he was trying to get on it, and he just didn't do it, and he didn't want to do it anymore. So he was miserable while he was there. He was all fucked up. It's like apologizing to everybody now. So really, yeah. He's a sweetheart of a guy, like a really nice guy. Sober 8 years, almost 8 years. Amazing, yes. Yeah. That's a struggle. That's a struggle. So that guy went through it for so many years. The stories he was telling about, like literally how 1 a.m. to 7 a.m. go by like that, and then all of a sudden someone was pounding on his door. It's time to go to work. He's like, I am high as fuck on crack. He goes, and so I have to lie in bed. So he had to lie in bed. I try to close my eyes. He goes, I'm not taking a nap. He goes, I'm cracked out of my mind. My whole body's vibrating. And he goes, and I took an ice cube and I stuck it up my ass. And the ice cube woke him up and got him back. Like he was literally falling asleep on the set. And he said, give me a couple minutes. And he shoved an ice cube up his ass. Bro, that guy went so hard out. I gotta wake up. He's literally falling asleep. How do I wake up? Shove an ice cube in my ass. Like, does that work? What are the other choices? Just stick a fork in his leg or socket. You can do an ice cube up your asshole. But he was going that hard. And, he's so lucky he didn't die. So many uppers and downers and everything. The crack. Well, people that the girl he smoked crack with the first time, he ever smoked crack with, eventually he told a story about the first time he smoked crack. This girl was a crackhead. She gave him a blowjob while he took his first hit of crack. He said, to this day, I can't top that experience. He goes, to this day. He goes, I probably shouldn't say that. He goes, to this day, it's the greatest moment of my life. Like, oh my God. Isn't there a dog on him that just can't get... Yeah, that's about... Yeah, he wrote a book and he did a dog. He did, yeah. Yeah, he's doing movies again. Is he? Yeah, he's excited to be working again. He was bummed out that it took so long for him to get a job again. But, he got a lot of time. Yeah, a lot of money. A lot of insurance. But now he's sober for 8 years. So, wow. Holy shit. He's 60 now. He's in his 60s. He actually looks good. So for a long time, he looked terrible. And I said to my girl, you look better than I've seen you. I mean, I hadn't seen him ever in real life. The first time I ever met him. But he looked good. He looked healthy. He looked remarkable for a guy that's gone through just fucking abuse. 20 years of redlining the machine. Just bang! 20 years of crack. I'm gonna watch that. Oh, the doc is great. It's really entertaining too. It's really well shot. It's really well shot. Yeah, really well edited. And the stories they have out is pretty epic. Yes. Oh, Martin, come on. Yeah. No. We talked about Poppers now. It's all really crazy. He was on the set. He was 8 years old. 8 or 10. 10 years old. So he was 10 years old in the Philippines. is a reproduction of the watch that Martin Sheen wore. No way. Now. Yes, it's my favorite one. Yeah. Because of that. Yes. Because well, it's a nice watch. It's a Seiko. The Vietnam soldiers all got Seikos because they were like super durable. That's his. Oh my gosh. Oh my god. On the set of Apocalypse Now. In 1970. That is March. That's pretty young. Yeah. I mean, what a legend though. It seemed like the movies. Yeah. Which is the next, like, epic horror movie Oliver Stone was directing it. Yes, dude, that guy. Yeah, he seemed so scared. Yeah. Willem's an amazing. Yeah, that guy's. I love that guy. He's great in John Wick. He's great in everything. He really is. He's great in everything. Yeah, but like to compare at 10, watching Death of an Apocalypse Now, and 10 years later, you're in Platoon, and Oliver North is directing you, and you're narration. Oliver North, that's hilarious. Oliver Stone is directing you, and you're doing the narration. The whole thing's 10 years. How do you adjust to that? No, you don't. Well, that's how you guys do it. One word. Yeah. That was his drug of choice. When that girl gave him, when the girl gave him a blowjob while he was smoking crack, he was back from that on out. He was like, I get it now. It's just crazy that he's alive. Yeah. But one of the things that we were saying that I was talking about was like, no one can understand what you went through. Because no one has ever done it. No one has ever been Charlie Sheen at 20 years old and been in Platoon, and you're the toast of the town, and you're a baby. Yeah. You're just getting out of high school. Like what? Yeah. And then the world's your oyster. You're doing blow every night. It's chaos. Just nuts. You're off the rails, and every time you fail, you succeed better. Like every time you go into rehab, there's a better movie waiting for you on the other side. There's no consequences career-wise. God, and it just keeps going. The baseball movie, God, I think it was awesome in that movie. Yeah. I grew up watching that. Yeah, dude, that guy's been some great movies. Yeah, great movies. But to be him and to there's no blueprint for that kind of thing. What was his bottom out? He kind of, it was a bunch of bottoms out. And then eventually, it was that, and there was his behavior afterwards. And he very apologized to Chuck Lorre. He says, we've talked, I've apologized to friends now, and thank God. Does he live in LA? Charlie? I wonder. He said? I don't think he said. I don't think I asked him. I don't know if he's still there. But he's been completely sober for 8 years. Yeah, good for him. Like, if he can do it, I can do it. And he seems to get marriage was in that, too. That's right. That's crazy that they moved that completely different. Marriage is so scary. Scared the fuck out of us. I love that shit. Yeah, it's just amazing that guy's life arc to go from being a child on the set of Apocalypse Now to 10 years later starring. I think Apocalypse was like a 2-year shoot. Yeah, we were talking about it yesterday. Yeah. I thought it was even more than that. I think the entire production took forever. Yeah. Francis Ford Coppola, come on. He to this day, I will watch that movie every now and then and just sit there. Back then, too, to make a movie like that, it's 70. Come on, man. That movie was epic. And it was like one of the first, realistic movies. Yeah. It's crazy. It's very difficult. As a child watching his dad, and one as a star, and all of this. Yeah, just like in 2015 was yesterday, man. I know. And the most formative years. Yeah. 10. Wasn't it Philippines? That was the other thing. It was like, I didn't know that world existed. It was like this little holes, and there was like a crowd of insurgents. They had a blow the helicopters. They had the whole scene rigged. They had the river was rigged with explosives. They ran to film the scene, and they were like, "No, we need our helicopters back. We need to go kill some people." Wow, man. I mean, if you could go back in time to be on the set of any movie ever, what would it be? Damn. I mean, I had dinner with Gibson one night. Gibson. And I worked with Rabbi. So maybe Grace. That was a big one for me. Yeah. Well, no, I mean, it was a sword fight. I was just trying to go fuck something up. Get out of that movie. Truly. God, that one was big. What are you freedom? I mean, come on.
We got the other parts, Tina.
The king pulls his helmet, the helmet off the king, and he sees he's fighting for the other side. And then you cut to Gibson, there's those fucking blue eyes that are he's trying to register that it's the king, his king. That moment for me was just like, oh my God, just beautiful. Now Gibson can make it look. He really can. He really can. I watched it again recently. Apocalypto. Amazing saying, by the way. It's a blockbuster movie where no one speaks English. Yep. And no big movie stars. Yeah, no big movie stars. No one speaks English. It's fucking space. And he used like real people that lived there. Yeah. Good for him. Good for him. Yeah, that's a fascinating path. Like his brain. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah. First time I was on the podcast, he had a stop looking at me. Like, I didn't put it like that. You make fucking crazy. Oh, man. That was a cool dinner, though. He told me some stories of Braveheart. Just riding the horse to all these cameras. Like ripping the horse to one camera, seeing the shot, going to the next, seeing the shot, going in, doing the speech, going, looking at playback. Just like, and then he's like falling asleep, standing up. He was so tired. Like, that's like epic. Yeah. Talk about realism. Like those fights, still holds up. Yeah. That soundtrack, come on. That was incredible. Like my dad played the bagpipes. He played actually in the World Championships in '95 in Scotland. Really? Yeah. From Canada? Yeah. Went to Scotland? Yeah. Wow. And then so the pipes to me, like I remember he was an alcoholic, not a lot. He wasn't around a lot. And I remember some of my best memories was like, you know the fucking sound of the pipes when you're preparing? It's the worst sound in the world. It's like a rabbit, like getting bludgeoned. And we would be at Christmas, and all my cousins, his side of the family, and you walk downstairs and you can hear these fucking pipes getting air put in, and you could tell he had a few, and he would come up and stand in the middle of the living room and just rip the pipes, and everyone's just like full stop, and just beautiful. And he played in Barbados. He worked in Barbados doing a lot of like the Beavers, the Gulf Pass, and he played funerals. And how did he do in the World Championships? I don't know. That's a good question, but it's a great story. So Brian Evil was fly fishing in the Madison. And just West Yellowstone. I had 4 days off, so I went home to a post when I was fly fishing. My favorite spot in West Yellowstone. My girl goes, and I'm like, I just caught like a 20-inch rainbow or something. And I'm fucking ripping into my brother, being like, this is fucking, I'm killing it. Rod's on fire right now. And he's like, so my dad raced cars as well. And his race car name was, we called him Gooey growing up. And he's like, Gooey's got 48 hours to live. And I was like, fuck. All right. Literally just verbatim like that. Like, I saw him the last 19 years, I saw him twice. And one time was in Montana. He had early onset dementia. My brother drove him down. Great stories there. So I take my adventure van and drive up to Kelowna, my hometown. I've got this big beer from Primeval. I hadn't talked to one of my brothers in years, and I was still close to the oldest. Get to the hospital, he's I trot his wheelchair around, and I'm like, hey, Gooey, and he's like, fuck you. Yeah, and he's on like oxygen, and I'm like, I'm your youngest son, and he's like, what are you doing here? And I'm like, I'm just here to say hi and hang out for a couple of days. And he was like on point, like his brain was going. And it was a little like I'd seen my one bro forever. So how long had it been since you'd seen him before that? Years, a couple of years. Yeah, probably 2 years. Is it dementia that he didn't recognize, or no, the beard? It was the beard. And I was limping with that fucking toe. And so we go up to his room. This is a Friday at noonish, and he's great. Like, so we had this young doctor who's like 40, great guy. Like, come sit down with him. He's like, I'm like, dude, he's dying. What do you mean he's gonna fucking die? Like, he's on point. And he's like, this is what happens sometimes when somebody like this, he doesn't know he's dying, but he is, once like all three of us brothers, all three of his sons were there, and it's like a high, and everything, he's just dialed into it all. He's just very present. Yeah, and he's like, the doc is like, man, I have a feeling all three sons haven't been together with him in like 25 years. And so we were all there, and I had my assistant back in Santa Fe, and I was like, hey, my dad played for a Kelowna pipe band, and I was like, call her, like, you gotta help me here, get a piper, and to come play for him at the hospital. And she's like, oh, and she was great. And the next Friday night, I'm like, dude, what do you want for breakfast? And he's like, give me something I shouldn't have. Give me like a fucking Costco muffin and a stupid amount of whipped cream and a coffee. And so, of course, I go overboard and bring him this fucking the big chocolate chip muffin and the coffee. And the next morning, but he had gone from like dial to turkey. And so we got this piper to come. We fucking not allowed to do this. We bring him out in the courtyard, and the piper comes, and he's asleep. And she's like, what do you want me to play? Like, they know of my dad that he played for the Kelowna pipe band. And I'm like, I don't know many songs. And I just obviously Amazing Grace and stuff like that. So she just rips it. He wakes up, and we're all buckled emotionally, right? Because this whole, the pipes to us is just like, that's our father. It's like our only memory, one of our only memories. So she plays 2 songs, and he's falling asleep again, and he wakes up, and I'm like, dude, you got one more song. And he's like, okay, so Mama's Boy loved his mom, and she was amazing. And he's like, play one for my mother. So I think at that point, he knew he was about to go see her. And yeah, so we have all this on video. His mother was there, his wife, his best friend growing up. So we fucking, the nurse comes out after the pipes. They're not, obviously the whole fucking hospital can hear this. And so we're obviously got caught. And she's like, and so we're like, yes, ma'am. So we fucking have him in his bed. And you know those like wheelchair lamps? He's like a hard 90 degree. He's out. He's sleeping.
Look
Look
at this move. Look at this athleticism. Look at this move. Look at this athleticism. Look at this move. But look at this move.
And this is like a pain movie where it's like he's fucking. I'm like, hey, he's stuck. Boys, he's stuck. We can't get over this fucking corner because the bed's too low, and we're dying. Like we needed to laugh, and so I look down, and Goofy's arm is like fucking jammed in that pillar. minutes earlier, get him to the room, and he's in and out sleeping. And the next day, on Father's Day, I had to drive back to Bozeman, and we have dark humor, and so everyone's in the room, and I'm like, all right, get the fuck out of this room, everybody, like a joke. The nurses are like, oh my god, what's happening? Like, oh, I'm sorry, it's a joke. I just want 10 minutes with him, and then I gotta go. I gotta go back to work, but I'm gonna say goodbye. And so they leave. He's like kind of in and out of consciousness, and he would wake up and look right through you. Like he's trying to be with you or present, or I don't know if that's kind of how I took it. And he's fighting consciousness, I guess. And small little side note, I was driving, and the shaman who's helping me for primeval, he texted me once I got into Canada, and he was like, hey, I had a dream. You gotta fucking call me. And I'm like, I don't know this stuff. I'll call you. And so I call him, and he's like, hey, something's up. And I'm like, I told 3 people that my dad's going. And he's like, I had a fucking dream that you're about to lose someone. I don't know if they're close to you. And I hate calling. This is a crazy call, but I'm going to listen to this. And I'm like, now I'm on my way to say goodbye to my dad. And he's like, okay, that's what it is. Yeah. Yeah. What is that? I know. I don't know what that is. I'm still. And he's like, how? Like, tell me about your dad. What kind of guy was he? Not very present. He drank a lot. And, you know, someone with friends, of course. And, this and that. He goes, okay, I'm going to set up to pray for him. This is what I think is going to happen. He's not going to cross over very easily because of the life he's lived. And so when I'm one-on-one with my dad, I started the conversation like Gooey is me. And he had soft hands. That's one thing I remember. So I grabbed his hands, and he was like, yeah, these are fucking soft. Like, maybe you should have worked harder. Like, no calluses. Just, you know, just trying to. And then I went into like, I'm off it. I'm going to do this. I'm going to try and get back. And this and that. And I promised him. And during that conversation, he was trying to like, be conscious. He was fighting to be there, present. But he was, I think, gone. And then 2 hours I left. And then on the way home, I woke up and passed on Father's Day. And then I'm back to work on Tuesday. Riding banana bread with my horse. Yeah, like Shea Wiggum was amazing actor. He played Jim Bridger in that. Yeah, Pete was great, but man, that helped you like hold a feeling of loss for your character. I think how crazy are simulating life and vice versa. Especially being a guy in the morning, and then all of a sudden, like, father like didn't really have died, but it's still your dad, you know. And Pete was like, hey, this, you know, do you want to ride banana bread into this shot or walk him? And I'm like, oh, I'll ride him in. And I was doing that scene with Shea Wiggum. It was beautiful because I was upset that someone knew that it's my news to tell, you know, but some had already knew the crew. So I was a little rattled at that when I got to set because everyone was very fragile with me, which I understand. But I was like, whoever told you guys, it's not your story to fucking tell, it's mine if I'm going to share it with you. But so I was a little upset on set, but then it was so beautiful, man, because a lot of these older guys on set would just come up and be like, man, my father was this guy to me, this guy, but, you know, I feel you. And they would share all their father stories. So it was a beautiful experience, and Pete was great, Betty Gilpin was amazing, and that scene, I just walked away from the Bridger, and it was pretty emotional, and Pete was like amazing, and then we shot the scene as I go home, and then I got to my trailer, and literally to the minute of when I went down, that was the minute he got cremated. Yeah. And then, but I do think it was really cathartic to be playing that guy. And then I had a beautiful sweat after, and I mourned him the right way. You know, it did knock me though. For like, I'd say 6 months after, I was like, what am I doing? Am I doing everything enough? Am I living my life enough? Because even if he's not in your life, you're still like, to witness that was heavy. Yeah. But I mourn him right, and you know, I'm in a good spot now. But it was an interesting thing. You just take stock, I guess. I've never lost somebody close to me, especially in that way. So yeah, it was just a blessing to be still on set working and doing that. Sometimes you just need to appreciate people. Sometimes it takes a pause before you appreciate others. Sometimes it's just like you just get too used to people. Yeah, used to them being around, you take them for granted. Yeah, and then they're gone. That's, you know what, Joe? That's what I was fucking literally saying. He's just gone. Just like that. I lived in New York. I had a best friend that was a drug addict, and he was a crack addict at one point in time. And then later, he started getting into harder stuff. Yeah, he died. I moved to LA in '94, and we stayed friends. We hung out. He'd come out to visit me. I go to visit him. He was always nice. Came to my house once a few times. I didn't know that that's why he wanted to come to LA. But he came to LA and he was just so sick. He just laid in bed for 4 or 5 days. And then, you know, a couple days later, and he died of an overdose. And another buddy of mine, friends would call me up. All the time together. Call me up. It just never made sense. He said, how is he gone? Yeah, how is he gone? It just fucked me up where I knew he was going to die. I knew it was going to happen. But I couldn't believe that. And then, you know, you got to go back to work. Right? Go back to life. You know, just you feel so like a piece of it missing. Yeah. Like the world doesn't make sense. A person isn't in the world anymore. It's so hard to imagine until it actually happens. So abstract almost. And like you said, even if like I had enough time to understand he was gone. But when they're gone, it's just totally different. Yeah. And then you just take stock and you're like, okay, am I doing enough? Whatever it is. Just tell people you appreciate it. Yeah, sometimes that's all. And forgave them. Yeah. Like I wasn't that son. I was like, fuck, where were you? Why didn't you do this for me? What is who he is? Yep. And you learn that as you get older. People are who they are. Some people also, they grew up with monsters. Yeah. That's the other problem. If you try to pretend that, you know, your parents should have their shit together because you have your shit together and they were your parents. No. It was who raised them. They were raised by people living in the Depression. Yeah. They were raised by animals. Yeah. Yeah. We've only been truly civilized. Truly humans have only been truly civilized for the last few decades. Truly. I think most of history is just horrific. It's just slaughter and crime and repeat. Yeah. Over and over and over again until we developed the ability to communicate how bad that is. And it doesn't fix it. It fixes it a little. It makes it a little better. But still, even today. But the pipes. So every time I hear the pipes, I'm like, it gets you. You know, I do want to go to Scotland. So, yeah, I've been there a few times. Really? I love it. People are very cool. It's not overcrowded. And if you get past the rain, which is kind of a good break every now, especially if you live in LA. It's a good break to see rain everywhere. Where it's like, good luck starting a fire out there. Yeah. You know, and going to the Highlands, maybe take a motorcycle trip. I do want to go and watch those world championships. Oh yeah, so the guy I hired him 3 papers for his funeral. Oh wow. And I got he stayed and played in the back. And some of that I didn't know, but some of my dad's favorite songs. So I have those in video too. It was just beautiful. Yeah. And it brought all the three boys back together. Now we're on good terms. It's been super, super cathartic. I was the only one to speak at the funeral. And I'm in the pew, and it's his sister, who I hadn't seen in a decade, and my two brothers and their kids. And my oldest is just a puddle. He's wearing sunglasses and just a mess. And the priest was actually quite great. He was funny, and then my other brother was in front of me, and he was a puddle. And he doesn't like speaking, and I don't either. As me, I get a little nervous or whatnot. I'm always good at if I'm in character or hiding behind something. But the priest was like, okay, now's the time to say something. And the whole church was just like, and I look at David, my other brother Brody, and David looks back at me, the priest looks at me, he's like, now's the time. Just wait on him, yeah. And then my Auntie Lee just squeezed my hand. I'm like, I'm fucking saying something. She's like, yes, you are. So I get up and I just said, if there's any light to this whole situation, is that all three of us brothers are back on great terms now. So, yeah, it's great. It's cool. Yeah. Yeah, right back to pride. Go get on banana bread, take it out of this motherfucker. Yeah, what a trip. What a trip. Yeah, that's a crazy experience. When you were doing the crush things, what was the most helpful? About being prepared. Trying to root him emotionally to those circumstances that were so foreign. Like the emotional beats of like, I just didn't understand it. I didn't understand him, so I did what he did. He was very always manipulative. Like he played the victim incredibly manipulatively well. And I would always say he's like a great coach. A great coach would be like, he can train you and push certain buttons, but then he'll do something totally different for someone else. Incredibly manipulative. So I think just trying to back and understand. I don't think I'll ever understand some of the actions, obviously, to that level. How someone can do that. But it is all in the fear and insecurity and trauma. That part of it, I did understand. And memorizing the Bible is a defense mechanism, because when he's there was no crazy emotions that would get on the call with him. And I listened to child protective service calls, obviously all the Nesner calls, which was played by Michael Shannon. It was amazing. And every time he got his back to the wall and they had a point or had something or had a level of money, he would go right into Bible speak, which nobody could keep up with him. So he would gain that upper hand, and I would just have fun dialogue about a dragon with one eye is about to come, show its face, bare its teeth, and take the children. Like, what the fuck do you say to that? If you're on the call, right. You're trying to have a rational conversation of like, letting the children out. Right. We want these kids out, and he goes, right. He just goes into this Bible speak. Like, there's no real rebuttal to that. He did this with Child Protective Services, too. On those calls, he would just go right to it. And that was such an anger to him, because nobody could play a card like that. Right, because as soon as you say words from the Bible, you're right. You have to be right. And he's quoting the Bible. Yeah. And you're arguing with the Bible, right? It's a trump card. Truly. Yeah, truly. And he would go to like Oxford and have debates with theologians in the classes. And But also, like, he does all this shit, and I don't know, just that was a big thing for like Paul Sparks and I played my right hand man. Like when we shot that death scene,
Come on, baby.
like I do wish he was still alive and we could learn shit. You know, all of these guys, they end this, they drink the fucking Kool-Aid in the bed, or fucking like, it's such a fascinating perspective that I do wish we could break that down and maybe learn something from this. Than just him shooting himself in the head and burning in the house. What you could learn, especially after the event, the raid on the compound, right? All the people are dead. Like, how can you not got that? He's gonna be so fucked up. Yeah. I mean, 9 people survived that. One of the survivors, Thibodeau, was there with us, his drummer, every day. And, and it goes back to your point that he still was thinking that he's coming back. Oh my God. Yeah. Wow. So I know. Wow. And this didn't come out until our last week of shooting. Because I got along incredibly well with him. And he did write a great book and give me insight to moments that I asked to be in the show. I mean, he was going, I don't know, to North Dakota or the Dakotas. Someone had prints for alien worship, and he was going to see these friends. And we were just in between takes. We're in between takes, sitting in our set chairs, and these Paul Sparks. We're like, hey, what are you doing after this? After we wrap? And he went on and told us he was going to give prints to this worship. So that's okay. So those are the type of guys, though, that want to come in. Yeah. Sweet man, like very helpful, was great to us, and was very open. But I mean, a lot of the majority of people are following his brain. So, well, there's a lot of people out there that have brains that don't have that well. Right. It's just true. That's just how it goes. It's a very unfortunate roll of the dice, but your brain does not let you navigate through life very well, and you need someone to hold your hand and tell you what to do, even if it's completely above you. And those people will never become followers. I think it was the new light. He called it the new light. It's so wild. I think it was the new light. He woke up and he got up and we went together. It was like I just had God, the new light, something. And it's where I'm the only one now that is going to sleep with the women. And this guy named I think he was Australian. Anyways, this guy was like, fuck that shit. I'm out. And like 20, 30 people left. But on stage, right? Yeah. You're always going to get people that stay, and then they think that if they stay, you'll like them even more now. Yeah. Those other losers who are in the way of them getting attention from Dave. Now I'm going to be tired. I'm staying. Fuck that. Yeah, I'm Team Crush. You can fuck my wife, bro. Fucking Jersey. Nuts. It is nuts. It is. It's a weird thing that people have, like in coded to look for. I know. It's very strange. I know. You know, I think it's just from tribal DNA. That's what that's a good point. I never thought about that. Groups of like 150 people, the only way we can survive. You don't listen to the wisest, most experienced person. And that's the tribal leader. That's how it always was. It was the greatest warrior, the one who knew where the fish were, the guy who knows what you're supposed to eat and not eat, and where the danger is. That guy's going to help you, keep you alive. And we always have that in everything. We have it in businesses. There's always like this one top monkey. Yeah, top of the carrot. Yeah, it's just been carrot. It's weird. But you see it in chimpanzees too, man. It's crazy. It's primate behavior. All those chimpanzees, they have a tribe leader. Yeah, they have one guy who's the fucking top champ. Yeah, he's running shit. It's weird, man. It's like it's encoded in us. And so for people that aren't that smart, someone like David Koresh can tell them exploit the lead. You go, I am the leader. I'm so glad. those walls without you, you are found. Yeah, so you are found. And also, that's so positive. Yeah, that's wow. Yeah, I'm not going to. Yeah, he did say tanks were coming and they're here. So literally, that was a big moment. That was a big moment. Yeah. That must have been the Seven Seals. He was rewriting the Seven Seals, his final days. I know. The whole weight on the comics. It is. You see fire coming out of the tanks. There's a guy that, ironically, was Dick DeGuerin, his lawyer. And he was speaking in Santa Fe when we were shooting this. So I'm like, fucking stop. We're going to hear Dick DeGuerin speak.
Dick DeGuerin, guys,
he's speaking about his experiences as a lawyer. And he did. And I went and introduced myself. And there's a crazy story. It was Dave's
Dick urine?
And it was like, this is what's happening. Would you go help or what? He was on a fishing trip, I think. And he's like, yeah, I'm going to go. So he showed up to the compound on the perimeter that was set. And he's like, I'm that guy's lawyer in that house. You need to take me over there. FBI puts him in a fucking tank. And he goes to the front door in a tank. And the door has this big piano. I've tried getting this in the show, and we couldn't. But so there's a big piano at the front door. Blockade. Dave wasn't allowed to walk by the windows. All this kind of stuff. This is deep into the 51-day stand-up. And Dave's right-hand man, played by Paul Sparks, and another is a lawyer, Harvard grad, I think. They answer the door, and Dick's like, oh, I see bullet holes in the ceiling, a couple of bodies that the ATF didn't allow you to take out. You got a case here, but where's Dave? And they show him the house and all this kind of stuff. And so they're back in the foyer, and the piano's against the wall, and they're talking. And he's like, okay, I want to help out, but I don't know where Dave is. And he's leaving. He's like, you got a fucking case. And the right-hand man just goes, Dave was in the fucking piano, listening to this whole thing. And so he comes back in the tank, and Dave got briefed of their walk through there. Anyways, Dick DeGuerin, what a fucking story. And I wanted to be in that piano. Shoot that. Yeah, that would have been a fun. Yeah, that would have been an important part. I know. Yeah, important part of the story. It really is. That's how nuts it was. Yeah. So scared to get shot. Didn't trust anything. But those guys, apparently in that tank, they were like really getting together, like spitting on them and doing this kind of shit. Because they're like, you do know they just killed a bunch of ATM guys and that shit out of his mouth. And you're gonna go fucking be this guy's lawyer? Fuck you. Yeah. So what started off with you? I don't even remember. How did bullets wind up flying? Yeah, so it was Dave he was selling like homemade vests. And it was like had these, I know. Fucking and the ATF were kind of spiraling out. Like their funding was they were about to get defunded. And they needed a win. They needed it. What was it? The Ridge? Rabbi. There you go. So they dropped the ball huge on Rabbi Ridge. Yeah. So which is at the very beginning of Waco. And they needed a fucking win. Here, find a cult leader into weapons, selling ammunition, I think, and bulletproof vests and this kind of stuff. And this guy's got these kids and all this is perfect. And that started just like, we're going to go get this guy. There's a famous tape that we put in the show, too, where Dave was like, you know, why didn't you just, like, he did this run all the time. It was kind of just out and about, working on the house, running around. He had a fucking go-kart track around the compound. And he's like, why wouldn't you just arrest me when I'm on a run, when I'm on this or that? But they needed a lot of press. They needed to get funded again. So they made this a spectacle, and then it fucking turned into what you saw. Like they wouldn't let fire trucks come and take that fire out. That's a fact. And then they're playing that music of animals being like mutilated into the compound. Yeah, then they were flying the ATF flag, and I asked for that to be put in, but we didn't put it in. They're flying the ATF flag going forward. Yeah, it's legit. Crazy. Yeah. And then it's so dark. I know. And I'm picture I-35 right here, fucking tanks, and all these armored trucks, everything going down I-35. It's incredible, and they're just sitting right in front of the house. At 51 days, it's fucking crazy. Yeah. Wow. It's just hard to believe. But then yeah, shot a woman while she was holding her. Yeah. The kid in the back, I think. Yeah, the shot a kid. I know. Yeah. It's weird. It's weird. You be an assassin. Yeah. Even just think you're just doing your job. It's good. It's just seems pretty fucking weird. It's a lot. It's just hard. 6 people died. You're not even 20-something kids driving over the house and tank and shooting fire into it. And then they denied doing it. They denied doing that with the tank shooting fire. You can watch it. You can watch the fire come out of the tank. Oh, shit. So when you get out of that role, when you stop playing that guy, man, how long does it take before you go back to being you? Probably, I bet you a month, 6 weeks. Shit is, yeah. Go do something that makes you feel you and alive. Motorcycle ride. Something. Get the fuck out. So you like to ride? I don't know. Not anymore. You did? Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, your subconscious. It's funny because it's like you marry yourself emotionally to said circumstance. And so my subconscious, and I'm sure a lot of actors will say, it's like you're wide open. And so you're more vulnerable, way more emotional. And so because you just do the work, and your subconscious is open. So like your dreams. Once I start dreaming a little fucking crazy, visceral stuff, that's when I know I'm getting closer. For sure. Yeah. A little bit. It takes 6 weeks to detox you. Yeah. Fucking exercise the ghost. And then it's like you play this guy, what's fucking crazy was ACL. And I was walking and prepping for Waco, and random, out of nowhere, this guy is talking about Waco and it never happened. Like, this is so random. And I was with my buddies out there, and I was like, holy shit, we gotta do this story now. Like, there's people out there that believe that it's just one conspiracy theory that never happened. And so I was like, what? There's you can figure out the conspiracy. That's what people on Reddit dedicate. You can relate to the party. Any conspiracy, just fill in the blanks. There's a bunch of people that think space is fake. It's a whole online community of people that don't believe in space. Good. There's people that believe a lot. Yeah. Just to say that alone. Sorry. Yeah, it's people that like flat Earth is not crazy enough. They want to take it to the next level. The next level of space doesn't even exist. Okay. That's all. When you get older, and people will just straight up, like, when they talk at you, telling you false shit, right? You're like, okay. Usually you'll bite. Yeah. You're like, you're an idiot. This is what is actually happening. Right. But no, now it's like, all right. Sometimes get it out. I know. Shut up. I know. It's so funny. Yeah, but they like double down. Yeah. Used to be a lot more of those people before the internet. I know, man. That's a dangerous game. Yeah, I don't read shit, which is really helpful. Oh yeah, it really like very helpful. Yeah, it is. Like, I don't read any reviews, any of that. I learned the hard way, man. I got hammered on John Carter. That dark spot. But yeah, you had to rebuild everything. But yeah, that you're down that tunnel, and you're just like you're not just like he's a bad actor. It's like this guy should die. You're a terrible person. Yeah. It's not personal. It's probably better if you were never born. Damn, fuck. I know you're just trying to write a saucy article. Holy shit, that's a lot of fucking sauce and vitriol there. Yeah, it's weird, man. People, but that's, they like doing that. People don't know. Zero accountability. It's so easy. And now, because of social media, anybody can do it. Yeah, I was just saying, I used to hear people's opinions. Yeah, they had a movie in 1979. The general public either went to see it or did not. Yeah, and it was like a word of mouth, right? And then there was like Sister Weaver and whoever else was reviewing it out of 5. Yeah, that was it. And if the New York Times said it was good, you go see it. Yeah. But now it's like fucking clickbait, negative all receipts. Yeah, more clicks on a negative hit. And then, that was the beauty of like Friday Night Lights. Like, there weren't reviews really. And I was just, didn't have social fucking media. In Austin, no real producers on set or writers. Kind of Pete set it up so great, and you're just going there slinging, trying shit, failing, trying again. It was such an amazing experience. Without all that extra without any of the weight of like, is this going to be successful? Yeah. What does that even mean? Yeah, do they still do focus groups when they do a film? Yes, they still do that. Yeah. So that's kind of like a small, yeah. Yeah, that's kind of because you're like, well, who are these people? Yeah, they might be like, went to 200 ones. Yeah, like, by the way, there's certain spots where, like if you wanted to take a movie, you do a focus group, some moron community where everyone wants fentanyl. Yeah. You guys watch this movie tonight, like their hat. I don't like that guy's hat. Did they get paid? Is that like a job? No, that's a good question. I bet they do, which is then you have to factor in, okay, what kind of person is getting paid to do focus groups? They might be a failure. They might be a dull-witted, dull-minded person. They get to decide the direction of the movie. And like, reshoots, $20 million reshoot. 40% of the audience said they didn't like the ending. 40% of the audience wouldn't pass a piss test. Yeah, right. Even like John Carter was like one of the highest tested movies in Disney's history. And we got hammered, obviously. But it's like, I don't know how much that moves the needle or anything. I think people distrust the media more than they trust the media now. But if something sucks, like if a critic says it sucks, it still works. Yeah, if I see a 1-star review, like, oh, the movie supposedly sucks. Yeah, like, I don't give it any other thought. It still does work. But if something's really good, people go, no. Yeah, it's just what it is. Yeah, like, look at Adam Sandler's movies. The critics always hate them. The audiences always love them. Always. Yeah, the most lopsided thousands. I know, it's crazy. Yeah. His movie's such a smart guy. He's the best. He's the nicest guy of all time. And he's a great regular actor, too. Uncut Gems was bananas. That movie gave me so much anxiety. And, like, don't do it. He played that guy, that gambling addict, so well. So believable. Great directors, too. Yeah, it's great. His comedies, I love his comedies. They're fun, and I love that I can watch them with my kids. Like, you're funny. Like, Jack and Jill is funny. It's fucking silly and ridiculous, and Al Pacino's in love with his sister, who is him. And it's funny, man. It's a funny movie. It's so stupid and silly. Yeah, but the crazy details. Yeah. It's an Adam Sandler movie. This is really good at making this kind of movie. Yeah. If you want to go see a fun, lighthearted, silly movie, you need a lot of heart to it. Yeah. The critic. Yeah. It doesn't. People love it. That's what. Yeah. I mean, Terminal is season 1. Yes. We got hammered. Yes. And the people spoke. Yeah. That's why I'm here. Yeah. Like, that's why Dark Wolf is dark. We're doing it. It's because people want to see why Ben is fucking the way he is and made that decision. Yeah. If it didn't, there's no way we would have got that green light. Well, this is right by Jack. So Jack Colorado is a good friend of mine. He's an awesome dude and also and writes and had the goal. That's how crazy Jack is. Had the goal of first becoming a SEAL, getting military experience, and then becoming a great writer. Like he had it in his head. Did he really? Yes. He always wanted to be a SEAL. He always wanted to serve. So he wanted to do those things, get real life experience. That guy has a love of history. It's incredible. Incredible love of history. He's so brilliant. His recall is phenomenal. So like imagine that kind of decision making. To be a SEAL, I'm gonna go get deployed. I'm gonna get military combat experience, and then I'm gonna go write books. That was his like 8 bestsellers, 7 or 8. Yeah, Fox Turbo List. His first book is fucking incredible. It's incredible. But the guy prepared for it, like a voracious reader. Reads constantly, can recommend books constantly. He's always great about that. And so his first book out of the gates, like he prepared for his whole life. I mean, when he comes on the set, and we were shooting this, I think episode 5, he came to Budapest. His energy, like he's like a kid. Yeah. It's like I'm fucking gassed out, tired, and like just getting beat up, and here comes Carr, and it's just the light. It just brings an energy to that set, and it's just like, man, we're so lucky to be here. And you're like, right, you are. Yeah. And I just love that guy. Super supportive. Like when I got the role, he's like not pressing me. He's like, I know you played a SEAL before. Do you want any of my notes who Ben is? And he's like, if you want to know how he shared is, like I trust you. Like he's been nothing but amazing with me so far. So he's a brilliant guy. He really is. Really super caring. Yep. Well, just great man. Yeah, truly great man. Yeah. It's so cool when a guy like that gets to write stories that really reflect the true lives that he led and that he knows a lot of his friends lead. It's real. It's like he has an understanding of it, and obviously the success of his books, the success of the series, that understanding just translates in a way like, oh, this is very authentic. Yeah. Even like little notes, man, I would get with the gun work and all that kind of shit. Obviously, you listen, but it's just like he comes at you with just more excitement, and you don't take it personal. You can't, and you want to get it fucking right. And you have him and Jared Shaw, who's another SEAL. Knows that he's a SEAL. You got Army Ranger, writes a lot of it. Like we're surrounded by these guys every day. So if anything is not authentic, the bullshit meter's like fucking 2 feet away. And I love that though, because they're doing a lot of my work for me, helping me, making me look like fucking Ben, right? But it's a complicated character too. Yeah, a lot of that stuff. Like one of my best buddies is SEAL and had like 200 guys under him, fought the body, bomb specialist guy, wicked dude. And there's a moment in the CIA room in episode 1 that was written, and then I've been hearing this from him for so long, and so it's kind of ingrained in me. It's just like how there's always someone to answer to, and never really getting the full transparent part of what they're putting you out for. So I'd heard all these stories for like the last since long I met him, and so that scene, I was like, this is for you, man. I'm just gonna fucking go and have at it with this CIA guy. season 1, right? I'm the guy who kind of orchestrated a lot of it. And I was talking to Marcus because I'm like, how the fuck am I going to this guy see his best friend Reese? And now all of a sudden the twist is like, man, I had a hand in this. I'm the guy that put you guys down that tunnel. I'm that hot. You're a fucking platoon guy for the most part. And I just literally, it was like a little moment that I had with Latrell where he was talking about going back and dying with his boots on. And I was like, really settled in what that means. This warrior is just decidedly going to die for their serving. It's beautifully tragic. And I was like, that is where I hung my hat with Ben of like how I can root this crazy twist of like, I'm making this decision for you, but you're going to go die with your boots on. Instead of this fucking, you're going to die rotting in this hospital bed, no insurance, your family, all this kind of shit. Like, I'm going to take that decision for you. So that's where I rooted Ben for season 1. Yeah. And then I go and open the Mike Murphy Museum. Dan and Marcus, a lot of other SEALs, obviously. And a lot of the SEALs are like, man, but a lot of people just were like, how could you? And I get that part too. But it was just like, all things are true. Yeah, truly. Yeah. All things are true. Yeah. You and I, yeah. He's a human being. Yeah. And, that's one of the reasons why the show is so interesting. Yeah. People are fucking super complex. And how fucking great it is. Yep. And how it goes back to like you're in mourning of a buddy. Broke this promise, his family's dead, and now I'm on an op, and I get in front of the guy that killed this guy's family. I'm gonna fucking put him down. Fuck this. I'll take it. The beauty of Ben doing this is he's accountable for it. Like, I'll take it. Just take my trident then. I do it all over again, which is a beautiful thing. And I think he does. Like, it's an emotional reaction that, frays his life. The other character, Rafe's character, he gets his trident taken, but that's one thing we were talking about earlier. Just like, it's so fucking gray, and in these really split decision moments, these guys are fucking out there. It's like they're emotionally fucking trained, like better than anybody. But at times, they have to make these decisions. That it's like, okay, you're gonna fucking put those girls on the black market or sell them or put them in the sex trade. You don't get to live anymore. I'm gonna do that. But that's a beautiful thing too. Yeah, people can relate to it. It's totally, if you were in that scenario, most people would like to. Yes, exactly. We have these talks on set all the time. We're American Pride people. We can romanticize the 1850s, or at least I did at the beginning. I'm like, this guy's a fucking mountain man. This is sick. Like, he's a motherfucker. Like, if you see me on the river in 1852, you're like, I want your jacket. You're gonna just come up and kill me and take my jacket. Like, that's how fucked up the 1800s were back then. Whoa. And so we started shooting, and I was like, we're shooting at 10,000 feet up there. We're still spoiled. Your trailer's 50 feet away. But it's like, fuck this. I'm like, there is nothing in me that would want to be in the 1850s. Nothing. I can't believe people did. I can't either. So I can't either. And those people who live in a lap of luxury compared to people who live 4,000 years from now, God, it's like 200 years. Yeah. It's nuts. I mean, it's like we were talking about earlier, civilization is super recent. I mean, it's not, obviously, there's ancient Egypt and all that stuff, but I mean, what we're dealing with right now is super recent. Yeah. Relative safety, relative security, relative. I mean, when you go hunt, Utah, backcountry, wherever you're going, you're going to be in the shit. It's going to be beautiful, quiet. Like, I live for that. Yeah, well, Montana's a great place to hunt, too. Yeah, Montana is a truly wonderful place. Yes. Yeah, outside of especially when there's some snow on the ground and the wind's whistling around. It's like, it's majestic. It's like the most extraordinary work of art that nature created. Yeah. There's something about like mountains. Really, just like awe-inspiring. It's like, wow, it makes perspective sinks into you. You're in the moment, and it's really very I know, right? When you get there, you're like, oh my god, I want to see this every day. It's like, then you're on a flight to New York. Yeah, 2 days. I lived outside of Boulder for a while, and it was like that every day. It's like you're just driving to these mountains. Like, this is incredible. Yeah, like this view that you have, it's like a vitamin. It really restores your soul.
Same situation.
Yeah. It's not a coincidence that people are
Are you sure?
chill now.
Sure as hell everywhere. If anything.
They're surrounded by this overwhelming
Did you see that?
majesty of nature.
Yeah, that's for that.
Yeah, it is. It is a little children. Totally. Yeah. And I think for me too, it's so good for the brain for all those reasons. But also it's just like if I'm sitting around feeling sorry for myself or whatever it is, or it's like it's your fucking fault if you're going there. Right? There's 1,000 hikes. Get into wildlife, go to the national park, go for a fucking walk, anything. Fix your perspective. Truly. Yeah, it does. It does. After a intense roll or whatever it is, once I land in Bozeman, get on the bike or whatever, go fly fish, it's like, it's a beautiful thing. And there's less people. Yeah. I just bought a $35 fucking protein shake before I came here. In Austin, yeah, I was like, what the fuck is that? I look up, yeah, it's like, I don't know, probably like, well, a DNA that's gonna give me heart for the next 7 days. That's fantastic. Yeah. Where'd you get it today? That's just, they charge $35 for a school. That seems, I keep adding shit. Adding protein. Yeah, creatine. Yeah, it's not Montana. But even Austin, like compared to where I lived before, I lived in LA. Yeah, and here it's like, it's way too many people. Yeah, it's so much more. Yeah. Like what they think is traffic is adorable. Yeah, it's cute little traffic. Yeah, it's true. LA is insane. It's just a terrible place to live. Yeah, it really is. It's a terrible place. Yeah, and I think I get how people used to want to live there because it was the center of, the TV business and the comedy business, but it's somewhat, no. I mean, so nothing's being filmed there anymore. It's rare. It's just here, right? Yeah. Like, how did that happen? I don't know. How did they fuck with that? I know. How did you fuck up the one spot where everybody wanted to move to be an actor? You fucked up that spot? Yeah. And they have everything. Mountains, beaches. You can get to the mountains, to the shore in 2 hours. Yeah. You're up in Big Bear. Yeah. You're down in Santa Monica. 2 hours. Yeah. It's not studios, everything. Yeah. They fucked it up. Yeah. The fuck is happening? I don't know. I blame politics, but I think there's a lot of other stuff going on too. Yeah. People running it. It probably takes exceptional people to have real vision. Learn how to keep stuff together. Yeah. I lived here for 17 years. Did you love it here? I did. Yeah. Love the lake life. It's nice. It's fucking amazing. It's a chill city too. It's genuinely good people here. Yeah, there are. Yeah. In LA, everybody is like a male actor. Want to be an actor. Trying to get out of reality show. And look at me, a TikTok influencer. So, everybody gets up. And they want something from you. Always. And every connection they make is like a network. Every new friend becomes someone who's an asset. And it's like very transactional. Yeah. It's gross. Listen, brother, you're a very interesting guy, and you got some awesome stories, and you're a really great actor. So I've been a fan for a long time. Likewise. This was really fun. Thank you. Thanks for having me. My pleasure, brother. Tell everybody one more time. Terminalist, Dark Wolf. It's available. Yeah, on Amazon, which is great. And I know the Terminalist killing for Amazon. Yes, huge. We're #1 right now. That's amazing. Yeah, thanks. That's awesome. Thanks. Great show. My pleasure. My pleasure.
It's Hash Monday. It's always Hash Monday.
Yeah, it makes me sad. It makes me sad if you tell me that you hear people saying anything bad about Gabriel. Yeah, it makes me sad. It makes me sad if you tell me that you hear people saying anything bad about Gabriel. Like he's that guy. Like that when I think about people, like there's a few comics that everybody loves. Like Ron White's one of them. If you say something bad about Ron White, I get personal love. I can't talk to you. Even agents, I love Ron White. I can't change their mind. Yeah. If you start talking shit about Ron White, I don't have anything to say to you. Like there's no way. There's no way. Unless he was like really drunk. I can see Ron White told this story at Opie and Anthony. He was like fucking 57 years old. He got in a fist fight at some bar. Some woman was taking a picture with her, and the boyfriend didn't like it, so the boyfriend was drunk. She came over to Ron, punched him in the face. You know, he has to have he has to bring a cop with him everywhere he goes. Like, he's a cop. He told me he was a cop. because he wanted me to go off. Oh, wow. So at the end of the whole day, I'm thinking I'm going down that side. I get down. He's like, no, you're doing fucking dirty shit. And then he goes, I planned it this way. He goes, I don't give a fuck what they tell you. He goes, I want you to work this way for a reason. I put you down here for a reason. He goes, worst case scenario, you make this DVD. You follow me? Like he was like he fought for me. But work dirty. And they got me on Comedy Central. So that's the feeling I always get from him. Just seems like a real good guy. You know, I've never heard anybody say a bad word about Gabriel. Ever. Well, listen, there's comics that know this, and you know this, that the more you help out younger comics, the better it is for you. You learn. You look at younger guys and you learn little things. Sometimes I go to the comedy store, I see a younger comic say something on the stage. I'll hire him because of that reason. I'll say, hey, what are you doing next Tuesday? Well, the guy's house or whatever, just because something they do, you know. But it's also good for you. You did it for us. You helped us out. It made you a stronger comic, you know. Anybody knows that helping other guys along the way is great. Gabriel rides 60. You think you need to ride 60? 60. Before you go see Gabriel, you gotta see 8 guys. Spanish songs, Mexican band, because he'll put you out. Yeah, he doesn't care. That's beautiful. You gotta make a living. Come on down. That's beautiful. There's not a whole lot of guys like that. No, they'd be suspect that you're funnier than them, or you're gonna try to snub them. Yeah, come on down. You know, can't worry about that. You can't. The fun is in working with the best guys. Fun is in, and also seeing all these different stages. Like when you take a young guy on the road with you, or when you see a young guy do a really good set in the store, you recognize like those moments where when you were young and you were just starting to figure your material out, you were just starting to figure out like how to really get to the heart of the matter quicker, or what's actually funny about this, like what's clouding my judgment, or I can't figure out how to get this funny. But occasionally these sparks shine through and you have a killer bit. Like, you know, everybody knows like a young guy who in the early months got like one bit. When you see that bit, you go, this motherfucker's funny. Like he's saying some shit, like he might not have it right now, but this motherfucker's funny. And when you see someone who's got that, it makes you like really aware of that whole process. You know, the whole process of just getting your legs under you as a comic and doing it. And you know, and when you're around people who are also doing that, like it feeds off of it. Like you can stay hungry, like deep into your career just by continuing to create material and continuing to be around other guys who are hungry. And when you're doing that, like one thing that's going on in our little group that's so dynamic is that everybody is hustling. Everybody is doing a podcast. Everybody's doing their stand-up. Everybody's recording specials. Everybody's doing tours. Everybody's doing shit. There's a lot going on. And it's all new stuff. You know, like Ari, he's got a new one he's doing in Austin. If you're in Austin, Texas, next weekend. Yeah, the 5th. Ari's doing his special at Cap City Comedy Club in Austin, which is one of the best clubs on the planet. And I don't think it's sold out. I think there's a little bit of tickets left, but probably gone soon. But his new shit, he's on fire. This is the time to see him. Ari's never been better. He's never been better. He's crazy. He's crazy tonight. He's gonna fucking, that's beautiful. That's why I love him, because he's great. I can't judge him. I just sit there with a conversation. I always ask him, you know it. I gotta go. And Ari, he genuinely doesn't give a fuck. He became like the don't give a fuck scale. He became like the new metric of like not giving a fuck. Like there used to be like there's levels of giving a fuck, you know? Like you and I can't claim that we don't give a fuck the way he does, because we have families. Ari Shaffir is free. If Ari Shaffir just got a vasectomy, he would give even less of a fuck. That would be like the last straw of fuck that he has left in his body. He's a barbarian. You know what show killed me more than you know what show like fuck you when I did the Tony Angelo show on Monday nights. The really good podcast he does in the store. The one where he killed Tony. He killed Tony. Oh, when you're watching the 1 minute people go, I went down that one night and I didn't. It wasn't about the material. It wasn't about anything with the look of it. I remember that look. wait to Wyoming, the comedy club, those things, when 9 is done, I just sit there and chuckle over and over again, do a line of coke. Someday I'll be at the fucking Rusty Crow. You know, but that's when I went to Tony Hinchcliffe's show, and it was, you know what it reminded me of was that movie, when Rocky movie, they take him back to the ghetto and train him. Rocky 3, when they walked in, all the black dudes had beans in their eyes and shit, like they're like, yeah, what up, and they didn't give a fucking care. And he's like, this, remember all these guys, Rocky? This used to be you. Yes, this used to be you. Look at their eyes, Rock. What was that? Was that Rocky 3? Was it Jamie? Jamie's on there. Alright, so 2, he fights Apollo again. And 3, he fights Buster Lang. Clubber Lang, I'm sorry. I think when we say Joe Man ain't got no heart, but you still every night wish you had a real man. I was agreeing and putting yourself over my apartment tonight. I'll show you a real man. That was it. A Rocky couldn't take it anymore. That was a great one. Yeah, Mr. T. Dude, Mr. T was one of the most terrifying fucking villains ever in a boxing movie. Do you remember the Doorman Challenge? How he became famous? No. Okay, Mr. T, yeah, and a bunch of other people. You see, there was a show about the Doorman, the bouncers, and they did something. That's how he was noticed. Something weird. There was a show about the toughest bouncers for a while, 6 episodes, and he was the main one. Bouncers, Doorman. In 1980, it was like World of Sports type thing. Hey, go back to that for a second. Jimmy, to that Clubber Lang footage, the training footage. I was under the impression that, like, I remember thinking that he really looked good as a boxer. But I'm watching shadow box there, and I'm like, what? You know, so this is all evidence. I don't give a fuck, like, smoke tension. Everybody looks good while you're watching. I love that scene when Mickey was looking at the bubbles and he was getting mad. Like, and if you let it go, keep going, it'll show them shadow boxing. Which sometimes people don't look that good when they're shadow boxing because they're just trying to boost their body up. There's a bunch of difference, like right there. That does not look like a guy who actually knows how to punch. But, you know, it looks like a lot of swinging, you know, it's not, those aren't punches, they're like a lot of arm movements, which I mean, at the time, it's 1980, and no one could swing. There's a thing with shadow boxing, like some people think that shadow boxing should just be a loosening up thing. They just do it loose, and they let their shoulders go loose, and they try to work on their snap, and they try to move around, but then there's some people that think you should treat it almost as if it's a fight, like as if you're simulating a fight. Like, Jamie looked this up. Joseph Valtellini, shadow boxing. He's a glory kickboxing champ, and he put out this video of how he shadow boxes. And he shadow boxes like he's in a fight. He doesn't think of it as time off or warm up or something like that. What he does is he fights like a pretend opponent. It's pretty interesting because a lot of guys don't do it that way. Like not to this extent. Like you know, guys, when you're shadow boxing, a lot of it is just kind of loosening around. You're doing it on your own pace. You're working on your own shit. What he does is kind of more like he treats it like a different kind of workout. Justin Fortune is down at that gym. Does he the same? Look at it as like a counter in the beginning, really. That just, I mean, if you do it correctly, he says you should break a big sweat or something. Yeah, you do it correctly. Chopping up in this. Well, it's a lot of people think it's like visualization. They think might be as important as anything else. Like everything's important, you know. It's important to be in shape. It's important to be strong. It's important to have experience. It's important to have really good technique. But it's also important to visualize. There's something about carving pathways in the brain. Obviously, if you're a neuroscientist and you listen to this, you're like, oh my God, this idiot doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. But there's something about carving pathways. This is not it. There's a different. Do you know like comedy, extreme shadow boxing? He's throwing kicks and punches and knees and backing up. Do you ever feel this stand up when you see yourself on stage killing? I try. I can't do it. Like positive realization. No, I don't think it works with stand up. I think with this. No, I think with stand up, the key is doing it. I gotta kill it. I tried it. The reef fucked me up and I couldn't come to focus. Like the visualizations. myself on stage, like looking out and seeing like people going, I can see myself coming out to God, and I can't do that shit. Here's just for me personally, here's why I would try not to think like that. Because if I visualized myself doing something and doing it really well, I would think of I wouldn't think of the thing I was doing anymore. Then I'm thinking of like the accolades or the positionings or look, you're on a big stage and look, you're at this place and you're at Massey Hall in Toronto or something, some historic venue like. And then one day I was there, like that seems like you're thinking more about success than what success really is. It's like if you're doing something, you try to do it the best you can, not the reaction that it gets. So if I'm concentrating on the reaction, like I'm concentrating on going up there and killing, I would have to be visualizing doing a show. So I'd have to be visualizing people laughing. I've tried. I can't do it. I've sat there. I got to the gym, tried to cool off and said, well, maybe I'll see myself killing for the special or whatever. I didn't see any of that shit. Doesn't that make sense, though, that if you think of yourself as killing, thinking of other people laughing, you're thinking about yourself. You're not thinking about yourself then, right? Listen, if you're visualizing skiing, you're thinking about skiing, right? You're thinking about tucking, you're thinking about doing your moves in the correct way. You get the most amount of speed, the most amount of control as you're headed down this hill, right? You're not thinking about other people. You're not thinking about other people's response to each one of those things you do. Like if every time you did a curve and you didn't get a laugh, you'd be like, what the fuck? I thought I was skiing good. If you tell a joke well, you get a laugh, right? But you don't want to think about that laugh. You don't want to visualize a laugh. You want to pretend that people are laughing at it. You want to actually find out what's funny and have other people tell you for you. And you kind of know, but you don't really know until you do it in front of them, right? So to visualize that is really weird because you're visualizing two different mindsets. So you're not in the zone of actually being there. You're visualizing artificial laughter. I mean, I guess you can visualize the state that you feel when you're killing. When you're real relaxed on stage and you're having a good time and everything's fun, you can visualize that state. That makes sense? I can't. But I think even that state, you can only visualize it in jokes. I think maybe I can only do jokes. I think I just think it's better to just concentrate on just doing it. Yeah, that never worked for me, so I wonder if you ever did it already. No, stand up, I could do that. I also think with stand up, you can do a lot of sets and stuff, but I don't know if you should concentrate on it as much as concentrating on just life itself and finding things that you think are funny and interesting. Because sometimes if you concentrate just on stand-up too much, it almost narrows your focus. So you're thinking so much about stand-up, you're not thinking about shit to talk about on stage. Because you're not really thinking about it. You're obsessed with some tour date details or some thing that might be an offer that's on the table. What do you think I should do it? Instead of thinking about that kind of shit. It's just you only have a certain amount of resources that your brain has available. And when you can stop thinking about, if you can just push any career ideas completely out of your head and just exist as a person and then go and do stuff. If you can figure out how to shut it off and go and do stuff, for me at least, it gives me more ideas. I get more ideas that way. I feed my curiosity too. It feels like I feed my curiosity in an honest way instead of thinking about just reading things that I would think would be funny on stage or reading stuff that I think would be funny to talk about in a podcast. I just look at shit that's interesting. Goddamn right. Makes sense. I'm up to 10. Right now. Okay. It's up there. I got stoned this morning. I stopped at the weed store on the way up here. A little half edible. Get the party started. My sister was about a month away from Italy. That's it. But it's go down for people like me. Because the edible count is going down to 10 milligrams. I already got the warning from the fucking source of death. There goes. There will be cup with gelatin at 10 milligrams of stuff. Yeah, no, there's some shit going on now. I'm also doing that CBD, the 1-to-1. That's good too. Oh, not bad, anyway. This goddamn Jumbo breath spray. This medicine from God. This one's 1,000 a spray. Bottles 1,000. So if you taste to take the top off. Now that's that shit that's really good. There's some. I take the CBD off the company and the Exenol. It's 1,000 milligram CBD oil. You get back to jiu-jitsu. Put the rhythm to here. It doesn't get you out. This is the one that just by the time you get out of the shower, you're like, what happened? Oh, so it's just CBD oil. Because they make it marijuana. Yeah, it's not transdermally. Well, that goes back. That goes into your system. The one that I'm taking is for children. People don't want THC in it. But this one has such a high concentrate of CBD oil. Yeah, but the other thing they make it with something else. And he goes, put that on the tell him 1 or 2 drops. You're a big guy right when you get home. Jiu-jitsu, take a shower. Not too bad. Joe Rogan, let's try this stuff here. Some of it tastes like pig. Some of it tastes like fucking guava juice. There's these people that do guava juice. Jesus Christ. Not bad. It's actually a nice little breath spray. I fucked up and did 2 nights sprays one of these ones before Sam Harris podcast. And Sam was talking crazy shit about artificial intelligence and all this other. Every time I talk to that guy, he's a neuroscientist, very, very smart guy. That's right. And I was barbecuing. I was talking to him like barbecue. I totally underestimated these sprays. I have no idea. Like I thought, like a couple pumps is like probably like a pop lollipop, No, I must have been hundreds of milligrams each day. They fucking come like that. Yeah, like those 60 seconds. You're on the plane. Next thing the plane's fucking making weird noises. They're lighting on fire now. Those androids are hitting. It's gonna change the world when it becomes legal, folks. It's not gonna change the world for the worst. It's gonna change it for the better. It's gonna make people paranoid as fuck. It's gonna make people nicer. Really is. That paranoid fuck thing, that's good. People say that. That's how I live. I don't say that. I don't know. There's some days I don't even fucking shave. I leave the house with that and they don't know. It's tremendous to live that way. I don't say nothing. I don't bother nobody. I got the spotlight. I don't hear nothing. I don't know nothing. Time for reflection. Yeah, that's it. That's all it is. Yeah. One thing I don't get high is when I go to jiu-jitsu. I still can't work that up here. That's too unreal for Uncle Joe. We do it. That's too real for me. Something gets bit deep. I have to stop. I'm fucking history. I used to get high. How the fuck you guys do that? I can't. I used to take giant bong hits. And then we would go. Yeah, I'd have a panic attack. Yeah, we would go in the class. As soon as something gets on top of you, fast like that. They would teach like that. He would teach like that blitzkrieg. He teach like a Jedi Knight. Yeah, he teach tremendous, like a master. Like that's how you want you to fucking do unconscious. Well, for him, for his style of he's like Eddie. He's got a very interesting style, not just of jiu-jitsu, but explaining his jiu-jitsu. Explaining all the moves and all the different positions. It's like there's like a presentation. It's like an art form. Okay, somebody probably talking about other media friends. He's doing something completely fucking different on the other side. Because every place you show up in New County, there's one fucking dude on that planet showing up. That like ISIS at least. He's got little sons that each had at least 3-4 people. Because even the little towns, they get the videos, they get a map, and they do all that shit by themselves watching the fucking videos. They told me when I went to Omaha, came in away from Omaha. There's a 10th planet in Omaha, that's great. But people want to make their people telling me they get like couches and jiu-jitsu on that couches, matches that. Like they're fucking crazy. So your little town doesn't have it, and you spread it. And now, like, there's students that win fucking tournaments, and now EBI is on top of the best thing to ever happen to submission grappling because it made it exciting. We have all rules, when I'm reading Jiu-Jitsu magazine, and they're saying that fucking they're gonna start using is the best rules. Just give me credit. Call it the EBR rules. You can use them. Smart way to do it. He just wants to spread jiu-jitsu in the right way. And, you know, I don't think there's anything wrong with having a non-EBI rules event either. You know, like if somebody wants to do like what Metamorphosis is doing, have these long bouts, and if they go to draw at the end, they go to draw at the end. You know, a lot of the podcast, look, I've got to break everything down. I just IBBF. Anybody can essentially start their own rules, like Abu Dhabi, where Eddie choked out Boiler. They had very interesting rules where the first period of the fight there was no points and encouraged you to go for it. Right, so you try to submit someone in the first half of the fight, or take it real conservative, which was another approach, and you play super defense for the first half of the fight. Then in the second half of the fight, you can score points. So you score points for takedowns, you score points for guard passes, near submissions, things like that. So I think their logic was that if they just have no points in the beginning, it doesn't matter if he mounts you, it doesn't matter if the guy takes you back, if you defend, if you're trying to attack him and go after him. Sometimes you get worried, if I don't get this guy, I might be so far behind in points, I'll never catch up. Like if you just go for it, you fuck up and you wind up in a bad position, then you defend that position, and then you get back to your feet, and then maybe the guy takes you down. That's a sequence of events. And if you're counting takedowns and near submissions, things like that can put you in this giant deficit. If the guy's that good that he can do that to you, maybe you underestimated him, you'll never catch up to him. But you can find out if you just go for it. If you both go for it, you don't worry about points. So that was their idea, I think, to promote more excitement. So people just go for it in the beginning. And then the idea about the second half is that once you're establishing who's the better grappler, when two guys roll and they're trying to kill each other, you learn pretty quick who's better. And so then, if no one's better, it's just by a very, very, very slight edge. So if you got to the second half of the fight, and you're both in a neutral position, where you both attacked, you both defended, and no one's had any sort of an upper hand, those last few minutes is what's really going to count. Because that's the few minutes where your determination in training camp showed up, your ability to adjust, your ability to overcome, like all those things really do determine who's the best. So having that toward the end of the fight, that makes sense. How long is Abu Dhabi? If I go the whole way, that's a good question. Is it 2:15? Is it 2:10? I don't remember. I'm thinking it's 2:10, but that seems like a long time. Maybe it was less than that. Abu Dhabi submission grappling time limits. Because what is Eddie doing? He does the first how many minutes? I'm not sure. I think it's like the first 9 minutes or something like that. They just go at it, and there's no points. And if they make it into the final, or they make it past the time limit, then they go through these series of bad positions. Like one guy starts on the other guy's back, and he has an over/under, and you go ready to go. And you start from there. So one guy's got your back, and you have to defend it. And if you can tap him, then he has an opportunity to try the same position. And if he can tap you, I think it goes to who got you first. I think it like it's in the amount of time it took to tap them. So like that's where the competition would be. So for qualifying rounds, 6 minutes, 3 minutes overtime is a draw. Finals 8 minutes, 4 minutes overtime. There's a draw with no advantage. So what it probably is like 4 minutes in, they start scoring a point. Yeah, there it is right there. First 4 minutes are without positive points, but negative points start from the beginning of the fight until the end. And I think negative points are like when you draw guard, you pull guard. I think that was a negative point. I don't know if it still is, but I think that's silly. Because some guys, if they pull you to their guard, you're fucked. Like, there's guys like Vinny Magalhaes, or like Shigeoki. That guy's this nasty fucking guard. If you're in his guard, you're in a terrible place. I'm sure it's just watching Vinny Magalhaes. Vinny Magalhaes is a bad motherfucker. His jiu-jitsu is so fucking high level, man. You know, he spent a long time fighting in MMA. And because of the fighting in the MMA, I think a lot of people slept on his jiu-jitsu. They forget what a phenom he is. He flying armbar, painted palm. He was like this multiple time Brazilian jiu-jitsu world champion. Vinny Magalhaes, he put a flying armbar. Do you know, that is like pulling your dick out. and slapping it across a world champion's face. Literally how powerful that move is. When you say flying, that's what it is. Check this out. See if you can find it. Flying Magdalene. He's huge too. He's like 230 pounds. And he hits him with a flying armbar. It's perfect. Just perfect. Like there's no defending. Now this guy, this is Chris Weidman. You got Chris Weidman with it too. Yeah, well you can watch this too. I mean, Vinny did hit Chris Weidman with the same shit. Dude, Vinny's super world class. Now you gotta remember, Chris Weidman, two-time NCAA All-American wrestler, like super fucking grappler. And that's how good Vinny Magalex is. I mean, Weidman, when he won the UFC, let's see if you can find it. This is a long match. Weidman, when he won the UFC middleweight title from Anderson Silva, was one.
Prefer to ride with a woman behind the wheel?
Fuck yeah.
Preferences in the Uber app lets women request to ride with a woman driver. Now available in LA and San Francisco. That's safety simplified. Uber.
That's discrimination.
There are 4 incontrovertible. There are 4 incontrovertible proofs that we didn't go to the moon. We just proved the moon landing was fake in one photograph. If the moon rocks are fake, what about the moon mission? So you know what's on here? It's the crew of Apollo 11 faking being halfway to the moon, proving they didn't go to the moon. And I'm like, am I under arrest? They don't answer me. Am I free to go? They don't answer me. For some strange reason, the CIA is all over the launch man today. The very next day, he's dead from faulty equipment. And so when I make my way back to Nashville, I know I've got this exotic concern in me. The faking of the moon landing is so much more profound historically than if they actually had gone. They faked it 6 times. They took the American people for suckers 6 times. That's how arrogant these people are. You made it clear to me that I am correct, and good luck trying to prove it.
Why has nobody been to the moon in such a long time?
That's not an 8-year-old's question. That's my question. I want to know, or I think I know. We didn't go there, and that's the way it happened. And so the moon landing really is the poster child of conspiracy theories, right? The whole they faked the moon landing. The director of YouTube went before Congress, and her #1 example as to why they need to do censorship is people saying the moon landing is fake. And then when it dawns on you, after extensive research and a millionaire backing you who built rockets for NASA, who knows the moon missions are fake, and then when we'll get into it, I found concrete proof that they were indeed falsified. I just, wept quietly. It's so sad when you realize they actually did think
What's good?
And more people are waiting.
Yo. What up?
Waking up to that. I saw before we began.
So, which Reb Shimon subscribes to. And that is, if you light a candle to Shabbos, and that's a mitzvah, that candle becomes muktzah for the time being. Therefore, let's say a sukkah, the walls of the sukkah, the schach, even the decorations become muktzah because they were set aside for the mitzvah for 7 days. They're muktzah throughout the entire Chalamayit, according to Reb Shimon. Unless somebody made a specific night and said, I want to use the wood, I want to use these decorations. What if somebody planted kernels, or he put an egg under a chicken, so he set it aside? Well, it doesn't have the conditions we need, and it's not muktzah mitzvah, so according to Reb Shimon, they are not muktzah. Going back to sukkah wood, if you have a sukkah that's standing during other Yom Tovim, like Pesach and Shavuos, you're not allowed to take wood off the sukkah. That's soiser that's breaking the sukkah. What if the sukkah fell down on Shavuos? You would also not allow to use that wood according to Rabbi Yehuda because it remains muktzah. According to Reb Shimon, it's not muktzah. Once it breaks, it falls down, and you anticipated it, it's not muktzah. On sukkahs, according to Reb Shimon, it's muktzah, unless you made it at night. There's a brayso that says that there are other fruit, such as peaches and quinces, that you put aside on the roof and you let them dry and they're muktzah. That must be going according to Rabbi Yehuda. But what's the chiddush? The chiddush is even though they're fruit and you're eating from them, nevertheless, by putting them on the roof, you're mesiach das from it, you don't want to have anything to do with it, and therefore they remain muktzah according to Rabbi Yehuda. Rebbe's son, Elazar, asked Rebbe, what does Reb Shimon hold when it comes to Batzilei Tamar? These are dates that will never ripen. From the fact that he asked Rebbe the question about Reb Shimon, that means, the Gemara understood, that Rebbe subscribes to Reb Shimon's shita of muktzah. Otherwise, he wouldn't ask his father, what does Reb Shimon hold about Batzilei? But he told him, even though Batzilei Tamar are not edible, but he never pushed it aside with his hand. So he has one out of the two conditions, and therefore they are not muktzah, according to Reb Shimon. Nevertheless, the Gemara asks a question. There's a mission that tells us that on Yom Tov you're allowed to shech an animal that's yours. But if it's yours and it's in the midbar, and what that means exactly is machlokes, whether it comes back after when it starts raining, in other words, it's away for a half a year. According to Rebbe, it never comes back. The point is, that kind of animal you cannot shech on Yom Tov. Because you never had it in mind that you're going to have that animal, you're not allowed to give it to drink so that the skin comes off easier. You see, the Rebbe holds of muktzah. Rebbe is the one that says that the animal doesn't come back at all, and therefore it's muktzah. So the Gemara gives three options. Either Rebbe holds like Reb Shimon in muktzah, but this particular animal is like raisins. It has two conditions. First of all, you were judged me that you pushed it aside, you said I don't want to see you anymore for a year. And second of all, it's very difficult to catch. So it has two conditions, and therefore, even Rabbi Shimon would agree that this midbar animal is muktzah. The second answer is that Rebbe never said that he holds like Rabbi Shimon. He's just answering what Rabbi Shimon would hold. In fact, Rebbe holds like Rabbi Yehuda in muktzah, and he's answering his son what Rabbi Shimon would hold in muktzah. Another pshat is that Rebbe was talking in the opinion of Rabbi Yehuda. In other words, he holds like Rabbi Shimon and muktzah. But don't you Chachamim agree that if an animal comes back every half a year, it should be considered a domesticated animal and you could shech on Yom Tov? And he said, no, we don't agree to that. Rabbi Bar Bechana said that Rabbi Yochanan holds like Rabbi Shimon and muktzah, that there's no muktzah. Why did Rabbi Yochanan say that a chicken coop is muktzah? We must say that it's talking about a very specific case, that the chicken coop had an egg, and in the egg was a chick. And therefore, this egg is not royal achilas kal, because a dog won't eat egg peel, and it's not royal for a human. You have a dead chicken there, we can't eat it, it's straight. Nor would it go you. Therefore, Reb Shimon does hold a muktzah machas gufa. It's something like money, stones, have absolutely no other use to them, and this egg with the chick inside has absolutely no other use, and therefore even Reb Shimon agrees that's muktzah. Now why didn't he just say that there's an egg there that was born on Shabbos? And Reb Shimon holds that it's noilad and it's muktzah, because there is a shita that holds, Rav Yitzchak holds that Reb Shimon doesn't hold of a noilad on Shabbos. In other words, since you anticipate the birth of this egg, Reb Shimon doesn't hold that it's noilad according to Rav Yitzchak. And to say that there's a dead chick there without an egg, there's a mandama that holds in Reb Shimon that you could use that dead chick and you could feed it to your animals on Shabbos, as long as you knew about it beforehand. In other words, there's one mandama that says in Reb Shimon that if the chick was healthy and it died on Shabbos, Reb Shimon holds it's muktzah, because I never thought about it. I was going to see if that. Another mandama that says that it's muktzah. Rabbi Yitzchak and Rabbi Yosef holds that Rabbi Yochanan said that the halacha is like Rabbi Yehuda, that there is muktzah. Now, why did he have to say so? There was a story that you could learn from, and you know from that story that Rabbi Yochanan held that, like Rabbi Yehuda, that there's muktzah. A menorah, a large candelabra, fell on Ravasi. Ravasi didn't move it. Maybe he walked away from it and it fell by itself, but he didn't move it because he held of muktzah. And his Rebbe is Rabbi Yochanan. So you see from here that Rabbi Yochanan holds of muktzah. So Gemara on today's daf says perhaps the reason why he didn't move it is because there's a new muktzah called Kaveh HaMakkah. It has a very specific spot, similar to muktzah machmas chisaron kis. If you have something really expensive, you don't want to use it, designate an area for it. And therefore this candelabra had a designated area, and that's why it was muktzah, not because of the muktzah of Rabbi Yehuda. Have a wonderful day.
Let me take out dinner, and I happen to be in LA. So I got the email, and it's great. So he picks me up the next day. We go to this, great restaurant, and he's like, Bart, I know the missions are fake. I've known him for a long time. What can I do to help you? And then I don't hear from him for a long time. Everybody was asking me for years, why haven't I done the Joe Rogan show? Because he would seem that this would be important. Why hadn't I done the Alex Jones show at that time? The top two podcasters, it seems like, don't.
Shabbos Daf Menvav. How's everybody doing? I hope you're staying safe and healthy. We finished off yesterday saying there's a story where a menorah fell on Ravasi and he refused to move it with his hand. He said it was muktzah. What kind of muktzah? So we try to say perhaps it's called a muktzah of Kiyas Makkah. Since it's a large item, has a designated spot, you don't move from that spot, it's muktzah. Says Lamar, but what do you do about Kilas Chasanim? It's a tent that you build over a bed. The top is narrower than a tefach, so we don't have a problem with building the oil on Shabbos. You let it put it together on Shabbos and take it apart on Shabbos. But how can you touch it? It's muktzah, Kiyas Makkah. You see that there is no muktzah called Kiyas Makkah. So then why did Ravasi move the menorah? The answer is because if it was a menorah that came apart and you could put back together, then certainly that would be muktzah. But we're dealing with a menorah that just looks as if it could come apart. So they made a gzeira on such a menorah because of a menorah that could come apart. And if it's a really small menorah that could come apart, machlokes. The Rabbi says, even though it usually doesn't come apart, you have to be goyzer on a small menorah. And Rosh Hashanah says, since it doesn't come apart, nobody's going to confuse it with a menorah that comes apart, and you don't make it gzeira. He said that Rabbi Yochanan holds, like Rabbi Yehuda in muktzah, that there is muktzah. The issue is that Rabbi Yochanan always paskins like the Stam Mishnah, like an anonymous Mishnah. And the Mishnah of Muchni that we had the other day, the wheel that detaches from the wagon, one of the halachas we learned is that if there was money, even ben hashmoshes inside the wheel, and the money was removed, you can move it on Shabbos. That goes according to Rabbi Shimon. So on the one hand, the Stam Mishnah is Rabbi Shimon, but Rabbi Yochanan paskins like Rabbi Yehuda. Says Rabbi Zera, we must learn, even though it's a doicha, that the Mishnah is talking about that there's no money during Ben Hashmashos, and that's why you can move the wheel on Shabbos. But if there was money during Ben Hashmashos, in fact, the wheel would be muktzah, like Rabbi Yehuda that says, "Migid Tzkatzoi Ben Hashmashos, it's Tzkatzoi l'kuli yom." Rishon Levi said that Rabbi said a very cryptic statement. He said that a menorah is like a ner of Reb Shimon. Menorah is Reb Shimon the ner, meaning could be two meanings. Either it was one psak halacha or two. Either the psak halacha was that a menorah is not muktzah, like Reb Shimon says that a candle that was lit and it was extinguished on Shabbos, the candle is no longer muktzah. In other words, a menorah is muktzah. Or he said two statements. A menorah is also. A candle is muktzah. The Gemara remains in a table. The word tells us that Rabbi Malkiah and at a different time Rabbi Yosef Lila both acted like Reb Shimon. There was no muktzah in front of the Rabbeim, and both the Rabbeim were makin on them. On the other hand, Rabbi Avo, even though he himself held like Reb Shimon, but when he was in front of Rabbi Yochanan, out of respect to Rabbi Yochanan, he acted like Rabbi Yehuda that there is muktzah. Machlokes, Rabbi Yehuda says that if you have an earthenware lamp that's full of oil, it doesn't get disgusting, and therefore it's not muktzah, you're allowed to be metal. But if it has neft, kerosene, so it is muktzah. Now, we're not talking about muktzah machnas, because Rav Shimon doesn't hold a muktzah machnas. What we're discussing is since there's no other use for this candle, because it's disgusting, therefore it's like a stone that has no other use, and it's muktzah. In other words, muktzah machnas yifot. Rabbi and Rabbi Yosef both hold that you're allowed to carry, you're allowed to be metal, a lamp that was used with neft. So the Gemara tells us an amazing story. Rabbi went to visit Rabbi. He had a lot of mud on his shoes. And he sat him down, he said, sit down on his bed, and he put his shoes on the bed and put a lot of mud on the bed. And this upset Rabbi. And Rabbi decided he's going to torture Rabbi with questions to punish him. Some sort of has a beautiful pshat. I should look into it. And he asked him, why is it that Rabbi and Rabbi Yosef both say that a lamp that was used with neft, with kerosene, is not muktzah? So he told him because you could use that lamp for another usage, you could cover another kli with it. He said, wait a minute, but what about all stones in the world? They're very muktzah, but you could use them to cover kalim. He says, Rabbi, no, there's a big difference. This lamp has a name of a kli on it, where a stone is not a kli. And I'll prove it to you from a Mishnah. The halacha is that a woman is not allowed to walk out on Shabbos with beautiful jewelry she might show to her friends. But in her own chutzner, she's allowed to move it. Why? Because Ula explains it has a name of a kli. So anything that has a name of a kli is not muktzah. Says Reb Nachman Bar Yitzchak, Baruch Rahman, Baruch Hashem, that Rabbi wasn't successful in embarrassing Rabbi Avi. The halacha is that if a person has a firstborn animal, a cow, sheep, he goes to the kohen, and the kohen brings it to the Beis Hamikdash. But if it befalls a mum, then the kohen could shecht it outside the Beis Hamikdash. It says to do what he wants. What if he finds the mum on Yom Tov? It's muktzah according to Reb Shimon. Question: why is this bechar different than oil that's left over in a lamp that Reb Shimon says is not muktzah? Says why there's a big difference. Oil that's left in a lamp, when he lights the lamp, he knows that he might have leftover oil, so he thinks about that oil and he wants it. So that's why it's not muktzah. But an animal of bechar, there's three reasons why he's not even thinking about it. First of all, who says that this animal will have a mum? And even if it has a mum, who says it will be a mum kabul, permanent mum? And even if it's a permanent mum, who says they'll find a rabbi, they'll tell him that it's a good mum and he can shecht. What about a woman who makes a neder on Shabbos, who make her matter the neder? What if her husband doesn't agree? Says tomorrow, because when a woman makes a neder, she's doing it al das for her husband. And what about a man? How could you be made for his neder on Shabbos? What if he doesn't find a rabbi? Because he doesn't need a rabbi. He can just find three simple people to be matter his neder. In the Mishnah it says, we learn that according to Reb Shimon, if the fire is still lit, even Reb Shimon says it's muktzah. Why? The answer is because it becomes a basis l'davar asa. The lamp supports the flame, which is muktzah. The pshat is not because we are concerned that perhaps, like Rashi explained in the Mishnah, we're concerned perhaps he will extinguish the flame by mistake. Because Reb Shimon holds the davar she'ein miskaven mutter. If you don't think about it, that's not your intent, then you're not chayav. In other words, if a person drags a bench, he's trying to bring it from point A to point B, but by doing so, he creates a groove in the ground, he's potter. And don't say that there's an afkamina between the deraisa and the rabbana. Extinguishing a flame is the deraisa, and moving a bench, making a groove in the ground is not the derech to do so. So it's only the rabbana. Perhaps that's why it's mutter, but in the deraisa, Reb says it's also because we have the case that we had last week or so. If a person is peddling his goods, his clothing, and their shatnas, says Reb Shimon, he's allowed to wear shatnas if he's not mechaven to be over to wear the clothing. If he's not being protected by the elements from the sun and the rain, it's mutter. So you see that even at the race of shatnas, as long as you don't have tavana, Reb Shimon says it's mutter. Have a wonderful day.
in such television, he is not open-minded to the truth, right? The book of Obadiah says, pride prevents us from seeing the truth. You have to be willing to be wrong. Pride is simply the unwillingness to be wrong, and humility is the willingness to be wrong. I came upon the idea that the moon missions were fake as a 14-year-old in my home. Never thought about that. Went back to my shrine, looked at the pictures, and I'm like, oh, the soil looks real up to a point, and then horizontally, it suddenly becomes out of focus and changes color. Oh, it does look like a wall behind them. So you have to have an open mind, and those people do not have an open mind, and that adds all the more to the certainty that
That's the difficult question. Are you open-minded to the possibility that the moon landing did happen? Is there any, or is the evidence just so overwhelmingly conclusive that the moon landing was fake?
Well, that's a good question, and the answer is I've already proven it.
Shabbos that Mem Zayin, up until now we learned about basis l'davar asur. A support is something that's asur like a flame. The support is muktzah. What about if you are supporting something that's asur together with something that's muktzah? Basis l'davar asur v'hamuktzah. For instance, you're permitted to carry your son who's carrying a stone. Well, you're carrying two things, mutter and asur. So the isur comes because of the heter. Same thing, if you have a basket that has fruit, but also carries a stone, that's mutter. Rabbi Zera asked Rav Asi, so then why is it that Rabbi said that it's mutter to carry a machta, a pan, that has leftover incense, the ashes of incense? The incense is muktzah. The Gemara uses a pasuk from Daniel, Yishtoimein kishol chagah. Rav Asi was in shock for a moment. And then he answered, he said, perhaps there was some leftover incense that's actually not muktzah, and that's why it's basis l'davar asur v'hamuktzah. Well, Rabbi didn't like that. Rabbi was very wealthy, and a small amount of incense was insignificant to Rabbi. And we learned, when it comes to tumah, a wealthy person doesn't consider a beged of an ani, 3x3 beged, or any beged made with different type of yarn or whatever. It's not considered a beged for an ani. So that's not considered non-muktzah item for Rebbe. Therefore, Abaye prefers to say that we're talking about a grafshel rei, a disgusting vessel that usually contains excrements, human waste. And there's a special halacha that since it's disgusting, you're allowed to move it and take it out of your room, out of the house. Rabbi says it's not, there's no comparison. A grafshel rei is an open tree, which this machta has a net on top. Grafshel rei is disgusting. Ashes of incense is not disgusting. Therefore, Rabbi learns that these ashes are not muktzah because they serve a purpose. You could cover spittle, you could cover excrement. So what is the chiddush? The chiddush is that in addition to these ashes, there was something that was muktzah, there was some unburnt wood. So again, it's a basis l'davar hamutter, ashes v'asur, the wood, and the chiddush is you're allowed to move it. Brisa says that both Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Shimon, Choikis, there is muktzah, isn't muktzah. They both agree that if you have leftover wick floating in the oil, that's considered muktzah. But if you have a basis l'davar asur v'hamutter, it should be mutter. Says the Gemara we're talking about in Golub. Their wicks were worth a lot of money for them. And therefore, the wick, which is davar asur, overcomes the oil, which is davar mutter. Chaisa says, and it's very interesting, Chaisa says that Galil, that's so much oil that the oil was worthless. Talking about today, that the oil prices dropped to a 20-year low. The Gemara talks about a mita shatarsim. This is a bed that comes apart. You're going to put it together on Shabbos. Rabbi Shmuel says it's a isudei raisa. You're chayav achatos. Why? Says Rashi, you're making a chatos. You're finishing off the binyan. And in fact, there's a brisa that says just like that. It says that if you take the final part of the menorah and you put it in, or you take a round horn and you put it together, it's difficult to put together, you're chayav achatos. If you have like an extension stick to paint, or one of those sticks that comes together, or a simple horn, that's pater aval osur. Now, Rabbi Abba and Rabbi Huna, they argue, and then they say it's completely mutter to put together a bed on Shabbos. In fact, there's a brisa that says if you have bed platforms or the bed legs or an arrow rest, you shouldn't put it back on Shabbos, and if you do, you're pater aval osur. And if you put it in forcefully, you're chayav chatos. Hundred of Shimon Gamliel, and this is how Rabbi Abba and Rabbi Huna hold. He says not only is it not pater aval osur, it's mutter. You can put together these things, and so Rava Paskin la halacha. If you have one of these traveling beds, you let them pick it apart and put it back together on Shabbos. We learned in the Mishnah that if you have a lamp and the lamp is spewing out sparks, you let it put a bowl underneath to catch the sparks, and it's not considered mevatel kli mechani that you're canceling this kli now for Shabbos because the sparks, they're invisible, so you're allowed to move the kli afterwards. However, that's if you put a kli without any liquid, but you're not allowed to add liquid to the kli even before Shabbos, because if it was on Shabbos itself and you took this kli and you brought it closer to the sparks, you would be extinguishing the sparks on Shabbos. Therefore, they would geyser not water even on Erev Shabbos. And with that, we finish Perek Kira, and we're starting Perek Lamed Paimet. We learned the Isser of burying, insulating your pot on Shabbos, your pot of food. It's also to insulate with something that's moisef heaven, something that adds heat. So the Mishnah goes through the list. There's a list of things that give off a lot of heat. So much so that doesn't matter if they are dry or moist. They add a lot of heat, such as leftover olives, the olive pits. They decompose. Manure, as we know, gives off a lot of heat. Salt, lime, calcium, and sand. And there are some that only add heat when they are moist and not when they are dry, and those are straw, grape skins, anything soft like a soft cotton, some soft wool, and grasses. The Gemara does this halacha. If you have a box that's not moist of hevel, doesn't have heat, and you have food inside, you're matkin on Shabbos. It's also to put that box on top of decomposing olives. And that would be like halacha l'maisa today. You're not allowed to take a chunk pot and cover it with a blanket. And the blanket is not moist hevel, but underneath you have a blech, a plata that adds hevel. The top is not moist hevel, but the bottom is moist hevel, and that's why it's awesome. The Gemara says you can't bring a raya from this halacha that our mission is talking about olives, because it's possible that we're talking about any kind of atmana, even burying in sesame seeds. This halacha that the hevel goes upwards is regarding talking about olives, but in general, it would be also to be makin in anything. Have a wonderful day.
Maybe they faked the first one, got the act together, but no, this is from the alleged last mission to the moon. And it has more intersecting shadows in its pictures than any of the other missions. So they never went. Plus, they had identical equipment, and we're going to show the footage of them faking being halfway to the moon, proving the equipment cannot leave Earth orbit, and see how it's all clones of one another. If Apollo 11 can't leave Earth
Shabbos Daf Memches. How's everybody doing? The Gemara tells us that it's permitted to take two urns and place them one on top of another when they both contain hot water. The top one is not atmana. You're not burying the top one. You're just trying to prevent heat loss from the top one. However, when the servant in Reish Galusa's house put a cold cup of water on top of an urn, then Rabbi yelled at him and said, "Don't do so." What's the difference? Because you're trying to introduce heat to the cold cup. That looks like hatmana. That same servant was having a very bad day. Later on, Rabbi caught him taking a head turban, placing it over a pot, and on top of the turban, he put some sort of ladle. And he yelled at him, he said, "Don't do so." Reb Zer says, "What did he do now?" He says, "Rabbi, wait and see." And sure enough, the servant went and took the turban and squeezed it, or was trying to squeeze, do schita, which is also, it's libum. He says, "Reb Zer, but what's the difference? We all cover our pots with some sort of rag or something." He says, "Rabbi, that's a big difference. If you cover it with a rag, You don't care about the rag. You're not going to squeeze it out. But a head turban is important. That's why I told him don't do so. There's muchen, which are soft wool, cotton. People set them aside to make felt out of it. And that's called muksa machmas isser. You set it aside, you say, I'm not going to use this. Now what happens if a person, he doesn't have a choice, he ran out of straw, different material, he uses his muchen to do atmana, to insulate his pot. The Gemara says it doesn't lose its muktzah, it's still muktzah of chisaron kiss. But we cannot prove this from the brisa that says that you're permitted to do atmana with muchen, and be careful not to touch it. Perhaps the brisa is talking about don't touch it before you use it as muchen, as atmana. But once you do atmana, perhaps the isser muktzah goes away. You show that you don't care about it that much. So then what's the chiddush? They can't touch muchen. Of course it's muktzah machmas chisaron kiss, says the Gemara. It's coming to teach us that even though it's so nice and soft, perhaps you want to sit on it and use it as a seat, and therefore it's not muktzah. Komash malon, it is muktzah. If you take a pillow and you stuff it with muchen, you stuff it with the soft stuff, that's makeh b'patish, and Shavura says that's an isur d'orais on Shabbos. However, if you already have a pillow, it's a used pillow and it was already stuffed, and the muchen, the stuffing comes out, you're allowed to put it back on Shabbos, and it's not considered makeh b'patish. To take clothing that's uniform and you take a scissors and you cut out a hole for the neck, that's makeh b'patish. But to take a sword and chop off the top of a barrel, that's not makeh b'patish, because the lid of the barrel is not one with the barrel. It was never one. You just put it together and now you're taking it apart. If a person has an axe and he doesn't have the handle and he goes and he finds some sort of stick, it's not a permanent handle, it's just a stick. Says the Gemara, as he's using the axe, you're considered one, the handle and the axe, the handle and the metal. If Tumah touches one, the other one becomes Tumah. But once he's done with his malacha, he's done chopping away, then they are considered two individual items. They're independent of each other because he's going to take that stick and throw it away. This is different than the halacha. If somebody has a lot of clothing that he gives to the launderer and he wants to make sure that they don't get lost, so he sews them together. Or if somebody has a lot of keys, he's a macher, he has a lot of keys. You touch one, they all become tummy. You touch one cloth, they all become tummy. Or if, let's say, you take two garments that are made out of tzemer and you sew them with pishton, they are shatnas for the time being. Once you start undoing the stitching for the launderer or for the shatnas, it's no longer the tama one to the other. But over here it's different than that axe. Over here a person wants the stitching to be there just in case he has to throw it into the laundry. He wants them to be together with the handle of the axe. He doesn't care about the handle. He'll use it as firewood. There's a saying, anything that's attached to something that has a halacha just like it itself. Says Gemara, for instance, this goes like Rabbi Meir, who's talking about a kira, a stove that has compartments that you can put salt in on the side. Do those compartments, are they considered like the kira itself for tumah? Says the Gemara, according to Rabbi Shimon Gamliel, they're independent of each other. They're just compartments. According to Rabbi Meir, they are independent of each other. However, if a sheretz, a mouse, and we're talking about a kli cheres here, earthenware, so the only way earthenware becomes tameh is if the tumah is in the inside of the kli cheres, not on the outside. If a sheretz goes inside, touches the inside of this kira, then the entire kira becomes tameh, including the compartments where you store the salt and different spices, or the candle. If you hang the sheretz in the ear space of that kira, then the kira does not become tameh. The rest of the compartments do not become tameh. The kira itself becomes tameh. Typically, the cheres becomes tameh ma'aviran, from the ear space. Over here we say no. Why? Because we want to show that this whole tumah, that it transfers to the compartments, is only midrabanan. We don't want people to burn their trumas and kachim based on this tumah. You're not allowed to burn your trumas and kachim based on a rabban tumah. So therefore we make a distinction. We say it only becomes tameh with maga by touching physically and not through the ear space. If you have scissors that come apart, or a carpenter's plane that has a blade on top that fits right into the wood, during the malacha, as you're going back and forth on a piece of wood, shaving it down, as you're cutting with the scissors, then they're considered one, and if tuma touches one part, one blade, the other blade becomes tumah. However, when it comes to hazah, sprinkling, making this device tahar, you have to make sure to get the sprinkle on both parts of the kli. Why is that? Because in the Raisa, they are considered one only b'shas malacha, only while you're doing the work that it's intended to do. When it's sitting on the side, they're not considered one. Therefore, Chachamim said, let's do the chumrah in both cases. Tumah, to say that they're both tameh is a chumrah. Hazah, to say that they're both not tahar, that's also a chumrah. Therefore, you have to be mazeh both, but by tumah, you only have to touch one in order for both of them to become tameh. Have a wonderful day.
Where the real soil is and the background, which was video projection or still projection, and the angles went off or the pixels changed or something, the computer can pick it up. And it said every single picture was shown on a fake background, meaning it was taken in 2 seconds, which means they were hurt, which means they didn't go to the moon. So there you go. That's the fifth proof. The smartest computer in the world that has a deepfake detector program that has never been wrong just said the Apollo mission.
Shabbos Daf Mem Tes. Good Chodesh, and I hope you all hear Psuras Tovas this month. We had to listen to the Mishnah of different products that it's usher to do atmana if they are moist. Now there's two types of moisture. There's moisture that comes from external moisture, and there's moisture that comes from within. The one that comes from within produces more heat. And the Gemara tells us, since one of the things on the list is moichin, moichin is soft material, obviously it doesn't produce its own moisture, so the entire list has moisture that comes from an exterior source. There's a brisa that says that you shouldn't use clothing, garments for atmana. And garments, obviously, the moisture comes from an exterior source. The Gemara says that's not a raya. It's possible that they produce this garment from an area of the animal, such as the thighs, that produce its own moisture. New Mishnah, the Mishnah says you could do atmana with clothing, with fruit, with kanfei, a pigeon's wing, which is going to lead us into a beautiful story of Elisha Bal Knafayim, and with sawdust and fine flax. Rabbi says that tishtan is also when it's thin. It's similar to manure, which is moist hevel, and produces additional heat. But when it's thick material, thick tishtan, then it's mutter to do atmana. Gemara tells us tefillin require guf naki, clean body. Like Elisha Bal Knafayim, Spaces points out, since he had this nace that's upcoming, obviously he had a guf naki. What does it mean to have a guf naki? Rabbi says you have to be careful from hafacha, from passing wind. Rava says careful from sleeping, because that could lead to hafacha and could lead to terror. The story is that the Romans said whoever wears tefillin, you're going to puncture the person's brain. Elisha Bal Knafayim didn't care. He walked out with his tefillin, and when he saw a Roman officer, he removed his tefillin, put them in his hand, and the officer said, "What's in your hand?" He said, "I have the wings of a pigeon." So let me see. He opened up his hand, and sure enough, with pigeon wings, he had an ace. The Gemara says, "But why do you say pigeon wings?" So the Gemara, just like a pigeon, its wings protect it from the elements and from its enemies, where other birds don't fight with their wings. A pigeon fights with his wings. So too, Klal Yisrael are protected by the mitzvahs they perform. Says the Mishnah, you could perform atmana with hides, the skins of animals, and hides are not muktzah. You do atmana with wool shearing, but they are muktzah. So if they are muktzah, how do you get to your food? It's covered with the wool shearings. What you do is you grab the handle of the lid and you pull it up, and the shearings fall off themselves. That's tukul l'achriyat with shinui. Rabbi Azari says once you have the lid off, you should not remove the pot, because then the shearings will fall in the spot that the pot was, and you wouldn't be able to put the pot back in. What you do is, with the pot in your box, you put the entire box as is, and that's how you pour whatever is in the pot into your bowl. Yosef ben Elazar says that our mission is talking about specifically hides that are owned by a common person, not a hide dealer, not someone that does business with hides. Because if it's somebody that does business with the hides, a uman, that would be muktzah. They're designated for schayra, for selling. Tanakama says that hides that are tanned, they're the finished product, they're usher. But according to everybody, the only types of hides that are makabel tumah are hides that are tanned and finished. And Taisus points out that they are finished hides, you don't need to think about designating them, they become designated automatically. If a carpenter has wood, they're muktzah. Because he's makbid, he doesn't want people to ruin them, so they're muktzah. I apologize for the noise. But a common person who has wood, the wood is not muktzah. Even a carpenter, once he places food on it, he says, let's use it for something, then those pieces of wood are no longer muktzah. These Amoraim that we discussed before, they also had a discussion, why is there 39 malachas? One man said because there were 39 different malachas in building the Mishkan. And the other man says, Rabbi Yossi ben Lakunya says, because the Torah mentions the word melacha, melachta, and meleches 39 times. Now, it's not going to help to go count the different times, because if you count, you'll come up with more. The Gemara says, for instance, and the Gemara remains in Al-Teku, the pasuk Vayavai Habaisa, referring to Yosef HaTzadik, he came home, last is melachta. Melachta can mean work, a malacha. It could also be referring to the Aveira with Eshes Petifa. Is that counted as one? What about the pasuk V'Malacha Haisa Dayam? Klal Yisrael did enough work. Well, over here it could be the word malacha to refer to task, job, not a malacha of doing. Therefore, the Gemara says it could be either one of these two psukim, to add up to 39, and not both of them, because then you'll have 40. There's a brisa that seems to be saying, like the Manda Omer, that says that the 39 malachas are keneged the Mishkan, correspond to the Mishkan. And that is, in the Mishkan, they would plant and they would reap. Why? They needed to have some money, they needed dye for the different fabrics that they made. Produced. Interesting, Rashi says they needed it for the tchelas, although tchelas is a snail, but they needed other chemicals to add to that dye. And you learn the concept of Yitzah, going from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah, from the ground to the wagon. From Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah, from the wagon to the ground. And from wagon to wagon teaches us Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah, because there was a strip of Rosh Hashanah in between. Have a wonderful day.
And the Saturn V was only a third as tall and only weighed 2,500 tons, not 800,000 tons. That's a difference of 30,000% times 3 rockets. You see, so there's a lot of inconsistencies that were supportive of that. To me, the first proof that's concrete, the shadows intersecting at 90 degrees from objects 5 feet apart. And then the second proof is just deductive reasoning.
Shabbos afternoon, we learned that you're committed to being Hashmona, things like food, with easy temper, the shearings of wool. One side, according to Rabbi, you know that Rabbi, as long as you don't designate the shearings, it's also to use those shearings, but if you designate and say, I want to use these shearings for Hashmona, for insulation purposes, they're no longer Moshe. Or the Shabbos, if somebody sets these shearings aside and says, I want to sell these later on, that automatically makes them muktzah. But if he doesn't want to sell them, they're not muktzah. We learned about the concept of muktzah machmas gufa, something that doesn't have usage like a stone, that is not a kli. Or in the Gemara's example, you have a branch of a palm tree, it's for firewood. Muktzah machmas gufa. How do you switch that into not being muktzah on Shabbos? According to Rabbi Gamliel and Shmuel, all you need to do is think about it in your head. Not Shabbat. You say, I want to sit on these branches forever, or for some Shiloh, for this particular Shabbos. Rav says, no, you have to take action. You have to tie these branches together or something like that. Just like with Hanina and Akiva, he told his Talmidim in a time of an emergency, it was either Shever Brachos or during Shiva, he said, go outside, think about these branches that you want to sit on them on Shabbos. But in a typical day, without an emergency, you have to take action. But Rashi says you don't have to take action, you have to sit on that branch. You sit on it, then you show that you want to use it for non-muktzah purposes. There's actually a brisa that says if you have cotton or wool that you want to put on a wound, so you need to dunk it in some oil and tie it to your hand in order to go out with it on Shabbos, not be over and it's up. However, if you use this in that fashion before Shabbos, that shows that's how you want to use it. It's no longer muktzah. Same thing would happen if you have straw. Straw is muktzah because they used it for building materials. So if it's on your bed, you're not allowed to smooth it out because they're muktzah. You smooth it out with the rest of your body, not with your hand. However, if you used it before Shabbos, you lay down on the bed, so you showed, I want to use it for a bed, or it's designated for the animal feed, then it's not muktzah anymore. If you take, let's say, a bucket of sand is muktzah. You bring it to your house, you want to use it to cover spit or whatever you had in your house. Those days, the floors weren't made out of concrete or tile, it was just dirt. If you designate a special spot for this dirt, it's not muktzah. Otherwise, it becomes buckled with the floor and it's muktzah. It's very possible, the Gemara says, the Rabbanan agreed in dirt. Because dirt, you can't hide dirt, you can't change the composition of the dirt, and therefore maybe they agree that in dirt, you don't need to take action. When it comes to shining kalim, the Gemara says you can shine a key on Shabbos, but you cannot shine silver with tartar, with some sort of something that takes off a layer of the silver. But you can do that. You can say that you could use sand and nether, which some translate as alum. The problem is that there's another brisa that says you cannot shine your silver with nether and sand. So what do you do? So there's three explanations of the Gemara. Either this group is not like something that's like sand, like nether and sand, where you can't take action, so action doesn't work. And therefore, either it's not muktzah, or it is muktzah, you have to take action. That's my place between two rises. Or, the question is, he's not intending to remove a layer of silver, but it might happen as he's polishing the silver. And that's the machlokes. One brisa that holds this muktzah goes according to Rav Shimon. The problem is, if we go according to Rav Shimon, it also says in the brisa that you shouldn't wash your hair with it as shampoo. According to Rav Shimon, you could wash your hair with shampoo. He even says that a nazir is not allowed to cut his hair. He's allowed to use sand and nether for shampoo, even though it might remove some of the hair. So another shot is that it goes according to Rav that says Dam Skaven also. It's actually machlokes and mitzias. It's a technical thing. Does this product, this tartar, doesn't remove a layer of silver, or it doesn't remove a layer of silver? It also says in the Seifa that you may wash your face with these products. Now, what if a person has a beard? They might remove the beard. So we must say we're talking about a woman, or a saras, a cotton, people that don't have beard. Rabbi Yehuda says that you can take crushed bricks and wash your face with it. We're not going to say that it might remove facial hair. The Rabbi says you're allowed to take crushed pepper, according to Rabbi. The Rabbi says sesame pulp. There's something called bardo. It's made out of a third of violets, a third of aloe vera, and a third is hadassah. If you have that concoction, you can use it on your face. But if it's more than a third of aloe vera, then it becomes dangerous and might remove hair. According to Rabbi Yosef, even up to 50% is muktzah. The Gemara tells us that Amemar Rav Ashi used this on the face, and Mar Zutrus didn't. It's a fundamental machlokes here. Whether a man could use beauty items, these different products that beautify a person, is it like Yilvash Gever Simas Isha? Are you acting like a woman? According to Mar Zutrus also. According to Amemar and Rav Ashi, very interesting. It's actually a mitzvah. You have to take care of your body. Hygiene is very important. And another pshat in Rashi is that when people see a beautiful person, they give shevach at his bottom. There's a vera to being mashvis
And
food
everything
to
I got
destroy
from
food.
Nessa was pre-edited.
The Gemara had a question:
In
can
fact,
you
there's
crush
very
olives
little
in order to make them
footage from
sweeter?
the first
But by
missions
doing
of the
so,
moon. In fact,
you'll be
of an
destroying
astronaut
all the olive oil.
actually standing on the
When it comes
surface
to
of the
bread, the
moon
Gemara says bread
for
doesn't
fewer
become
than
disgusting,
20
so you can do
pictures.
all sorts of
And you can
different
imagine how many pictures.
actions with it. You can clean stuff with it, whatever. At the end of the day, you can eat the
And
bread. It doesn't
Neil
become
Armstrong,
mold.
the most famous man in the world at the
Now,
time,
originally, we learned Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah says
first man to walk
if you
on
have
the
a
moon,
hakmana,
and
you have
so
a
many
pot
pictures,
in
still
a
pictures,
box
or
that's
if you
surrounded by
look
insulation. What you do is you
zero.
tilt the box and you get the
Refused
soup
to
or
have
whatever you have in the pot. The Gemara explains that
Yeah,
Elazar ben Azariah is concerned that if you remove the pot, even if the shape of the pot remains, it's also to put the pot back in. We're concerned that the gizei tzemer, the shearings of wool, would fall in, and you're going to touch them in their muktzah. But Chacham say we're not concerned. If they fall in, you're not allowed to put the pot back in. But if it has a perfect shape, you can put the pot back in. There's a beautiful flower called fikusta. You used to smell it, use it during the meal. So if you put it into some dirt, you take it out, put it back in. So now the hole is large enough. It's not going to move the dirt around. We're not concerned you're going to move dirt on Shabbos. You're allowed to take it in and out on Shabbos. The same thing if you have a knife in the wall between the bricks. We're not concerned you're going to move the mortar, which is a problem of boiling. If you have a knife, you put it between the leaves of a palm tree. We're not concerned you're going to do moifek. You're going to perhaps cut some of the leaf off. And finally, the Gemara says if a person buries turnips in the ground, if he has some of the leaves sticking out of the ground, he's allowed to remove them on Shabbos. We're not concerned that he's going to plant them under, let's say, a vineyard and it will be on our clay, or he'll plant them on shmidl. That's not considered planting, because what he's doing is he's just storing it. He's not tied to mice, he's just storing it. The worst problem is, how does he remove that on Shabbos? By removing it, he's going to be moving dirt. You see that moving dirt is not the issue like the Gemara told before, and the Gemara remains in a question of a wonderful day.
In fact, the original slate says test. That's a Hollywood term for special effect shot. And it's allegedly the blue Earth floating in space. They're trying to show the audience 2 days into the flight. Mind you, this thing has a computer clock timestamp. 2 days into the flight where they're supposed to be halfway to the moon. Neil Armstrong even says, you can show the clip, for the part that they intended to broadcast. This is Neil Armstrong calling in from 130,000 miles out. In fact, before he says that, he asks Houston, how far out do you have?
Don't do so.
Well, the answer is going to come up right there.
However,
Should tell him that he's still in Earth orbit.
And then you uncover
He didn't want to
your
contradict the computer program
to cover
that Eugene
on
Grant
Shabbos.
said
Another element
is
is
fooling all the people
you
during
have
the
a whole thing you
simulation.
want to protect it.
And we
From
see
the
this
sun,
little
you're allowed to insulate
with
it. As we said,
allegedly
in the
space
reverse,
all
you have a
around it.
country, you're
He
not
explains to the audience there's only one window that faces the Earth and there's filled up with
Bingo.
the camera, meaning to shoot the tiny Earth with black around it, you have to have the lens right at the glass of the camera. I mean, the lens of the camera is right at the glass of the window. So if you want to play the footage, we have this little blue Earth that's allegedly them, now if you want to hit pause, this is supposed to be the Earth floating in space with the lens of the camera up against the window, and this proves that they're really far away from the Earth. We have the unedited version where the lights come up and you discover the camera is right at the back of the spacecraft.
And not only that, he
They've
said,
turned
you're
out
allowed
all the lights,
water
and
that
this
was
is a
boiled by
circular
blood
window
because
outside of which is filled with the Earth in Earth orbit.
the
But it
Bishalako,
looks like
there is no problem with
in
Bishalako.
space. This is really the window of the spacecraft with the Earth outside of it.
He held that other question like Nachman should not act like that. Because other
Come
people
up
are going
and
to
you
take it
see they
as
just
if you're going to
lied
be making a
about
Allah.
being halfway to the moon. And in addition to
It's
this,
also,
if you want to run it back a few seconds,
you got to
not
come up
only
with something that's missing.
do we have them faking this shot,
that
I don't want to hear this audio.
salt and other things
We
that
hear at the very beginning of the tape, NASA says, hey, the TV picture looks great. They didn't even get it themselves. It was screened somewhere else. But they said it was here. The TV picture looks great. Then there's dead air for 1 second.
and we don't say,
Dead
oh,
air
just
for 2
started over.
seconds.
And
Dead air for
that
3
one
seconds.
put on
Dead air for 4
particular layer,
seconds. And then the
it's
third
not
party,
considered
not
Hatmana.
NASA, not the
Only this
astronauts,
serve Hatmana is in that original path.
it's the
If you take
CIA
a path and
telling
pour it
you
into
don't
another
speak.
path, you're showing that you don't care. You're tuning off this food anyway. So there's no sense in saying that perhaps you're going to go ahead and boil it up again. He's already in the process of cooling off the food. If a person takes his food and puts it in the box, and the box cover is muktzah, it's possible to take the food out. If the box is slightly ajar, slightly open, then you're allowed to take the food out. Obviously, the box is not muktzah, and he's really in our orbit, only 250 miles. Or it doesn't, so I take the metal
So the conversation would be instantaneous back and forth. So they figured about 2 seconds to go out, 2 seconds to come back. The CIA had to stop watching, he had an earpiece in, he hears NASA,
of course, the
right
opposite
away.
is also true. You let
1,
it
2, 3, 4.
further put it on the metal wear, and you let
And
it
I'm like,
metal
whoa,
on the metal, and the metal wear
what's
has
this? And then I start looking at it because this is
And then finally
unedited.
for this
They only aired about
it's
maybe 10
also
to 20 seconds of
the
it. I have
frost
an hour of
ice
them
cube
trying
in
to
the
get
sun,
this shot right.
the
They
frost
even
snow,
insert
but
into
it's
the window a little progressive piece of cardboard to make it look like the Terminator line between night and day.
how can I
And the
love
part that the public saw, it looks really
now we
good.
start
I would have been fooled until the lights come up. You see them removing
This is
the
the rights
Terminator
of
line,
Jesus.
and it's actually a
Let's make
1 foot
sure
long.
the animal keep shop
They're faking
animals
being
that live
halfway to the
in
moon
the
2 days into the flight. They can't walk on the moon the next day because it's a 3-day
what
trip.
constitutes
And if they really went to the moon, why would they be faking any of it? And if they're faking being halfway to the moon, it's because they can't go
some sort
halfway.
of
They
jewelry
can't
that
leave
we're
Earth orbit.
beautifying
Just
itself.
like Bob Braun
What's
said,
considered
all the fuel will only get you into Earth orbit. It's like Elon
good
Musk said, you can't
go
go
out
from
for
Earth orbit right away. You have to burn fuel first, and the proof that
It's
there's
very wild.
mannequins
Hold on,
orbiting the moon instead of
white
Instead of
female
people.
knockoff.
They can't leave Earth orbit in 1969. It just proves,
So
and they
for
can't
that
leave Earth
particular
orbit today.
panel,
So if
the
you
notion
continue
is not
playing
considered
this clip,
you have a Google document.
you just said playback. It was supposed to be live, but since private conversations, because we have the unedited version, they're talking about how they're faking it. Don't speak until we tell you to create a fake radio delay, and this actually is a live for playback later. After they
If one
have
of
a
these
chance to
chain
edit it
devices
to pick up
becomes
the best
funny
part.
to my slaves, I'm going to sprinkle with paradumash and reduce so even though it's on that video. You
No,
put the
that's
whole
an
animal on
anonymous
its head,
whistleblower.
and that's enough. Just hardly you don't have to take it off the animal.
Thinks he knows who it was.
Or just tells the story, maybe one of these
When do
movies
you see,
very,
more and
really
more of this
good.
shot
So you send
where
money
the
to a
lights
very
come
distant
up
place.
and it dawns on you. When I watch audiences watch this in theaters or conferences,
Therefore,
they
pick
gasp.
these barley
What's your name? Candace Owen just
Just
gasped.
feed your
I
donkey
did. I'm
barley.
like,
That's all it needs.
wait a minute, that's not the Earth in space. It's
They
the
sent it from
window.
the Rabbi.
They're faking. Let me make sure I get this
But
right.
if you
They're faking being halfway
very
to the moon,
wild doctor did not
which means they can't go halfway.
and instead of giving it a nose ring, you gave it
Which means
a
they
whole
go.
which is not really going to
Which
control.
means, oh my gosh,
That's considered carrying on top. It's also gives that to the animal.
this is the proof that even my critics agree is that
What about
faking being halfway to the moon from Earth orbit, which they would never have to do if
Instead
they're
of giving
really
it to
going
the
to the moon.
camel, an
This was
older
proven in a
gave
court
it
of
a
law.
nose ring. Is that
Two
considered
NBC news directors agreed that
Is
this
it right that
absolutely proves that they
that a
never
little
left Earth
doctor
orbit and
go
therefore
out
did
and
not
look
go
at
to
all
the moon?
where typically you give it
The first NBC news director refuses to air it for fear
go
of
both
cause
ways.
civil war.
What about a
The second one says we're going to broadcast this
typically
nationwide. They fly me to New York, put me up to Walker Astoria, showcase me describing it, and then they get a threatening phone call from the federal government threatening to hold their blood.
Or just tells a story that ladies don't
And they say,
overcoat
sorry,
Rabbi
keep your money.
and Rabbi
Got a threatening call from the government. We can't
college
do
diet
this
is the
because
best
it
way.
proves they didn't
You
go to
sad
the
in that
moon.
lady would overtake you like that.
Two
Even though
NBC
she was
news
more
directors
conscious than labor.
agreed that this
The lady
proves they
wanted
didn't go to the
to
moon.
reason
My
the lady
critics
asked the
agree.
question,
This
which
is
kind
fake
of
footage
explained
from
what
the first
happened.
Apollo mission.
Said,
Why would any of it be
what's that
fake
law
if they were
regarding my donkey?
the first
Not a very well behaved
Yeah.
donkey over
And then, of course, the last Apollo
I
mission
use
had
on
shadows that are
Shabbos
60
when
to
he's a
90
food
degrees, meaning they didn't go then either, unless they had
said,
identical
yes, in
equipment.
fact,
So
your own father
equipment can't go
Hanina
beyond
the
Earth orbit.
any
The clones said they
Sarah,
can't go beyond
any
Earth orbit.
additional guarding of an animal, giving a nose ring to an animal
Interesting.
that
Is
doesn't
that the
even know
entire video?
it's
No,
not
we're playing it. The cut riots. The lights. Wait till you see. Wait till you see it. getting in front of the window.
Shabbos Daf Beis. How's everybody doing?
So the
The other day we
governor
were
was
learning
going vertical.
about different leashes and collars that an animal is allowed to go out on Shabbos doesn't constitute tilting, carrying on Shabbos. Today we're discussing goats. The goat has a very narrow head. If you were to put an officer or a poker on it, you could easily see what's out of it. And therefore, it doesn't account as it doesn't account as that constitutes carrying on Shabbos. Therefore, you cannot put an officer on a goat.
I think they actually
If
did
you want to put an officer on a goat on Shabbos,
on the BTR, everybody are taping this. But it was a mechanical button that comes up after it gets recording. That's a one light, and the top light that they use to have a little bit of light. They turn off the
on the one hand,
light
it's very painful
so
to
that
put
the
the
wall
wall.
can be
On the
dark
other hand,
and
if you
your
really
last
want to
space
shift
around
back
it.
and forth,
And here they are, they're
you want to
about ready
remove
to part the crescent insert in front of the
if you
window.
want to take a leather piece and tie it between the horns of the cow. If you did this,
And
with
Neil
decorative
Armstrong
purposes,
removing
for
that.
everybody, that's considered
And then the lights come up and you see the real position of the camera. And they're really bright and
However,
mirrored out
if
the
you put it
window.
there in order to lead the cow,
See that?
that's not clear.
They're faking being
That says
halfway to
it's
the
also
moon with a 1 foot
says
model
it's
of
not
the earth
considered
using
Big
the window.
problem
It's a
for
very
that is
clever
Torah.
forgery.
Lot of
But
like
I have
Torah
the
Dumas,
unedited version
any kind of
showing
weight,
them
any
that they're
load on
faking.
top of the Torah Dumas.
That's what convinced
On the
me.
other hand, I
When I
like that
saw that,
put a
I
leash
must
on
have
the
said,
Torah
oh my
Dumas. That
God.
doesn't
About
constitute
50
a weight,
times
that's not a
in a
load.
minute. And I'm
The
like,
question is,
oh my God,
what
this
is
is
the route?
really
You're not allowed to go out on Shabbos with a leash.
I just
That's
went by
constitute a
it.
load.
Like,
There are three
this is
answers
so
given.
sad.
Abai says we're
mankind
discussing a
can't
case
tell
where
the
he's trying
truth.
to bring transport the
That our
Torah
own
to
government
another
is
city.
murdering
In that
people
case,
to
it's the
cover it up,
Lord that had
embezzling
to
this
leash,
money,
guide him all the way to
and
the
deceiving people.
Rabbi
To
says,
this day,
perhaps we're talking about
what a wicked
Torah
thing to do. The truth
that
has
is
to come
extremely
out.
expensive.
Otherwise,
Otherwise,
the
it's always
wickedness
expensive.
prevails.
Something the story of
Let's talk
David
about the
Zito.
murder.
And therefore, it's the
Second,
norm
so
to add an extra level of protection to this.
well, we know
When
of
you added a leash, that's okay.
at least 9
Or,
people
we're talking about a crazy plan of Duma.
who were killed because of this.
Really wild. Therefore,
I mentioned before that Fox was originally going to air A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon that you can see on the homepage freedomsabroad.com and then check it out. And in their special called Conspiracy Theory, Did We Really Go to the Moon? It was a great film. They pointed out that there were 5 Apollo astronauts and backup crew
That's okay.
who were being groomed to fake the moon landings that all had accidents within a 24-month period of one another. I mean, you run a business. If 5 of your employees had accidents here at work within 24 months, I think the homicide detectives would be all over the place until they found out what was going on. And then, according to the widow of the man who is going to be the first man to walk on the moon, her name is Betty Grissom. I interviewed her for 4 hours. Her husband, Virgil Grissom, was the most beloved of all the astronauts. He had a mishap in his Mercury capsule where the explosive bolts flew off when it hit the water. And it was considered to be an embarrassment and a failure. He was going to meet with President Kennedy. That was canceled because it was an embarrassment.
One is a saying that instead of Rabbi said, that there are 4 types of animals.
And at the press conference,
one of them is
he confided in the press conference. His widow, who I interviewed for 4 hours with the Jews. I interviewed her, I think, in 1999. She's passed away. That's why I'm able to put this information in my book that's not in the film. This is the second to the last chapter called NASA's Greatest Fear. It's because of this guy. If they faked the moon landing and never killed anybody, maybe it's the devious part of me, you know? Well, good for them. You know, it's like it's like the people who tunnel, you know, from the dry cleaner into the bank to get the gold. You know, good for them. You know, that was clever, but not if they slit the throat of the guards with knives and kill children. And that's what they did. Basically, Virgil Grissom was going to be the first man to walk on the moon because he was most beloved by the public and the press corps. After that mishap, he confessed he made another mistake. We're like, well, what mistake? He had in each of his front pockets like 4 rolls of nickels in one pocket and 4 rolls of nickels in another pocket. You know, bank. If nickels
that he dunked the
to
head of the
give
animal
to his son
and
who helps him
higher
for
that
3 hours,
What
who
about
was
this?
convinced his
That
father was
ring was
murdered.
really tight.
And that way he was in the 3rd grade or something. He could give these nickels to the school children, and everyone could have a souvenir of a nickel that's been in outer space. But as his capsule started filling with water, and he started sinking with this extra weight in his pocket, she said, I guess there wasn't such a brilliant idea. And the press corps laughed and was endeared to him. And then one reporter asked him that. They said, were you afraid? And he said, of course, he was afraid. And they're like, he's so human, he's so real. They said, this is the guy who's most going to make him first man to walk on the moon. He couldn't understand why none of the equipment worked. In my film, I don't have the narrator pointing it out, but I show it for a few seconds. 3 or 4 weeks before they go to the moon, they have a little fake moon set in front of reporters, and Armstrong's supposed to be practicing picking up the first rock. He has a pole that NASA built with a bag on the end of it, and he has a fake little rock there where reporters take pictures of him practicing.
That is part because
As he's picking it up, the bag breaks off the pole.
as we said before,
They
a
can't
ring for
get
an
that
animal or a ring that fits on
much
a board,
less life support systems,
vessel,
fuel, safety, and all of that.
hang up a
One
frying
of
pan
Virgil's
with
last
rings
words
is
were,
removed from the
during a
frying pan.
ground
That
test,
ring is not
they couldn't get a wire and a code to work between 2 buildings. You see that? They can't get
For
a
Shabbos
bag to
purposes,
stand
the
on the pole to pick up
a
the
ring
first
that
wave
has
rock.
a signal.
He says, how are we going to go to the moon if we can't
If a
talk
woman
to
walks
two
out with that on
buildings?
Shabbos, it's
He was
considered
preparing
It
reports
doesn't
to
have the
Congress
signature
and the Senate,
and it's an Isser
which his
Rabbi.
wife said were confiscated by the CIA from his house the day he
If it's a
died.
whole
They
needle
came in, took
without
everything,
any
and
rust,
left
it's
without
without
even
a
informing
and even
her
if it
that
has
her
rust, as long
husband had
as it
just
doesn't
died. He was
hurt
preparing
the
his
sewing
report to
process,
Congress
it's
and the
without
Senate to say, look, he said we're
You
10
never made
years
a hole, you
at
never made the eye to the
least
needle,
away from going to
and
the
you're
moon.
planning on making that hole.
No
So
one
right
would
now
fix
it's not a
anything
Calhoun, it's not a
because the
key.
higher-ups knew they were
However,
likely
it's not
going to
looked
fake
so
it, but
because
had
this
not
serves
at that
serves
point
the
in
purpose
time
to remove
told the
the
astronauts yet.
splinter.
He was getting so
When it
frustrated.
comes to
All these
Shabbos,
reports,
taking
no one
out
fixed
the
anything.
issues to
Verbal
shows if it
complaints,
has
no one
a
fixed
hole,
anything.
you're fired.
So a
But
few
if
days
it's
before he was
for a
murdered,
woman to put a pin,
without
it doesn't
permission,
have a hole, then she's allowed to go out with it.
he took a bunch of reporters up to the top of the rocket. His wife told me that morning he was a bit of a gardener, and he had in his backyard in Houston like an apple tree, an orange tree, and a lemon tree. She said he picked a lemon the size of a grapefruit to make it. And he took a coat hanger, he clipped it, and he stuck it in there. He took a bunch of reporters to the top of the rocket, and he had hung it on there with a coat hanger. Said, this thing is a lemon, a piece of junk. The Pentagon officials read their TV dinners at home, seeing that on the evening news. They're like, this guy's a problem. So a few days later, they sucker him into a ground test. They reversed the door from opening
Shabbos after
outwardly
Gimel, I hope
to
everybody's
inwardly,
doing great.
which takes another
Mishnah
5
tells
minutes.
us
They
something called a
pressurize
das,
it
a
with
saddle.
100%
It's much
oxygen.
wider than the saddle. The saddle goes on top of that, which provides for the donkey.
His wife told
Therefore,
me this
the
back.
donkey's life will have
January
to rather with
26,
the saddle cloth, provided that it's
1967,
tied to the
he came
donkey
home
in
from
order
work
to
and said
go
the following. On,
So Shmuel
for some
and
strange
must
reason,
apply
the
this to Shabbos.
CIA is
Christ
all
tells
over the
us
launch pad
we're
today
das,
inspecting
walking
the
animals,
equipment. I've been there
but
for
not
3
with a
years.
saddle. The saddle is also to put on an animal without let him walk
The
out.
CIA.
And we'll
Why
say the
did
saddle
they
is
show
visible
up
to the
today?
saddle also provides
The very
some
next
heat, not as
day,
much as our das, but
he
provides
said
heat.
from
Provided that it doesn't have
it's his
strap on
wife's
the front
opinion
and back
and his
that
son's
prevent
opinion as a
the
747
saddle from
pilot
slipping forward
with
and backwards
100%
downhill.
certainty.
That
Their
looks like someone
father,
trying
their
to get ready
husband,
to
the man
carry
who was going to be the first man to walk on the moon,
a saddle
was
is
murdered
also
by
to
the
take
CIA
off an animal
because
from
he was an
Shabbos.
Apollo.
And the question is, why is a saddle
Their
so
opinion
weird?
is not
A saddle
mine.
cloth is not
So
so
our
what
country,
you're given is
first
saddle
legal
to make the animal
document
walk back
is
and forward
not
and it'll
the
take it off by
Constitution.
itself, whereas
It's
Merdas,
actually
my
the
father says
Declaration of
that the difference is
Independence.
that
And they
Merdas
say
provides
when
heat.
any
In other words,
government
the people always
becomes
account for this animal's
destructive
habits, and that's muscle.
of
So
life,
to the
liberty,
cloth,
and the pursuit of
a saddle,
happiness, and
that's
it's the right of the
like,
people
it doesn't really mean a saddle
was the
for
first
giving you
one.
pleasure
Life.
or
They're murdering their own people to cover up their crimes.
also to put on a saddle
In
on top.
today's dollars,
The
it
first
costs
it seems like there's room to put on a saddle on top.
$250 billion
There's something called a strasco, which is a feedback. This baggy type of horses, a donkey. Is that mutter to put on an animal? Just like showing it's awesome because it's only a pleasure for the animal. It doesn't have to bend down, but it's not to prevent it. In fact, everybody else said it in the saying, hey, it's not compared to the lion from Buffalo, in other words, the shore. But Rob says that it's mutter to put a feedback on animals, and when you hear Rob says this, he said, that's what Rob says. Rob doesn't have anything when it comes to the shops.
During this little thing,
Of course,
the last 3
you're
years
not going out
in
with
California.
ornaments such as Texas tail, which prevents iron butter. A sock should not go out with a couch a goat should not go out with a couch on it. Others will say much more about that later. That is a cow should not go out with a muzzle because all these are considered mastery of a bird. A shoe on a cow is also what makes the cloth. We're not talking about a horseshoe, which is a fierce, strong one. And this shoe halacha is a form by an animal that we're not by a person, because obviously children can't go out with a shoe. An animal should not go out with a kamea,
They will not establish a
even if
religion.
it's kamea, already proved itself into lumfa by the regulation, which the fake human is not necessarily good. Kamea anyway, for an animal, the human has a nose, has a mouth, that goes with it, provides for it, or goes to shemayim, and it won't work for an animal. An animal is privileged to go out with a bandage and a splint and a broken bone, and the sentence and a bell that is stuffed to the mouth. It does say though, the young horses will not go out with pasture
Because if the truth comes out, that's
seems
the
like
limits were
fighting in
fake.
your own backyard.
The
It's
very
not
next can of worms.
the Gemara says you must explain that it's possible
And the way I put it this way, Matt, is
something that people give in discomfort, not giving pleasure
has
to
more
anyone.
access to the
Young
jam
horses,
files
it's very
and
difficult for them to depend on you.
and it's
Therefore,
his
consider
research
the
and opinion
That's
with
the cell phone, which
100%
you are allowed to put on
that the
Shabbos.
CIA murdered their own president.
It says that you're not allowed to put a scab on an animal.
To get something off his chest.
Why?
He said
I must say that we're
public was
talking
against
about
the Vietnam
a heel
War.
scab, and this is for
So we
pleasure,
needed something
not
like
discomfort. It's not allowed.
So
An animal
and
is not
then
allowed
the
to go into
CIA
water
got
and
together
has some sort of
and
blood
tried
clot, or
an
even
attack
allowed
of
to go
a
into
North
water.
Vietnamese ship.
It says, well, it's not
An
because of
American
discomfort,
ship
not
that
discomfort.
was on
It's a different
He
question
said
about
before he
the same
died,
amount of people might be
never
you're
happened.
giving it medicine, and
Congress
you'll come
passed
to
a
provide
law
herbs, medicine, and that's us.
Starts
It's a place whether this,
based
there
on
is
lies.
fun and she can say,
Congress and the
applies to an
Senate
animal.
didn't vote to fix
There's another
the
side.
They're
If
being
a farmer
deceived
make it
by
zero,
the
let's say
CIA.
she gets some money,
That led
where
to
you're
the
about to
death
lose
of
money.
3
Since
million
your animal
people,
will die, it doesn't go to cold water.
58,220
Another example is, let's say your animal had a foot. Are you allowed to
They're
call
willing
it
to kill their own
you're in
president.
zero, you might
If
get
they're
grab
willing
it,
to
and that
kill
would be awesome.
58,220 of their own people,
You're allowed to mercy in that case,
they're
not
going to
a
have a
giant
problem.
fuck. It's not talking about as a cook. It's within your cook is just out of the cook of this stuff.
Did you record the videos with the wife?
This is machlokes. As we mentioned before,
No, the
about 6
agreement was that I would take notes
to the
and that I would
conversation
release that
of
information
whether or not
after her death.
a goat
And
go
so
out of the
that's
house
what
on
is
its
in
own.
the book. And then so we have those 5 deaths.
The Bible says it's also the
We have the 3 deaths of the Apollo 1 crew, the crew that was going to be the first man to walk out. These are just the ones we know of.
it's not a good.
So
Another way to
this is how the deaths and the murders and the proof guys
it's
in
not a
first
common
row,
explain.
shadow intersecting at 90 degrees, electrical light,
Couches on the other
scientifically proven.
The
Again, you can't have 1,000 times greater space travel capability, which 1 million computing power cell phone in 1969 today. That proves it.
and that's actually considered medicine
We
for
just showed
animals.
the model that
Animals
if you get a
benefit from
1-foot window to simulate
versus
the Earth floating in space,
catch the milk
faking
in a
being
bucket.
halfway to the
And
moon,
that is not
seeing
for
it go
animals.
halfway to the moon,
Because
you
it's
choose
liquid,
it and go to the
therefore
moon.
it is
And then
awesome.
lastly, we have an
What tells
eyewitness.
us a mice
If I sat in court, you know,
animal that had very
someone
large
robbery,
arteries that was
that
scraping the
guy,
ground,
that
but
Bill did it, I bet my life on it.
prevent
That's
discomfort.
pretty powerful evidence,
And
isn't
that
it?
follows everything you
And
said.
then,
Allowed
if
to
someone
provide-
says that as they're dying,
One of the most
you know,
incredible stories in the
I've known about this
These
robbery for
stories
years, and I
where a
just supposed to
person's
say,
wife
that guy
died
did this,
and
right?
left him a child,
Courts consider a deathbed confession.
and the father couldn't provide for the child
So
and
what
what
we
we
have
had.
is
The father
a gentleman by the name of Cyrus Eugene Akers. We have a picture of him. He
Look how great this person
was
was.
chief of security at the Air Force's most secure base. Every branch in the military has like their special ops intelligence headquarters. He was in charge of the security at the special ops headquarters of the United States Air Force and an Air Force base close to Mexico.
Not very.
As the man is on his deathbed, wanting to get right with God and as best as we can God will forgive your sins, even murder, if you confess them and renounce them and again. Pretty grateful, right? He says the first thing I need to confess, I'm a murderer. His son is there, who's my source. He's like, what? Your own dad, you killed somebody? He says, well, I killed a coworker and an Air Force base in 1968. The son is so alarmed, he brings in the military police to investigate. Now, what's that? Because he wants to get this family closure. So they don't fear what happened to him.
Similarly,
And then the military police come in, the son is there, he's my source. Tells him who killed. And then they ask him, why? Why did you kill him? He says, well, we both saw them film the first one landing on a mock lunar stage inside two large airplane hangars, and they took out the weapons from them. They built the set over several weeks. President Johnson was there, and it was a curiosity the first of 3 days of the first, second, and third of 1968. We saw them fake the moon landing at the base. I was in charge. My friend thought it was morally wrong. He was going to tell the reporter.
Chavez documentado the list of things that animals
The man was given a list of 15 people who were allowed in to observe, given to him by President Johnson. He came to this. We published those names in the book. Buzz Aldrin was on that list. He wasn't even in the space of the video images we had their face discovered. We watched as they did it. There are some of the names. President Johnson, Neil Armstrong, and Aldrin, Werner von Braun, the Nazi guy who the Nazi firm says was about to be thrown into jail 4 times right before he died. Robert Ebenezer. I never heard of this guy. I had to look him up. He was a science fiction consultant for the military. He spent all of his life saying the moon missions are real and aliens are real. I also have a book about how aliens are deception. One of our monsters are going to fake alien invasion in the near future. But he was there as a consultant. Eugene Grant, flight director, said they destroyed all of the technology.
Shmuel says like the great
on the
system,
moon,
no matter what,
all the original videotapes, they would never do what they really went. But it's exactly what they would do. They demonstrated a lot. James Webb, NASA administrator,
dry out the others
future
is
NASA
okay.
astronaut,
But since people
Thomas
don't have
Paine,
friendship
deputy administrator,
therefore the others are everything that's
flight
possible.
director for
Difference
Super
is
Craft,
that if you're in a
mission
place
control and
that they never
founder,
try to capture the people,
James
you
Van
can only
Allen,
dry out the others,
said
then
originally
nobody's
that
gonna
the
make
radiation
a
belts
mistake.
are 100 times a
The mission says that a demo should not go out with pellets. The third trying to
Roger
ration that's
Trudeau,
what
Army
he likes the most
intelligence, and a couple of people that we can best tell with Navy and CIA intelligence.
on top of that piece of leather, you put a strap. This
These were the
piece of
people
leather
who were
prevents the
there.
strap from
We verified that
causing
Johnson
injury to
was
the
there. We verified that
So the
Robert
camel
Ebenezer
cannot go out
was
with
there.
this
So
strap.
these people on the
It might
list.
fall down and you
And
might
so this
unless
is
it's also
incredible
strapped to the
information.
camel and therefore won't fall down. You're not
Little
permitted to
side
tie
note,
camels
if you read my book, I go into great detail about how I was actually kidnapped by the CIA when I was at the doorsteps of CNN to give them the footage, and we just saw the thing photography. Through ceremony, I escaped. I beat the cop, the NBC news director, I was grabbed by this exotic drug. The lab was broken into in the middle of the night, and all I had to say, let's get to that. There's too much to unpack there. Anyway, that's not another thing. But so it was the deathbed confession outlies recording, and then the house with the videotape in it seriously burned to the ground. Really. Yeah. So if you go to Sabral.com, on the homepage, I have the eyewitness testimony of the son who was
The
there
halacha is
describing his father's deathbed
and
confession.
cloud
He still loves. He just died when we had him on videotape. It's on the homepage of my website. He says I live right across
Mr.
from Cannon
says,
Air Force Base. My father was chief of security there, and my father hated lying.
one foot of a camel,
And so he was a man of truth. He said this, that it happened. He described what his father told him.
question is, what
That
is
for weeks they brought him concrete powder, simulating the lunar surface. They brought him a module, and they put in the background, medical.
or it means
So Apollo 1 was the
all
first scheduled
and
manned
Rabbi
mission to the
said
moon,
the
and
middle
those
option
three people
means
died in this accident. And you're saying that the CIA was there and tampered with the container that essentially brought them alive. Pressurized oxygen.
Yeah, all the astronauts respected Virgil's criticism of NASA, at least privately. But there was a running joke saying they didn't want to stand anywhere near him in case he got struck by lightning. So, because he was so critical of NASA and everybody knew that, if he had an accident by himself, it would all the more look like murder. So they killed two other guys along with him to make it look like an accident. And according to his wife, he said the CIA showed up the day before, going into the space capsule. The following day was a test, and he was burned alive inside of there with two other people. That fire was set by the CIA, according to his widow. They even have forensic proof that was the case.
the male
So,
sheep has a very long tail that drags on the ground, and
well, they have
that is also
record
on
of
Shabbos.
the electrical
Chanunas is also
voltage
for
of
Shabbos.
the craft,
It means
as it was consistent until right
toothpick
before
of
the
some
fire
wood
it nipped down. So they believe some device was tapped into the electrical supply, was activated by radio remote control, and it siphoned off power
Another shot is
that they
after
can show a record of,
you
and
sure it's
then
oil,
it ignited a
really
fire.
fancy, put a compress
They
oil on its phone,
Only
like
would
when I said
pressurize anything with 100% oxygen, but they
made it
did
the point
on
like
that
I'm
occasion.
like the wealthy
They
person.
reversed the door.
Other
They
shot
found
was
a pile of
this
rags
bird
dipped in
I'm
flammable
inside
oil underneath his seat. They
now
targeted
you
him
make
in
my wife yell.
particular. In
Spoil
the
it.
event they
Doesn't
were
make
able
sense
to get out of the fire, they wanted it to start there.
And the reason that they couldn't open the door is because the door was reversed and the capsule was pressurized.
That makes
Yeah,
sense.
so they couldn't do it. It was a very lengthy procedure to open up the door. And they burned alive probably within 10,
A
15
passion I go
seconds.
out with something called the
And there's nothing they would do. And it would look like an accident. And it would look like they didn't single him out in particular.
later on in its life.
And it was in a warning
Do not put on the udder of a cow
Neil Armstrong's
the
crew
skin
with
of a
Michael
hedgehog,
Collins
which
was
has sharp thorns,
operate more else.
spikes,
Send
to prevent
us
ruts
up here.
and rats
Tell us
from
what
breeding
we're
the cow.
watching.
This is the
Mr.
son
says,
of the man who committed homicide at Cannon Air Force Base, who was present during his father's deathbed
As a
confession.
home warden, happy to
And he was the one who brought in the military police, and he was involved in the investigation.
so many
And
cows.
he saw them when they asked his father, "Why did you kill this person?" And he said, "To cover up the pending fraud." He's going to describe what his father
Which
told
says,
him
the
in
book
great
says it's
detail
something
about
about
how they prepared
his name.
the two hangers to make it look like a fake lunar set.
Someone who does the
Hello, my name is Gene
it's
Gilmore.
failed to review his
My
next door
birth given
lady
name
neighbor.
is Eugene
It's as if he
Robert Gators.
himself was a paper on the affair because when you
I don't want any money for what I'm doing
it's as if
because
you
hopefully
yourself
this video won't come out after my death.
wonderful
So I have nothing to gain, nothing to profit by telling you what I'm going to tell you. And a lot of what I'm going to tell you is based on my life until I see this video, and I'm sure things will start getting sprung. As well as moon photos. But anyway, my father in 1968 was stationed at Cannon Air Force Base
Shabbos
in
that
New
we pay.
Mexico.
What
I
it
made
tells us
notes on my
see
computer
somebody sitting in a beer who doesn't do
so that I wouldn't get anything worse. There's a lot of little things, stuff that I forget. So these notes were made a long time ago. The original recording that my father made on his deathbed was
prayer. Rabbi Yehuda, his comment says, Rabbi, it says in the pasuk,
destroyed in a fire.
listen to the poor at the end.
But
They don't listen to you.
so this is my deathbed confession because
Your
now I'm
Rabbi
dying of cancer. I
is a
have
homework. Rosh
cancer.
Your Rabbi's
All
Rabbi.
over the place.
He might be close.
So they don't know where it's coming from. I don't know
There's
big
a mix
stuff.
of places about
But so I'm going to go ahead and make this video for Bart Cybrell. He has not done anything with it until
in Shomayim,
notification of my death, which my son will respond to that. Okay. Like I said, in 1968, my father was stationed at Canton Air Force Base, New Mexico. We lived in Clovis, New Mexico. He was in the military police for over 20 years. And on his deathbed in 2002, we made a recording of what happened. I already told you what happened with the recording. But it doesn't matter because all the facts are there, so it doesn't matter who's telling the story or whatever. I was, at the end of the video, I'll supply a picture of my father, his badge, the flag, when they buried him, I'll show you some photos of my dad. I was born in 1955. So in 1969, I was 14 years old. I didn't remember all the way come down, landing on the moon, walking around, all that stuff. Anyway, I never quite did that until my dad told me what he told me on his deathbed. And I started doing a little, nothing major, nothing, just surfing the web. I think I call it surfing the web. And a lot of that information is right there on the web. I mean, it verifies the story. Good detective. I'd be able to mark up a lot more
destroy your breaker
of the story.
These are
I can tell you.
of destruction.
So,
Why did I be broken?
these have
The
a,
letter to tough. I don't call the letter because it stands for
I'll never know my dad to lie.
he's going to live through or
He thought lying was worse than whatever it was you did to begin with. I remember going to school with long sleeve shirts on
or
to hide the verbal welts. You did not lie in our house, that's for sure. Dad had a really bad attitude towards lying. Excuse me. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, this is the story that my dad told me. His
stop
Project Slam Dunk was the name of this. President Johnson in 1968. Okay. Cannon Air Force Base in 1968. He said by the time he got there, that there was already two large hangars that were connected. There was hundreds of dump trucks that came in and dumped sand and stone and cement powder was covered over the top of all that to make it look like a landscape. And they captured it to a landscape. Okay, I've never known my dad to die, so this all took me by surprise. What's that all about? So anyway, he said that in front of the airplane hangars was framing with large canvas tents that was concealing the inside of the staging area. Inside the staging area, on flatbed trucks, what was operated, the lunar lander that was assembled, reassembled back inside the hangars. All of the walls were painted flat black, and the ceilings as well. He was sworn to secrecy by the NSA, and they would put him in prison for breaking that oath. When Dad saw the moon landing on TV, he cried. He said he knew that what he witnessed on TV was exactly what they recorded in that hangar. There was no reason for them to go flying around while they had detailed high-definition photos of the landing area. There was no reason
years.
Torah says,
Flying around to a different landing area that almost exhausted their fuel,
what
except
exactly?
for calm, because everything had gone so smoothly.
It says, it's the word, reliable,
So it had to be something.
Shua says,
Anyway,
Ramble on the
that
Lord.
was one of 3 guards.
The
They
Pasuk
guarded
sings
the inside of the front entrance. There was a list of 15 people who could enter. No one else was allowed by order of President Johnson. Here is that list I gave the guards, so I wrote it slow. Checked out a lot of these names and he says he can verify a lot of these people and what they do. And I come across the myself. Anyway, President Johnson, Neil Armstrong, Edmund Aldrin, Werner von Braun, Robert Ebenezer, Gene Kranz, James Webb, Joe Kerwin, Dr. Thomas Paine, Glenn Liddy, Dr. Christopher Krabs, Dr. James Van Allen, General Trudeau, Lieutenant Colonel Donald Simon, and granddaughter. The only two that I had really have information on is Robert Ebenezer. Apparently, he did a lot of video work and stuff for the Department of Defense.
Therefore,
So, they didn't know. The other one was granddaughter, our wife, I believe.
why is it first
Was, that's my dad's daughter was a FBI, CIA, NSA, something like that.
finally, another one of my said,
President Johnson only showed up for the first day of health. Coming last 3 days, and the entire project was restored. Worst thing you're involved taking apart, sand was off, so on and so forth. Dad said there was a lot of building going on at the base, so at the time, so sand and cement powder was never questioned. So small panel and everything else is going. Since 2002, I have dug up that wire and told you about the evidence for the moonlight that I have found. If you go to Google and go to Cannon Air Force Base website, they admit that President Johnson was there.
How's everybody doing?
The lunar lander was there. The astronauts were there. I also have verified some of the people on the list were there. I also verified that there were a lot of building going on in base just to see it totally. All of this was going on at the same
What happened
time,
was they
on the
weren't
same
like
day.
school. Their father
That told me
went
all these
around
things,
to
father and
they
son.
stayed in their place and they sent
He
their
also
messengers
told me
out,
that their
and that's
talent
considered
when he had said
one
what
time
he
they
said,
try to
I was
fatten their
dead, that he
salaries,
had to
and
tell
they
somebody
in return,
before
and
he
therefore
died,
they weren't as good as
because
their
it was
father.
just too
The
important
mayor
not
says
to tell.
since they were Levim, they were entitled to
I
the
sure
Meiser,
still wasn't going to tell
but they
anybody.
demanded the Meiser, and since they were entitled to the
I feared
take
for
the
my
Meiser,
wife
and
and
in return,
my son,
other
and I'll tell
Levim
you
were
what.
affected. Rabbi says they would give their money to the Balabati.
Ever since I contacted months
Take
ago,
back their money without giving the Balabati any money.
listening to his
But in
phone for so
return, they
long,
showed favoritism during
because
the prayer.
I never had any problems
Rabbi says
until I contacted him and told him my
of
story.
course, extra Meiser, stealing. Rabbi Yossi says they took the Matis Kahuna, which is also stealing, Zroya, and Keva. Famous Gemara, whoever says David HaMelech sinned,
Broke into my house.
the wife of Uriah, with Keisha Stitch, making it
I was visited by
Rav
many
says
black
that
suits. I was in no uncertain terms to drop this project.
a way out
I
of
would
it.
say anymore to anybody, for me and my wife and my son, we live this.
Like Pasuk says, this is real Hakika.
He desperately literally out there in his well,
Where it says it's real, it says
so I stopped contacting her. Now I'm making this video that I'm going to send to her. She said, well, it's good. Of course, my brother was already my brother. Jesus and
war. She deserved to die. Because she was born in just like today, it's not that it's fault when it's right in time and she it's good and you guys let's just go to
So all that,
and
all that went away. But I definitely, you guys, lectures were not the two conductors who came out with the great nice part.
when you saw signs of somebody right across don't went to sleep.
You're saying and I'm trying to get as much as I can to just know that once I die, I'm not going to be able to be out in the morning. So that's why I tried to give you a little extra.
The light up.
As I started seeing more and more,
Governor Mel Gator ran away from
I realized my dad wasn't lying. This delineates my dad's case. And you can see his name was Cyrus Eugene Eggers. He was born on July 17, 1933. He died on September 28, 2002.
Didn't take care of himself.
Here's his badge. Let's see if I can get as close as possible. So he can read the numbers on the bottom.
Memorial Basketball Medicine.
Okay, there it is.
Fight with me, just like your grandfather told about the riverbed.
So there was a case 07596.
Robert Mel accepted what they part from the slave.
07596.
When mouth was when after the son and half the slave the rubber. After the husband has the rubber, and
That's
what
my
the
dad.
rubber broke up his brothers set up the eagle on his arm on the way with his leaders place for his English.
Must be really up to stripes that back in the 50s, I'm sure. Probably
Ever
not
since
long
the time I'm now
enough.
seen by worshiping of the brother and making mistakes. His wife,
That's my father.
his wife's pride to seduce him out of his sorrow because he didn't listen. And just like the same apostle
Dad,
said,
he raised me by
which yo wrote the Bible, although it wasn't his yo,
and as I started seeing more and more of what he was telling
Paul said, a nice thing for the judges, my dad also says, a not nice thing for Jamel built the ball, even though he didn't really build it.
What's your reaction?
Would have rather be the Shabbos Kabbalah,
when I saw the video, this is to me one
what
more
was so bad
piece
that
of
he
evidence of
didn't
Ohio.
his wife
Why
when he married her and
I didn't really think much of it until it was true. I had already known
that's when Gabriel Amal took
he was saying
ocean
in the
and the
interview I did over the
growing
telephone.
and growing island
And I think I had that DVD for a year or so, and then I thought, well, I just upload it to the internet template. The way other people look at it, they already knew they didn't go to the moon. And so, like I said, it was just one more piece on the pile. But really, like Adam's a natural loser, is this for real? Is this for real? Yeah, it's for real. And the views were doubling, I think, every day until somebody throttled the view count of it. And, Kanye seems genuine to me. I don't think it's strict juries involved. They say, just because somebody is swearing to something doesn't mean they're telling the truth. They lie all the time. The Ten Commandments is not a lie, right? So you have to use your own judgment. Is this guy sincere? I'd say absolutely. He's sincere. And I remember Bill Casey, my first source at Ness, was fake.
some sort of
worked at NBC,
eventually,
and
he
he said
needed
the
money,
entire
and she told
thing was supervised
I'll
by
do
the
anything you want to do the
United
money.
States Air
Gave her
Force.
the money,
In fact, I can go to my archives of my interview I had with them at the Air
she
Force.
became the
And
Rebbe.
sure enough, it was
At one moment,
an Air Force base, and of all the bases it was their Special Ops Intelligence Headquarters, where that man was the chief of security of the Air Force's most secure base. His son said he lived right across the street, that his father would never lie. He needed lying, and the guy's literally dying when he gives his testimony. He said his father had to tell somebody because it's too important not to die. That's kind of how we started the interview. The faking is so profoundly we had gone. We have this great how far America and mankind has fallen.
Shabbos, that's what it's like. It's amazing.
And it's
We're already
not
holding 56,000
part of the record
Shabbos.
yet.
How time flies. Red and Perry. We're actually going to.
We cannot
Next thing tonight discuss what
bury it
items
and
a woman is
expect
not
for
permitted to
America
wear
or the
if
world
they're traveling, concerning if they are jewelry.
So this guy is describing his father's
And
death
if it's
bed
the first few items in
confession.
this stuff, talking about rating ones here with the strand of wood or strand of
Let's give himself this great
that is
information.
concerned.
What is
The woman has to go to
what are
the
the other bits of information
This is
from the
water,
set?
not people.
Pictures or video
Strand
that they
and
put
here,
together
she must
that
do
in your
so.
mind
And she
proves
might
that
move
this
it and
is
walk
a
four promises
television
to
set
out.
that was
The
created
next
as
something
opposed to
bugs.
actually
It
being
brings two
taken.
strands of here, the
So
one
there's
raises
the
and it says
stars,
that
there's the
everybody,
shadows.
one
What
is a
about
strand
the
even
flag?
here, not
Potentially, is there
here,
any
in
is there
order
any
to
mystery
create
about the flag is
that
waving?
does not create a
I mean, that's incidental.
not keeping it hidden
People
up
can
like
argue
water
on their hand was on the
water
flag and
penetration,
their ships
and there was
moving in the dark. Color video clips from
places in my
the
places,
Flames
pictures
mission
in my places,
where
places, whether or not
talks about a foot in
is
front of it and
that
as
would
it
do
goes
the
past
hole
it,
in the strand of wool. There's no
That's
detail.
so, yeah, I mean,
It looks like there's a rod going through it. There is a
there is a rod going through it to hold it upright. And to see color video footage, occasionally people are walking through the flag without touching it, and they seem to create rift in the air as they pass it, and it's reflected in
Usually a woman does
the
not
form of
hang
the
around
flag
the neck like that.
the
Doesn't
way
want to choke herself.
it's
We're a
supposed to be
choker and
any
won't choke herself.
atmosphere, on the moon. People can out-argue anything that they want to. To me, it's not that important.
That's part of
The
it.
fact that shadows
And
intersect
the
at
top
90
part
degrees
is
is
a wide
100%
street that's very smooth.
that it's an
And the
electrical light.
title real tight. You need a
You
double
can't
check.
have greater
For those
technology in the
days,
past
it
and in
was a
the
sign of
future. It's
wealth,
never happened.
which had
It's
no
go.
extra
For sure, It's good stuff. It's good.
Here's it
Therefore,
right here.
that
Look
does
at that.
create a pizza. Now, there's no problem.
And so
She might
this
take
thing
it off,
about the
remove it,
dust
show to her friend, and then her skin will be exposed. She won't remove it for that reason. She will remove it for a pizza.
maybe there was something from that's stated
Mishnah
that
says a woman
maybe
cannot
as
walk out with
hot
a
hook off back up into
every day.
space,
The preference that's what it's pulling our basically it's a headband that goes from here to here around on
Lunar
the
lander
forehead.
and ground tests.
But Yosef said that it's some sort of amulet.
Because
But if I says it's an amulet and it's a low amulet, she's permitted to walk out with that from the shop.
And it created a hole so big they
The
were
woman
afraid
is permitted to go out with
to
sort of a bathing cap.
in the film. If anything happened on the way to this, it would show a woman in Rockwell depicted which shows this
It's
huge
more like
crater
jewelry
underneath the lunar lander. If you look at the pictures from
preface.
Apollo 11, the alleged first mission to the moon,
That's new.
you see the
Or
lander
sardines.
sitting there
Which
and the soil right
the
underneath
opposite
the
way,
engine and the
they
soil
are attached.
to the
It's
right,
permitted
which
to go
would
out
look
with it, but she
identical.
won't remove
Those
it.
engines
Then
that
we're
were
here
in
with the
fire
explosive public, and she won't do it.
what did Russia and China
Sarita,
know
there's a
about
headband like what we were doing today.
did
Only
they know
goes
that it
down
was
to
fake?
the drug.
Did they think that it was real?
Poor women with
I
decorated
suspect that they found out
wealthy women with
over
decorated
time
with silver, something shining home.
that the lunar mission
A wealthy woman
was falsified.
decorates it.
I have a friend
Sure that she might be able to
Chinese
show her friends
space
because the opposite is
says
she doesn't
everybody
want to show that to her friends.
goes
She wants to
into
show her friends gold and
Vegas
silver.
out of public.
So she been a lesser home.
They're fake.
There's something called
And
the
they have an agreement
Today,
with
we're
them
holding the public
not to blow the whistle and
When
exchange
the jobs
for
are made out
space
of
technology that
and
Congress
since
passed
a
a
woman
law
doesn't want to
making
do
it
that
illegal
because it might expose
to
her
give
kid,
China
therefore,
any space technology.
the CIA is doing it anyway, so that they
And that is because you don't want to know what
landing
all
fraud
is
exposed by the Chinese. I suspect the same is true of Russia. Russian chess players are very good. And I could have a picture of
is
a
another
leader
piece of
who's
fabric
prostitute
that
uploaded to
touches
the
color
internet.
and runaway here
With that
that's
person's
sticking
career.
out on the bottom of
Career,
the
and then the picture just
that is also an issue from the red, and
I could
therefore,
blackmail next year, every year, every year.
the three I love
Just
to
to
pronounce that
Brell.com, we have
concerning
a
an
list
instrument.
of African
The way an instrument is made is
show the results of the AI.
it fell because
Since
not
the solutions are fake,
what other than others. It
usually
was
right
shot
off.
with a
In
knife,
fact, it looks so
she's
great
woven
that the critter might come
like
out
a piece
and
of
maybe
fabric
you won't
made
do
out of
blackmail the United
threads.
States. That would be
And
better.
this one is basically
Disclosure is lax because of the
flax
resentment
and wood,
fraud.
but you
Tell the
press
truth
them
about it,
together
and that
rather
should stop happening.
than making screens. And therefore,
About
there is no
3
shot.
years
Since
ago,
there's no shot,
the
it's not
former
begging.
director
And
of
it's
the
not a
Russian
begging,
space
but there's no
agency
halacha is called tirach.
publicly said in his
The
retirement
funny color looking thing on your
that the
begging,
emissions were
green,
fake.
red,
The
whatever
very
color,
next
it is
day,
not tirach because this
Fox
is
News comes out
other
and
elements.
said they're scrambling to put a 1-hour
And finally,
TV special
the
together
Shemit says,
about what
although
they
this
went to
is
the moon.
for a kala career,
They said, we want to be honest with you. We haven't read your book. We haven't seen your film. Here regardless, we will conclude that the moon is real to reassure people. I watched the special. They found one quote from one Russian scientist in 1969 who said congratulations, and therefore their narration said, see, the Russians believe we went to the moon. They failed to mention that just 6 weeks earlier, the former director of the Russian space agency said the moon missions were real. So Fox News is not your friend. Just ask Tucker Carlson. Every show he did got 100 million views. If they were in the business to make money, he's the last person in the world they would fire. They fired him because he's saying things that they don't want them to know. The same as RT. You think RT would run the story that Vladimir Putin was president when the AI declared the moon missions were fake? You can't even leave a comment on RT about the AI's proclaiming the moon missions are fake. So RT and Fox News and then what else control opposition. This whole idea that Russia is an enemy and China is an enemy is a manufactured pretense of the military-industrial complex of the Pentagon. Otherwise, why would we use this master making all this money on it? China and Russia are competitors. And there's nothing wrong with money when it comes to it. They're not our enemies. We get trillions of dollars worth of trade with China every year. We have a lot of agreements going on with Russia. They're absolutely blackmailing the United States, which is not a good thing. And so that would be a benefit of the government just coming clean about it. Those nations wouldn't be able to blackmail the United States anymore. Yeah, so you're saying that Russia and China are blackmailing the United States because they know the truth now about the fake thing. And so I guess that would explain why Russia and China are saying that they have images of the Atlantic site, right? Because isn't that one of the things that the book, the trailers, Russia or China have never said this is the problem with people they don't remember things correctly. People think when they were a kid they looked in the telescope and saw the flag on the moon. The question is, there's no Earth-based telescope that can resolve to any resolution on the moon. Russia and China have never publicly said that the moon missions are real. Their agreement is that they won't say that they're fake. Now, a lot of people say, well, we have these little pictures from allegedly a NASA satellite or payload of a tiny little shadow or a little scratch on a picture, and they say, see, that shadow is the shadow of a module. In the picture, it's like 14 meters long, and some of those scratch marks, those are footprints. But wait a minute. NASA already faked a full-body picture of an astronaut on the surface of the moon that was actually taken in Air Force Base in New Mexico. And you're trusting them to provide more proof that the moon missions But in reality, the fox is going to stay about stealing a chicken. Of course he's going to say he didn't do it. The only independent proof that they allegedly have is the Indian government has allegedly taken photographs of landing sites. But if you examine those closely, the landers that barely show up have 3 legs. This is a lunar module. But the fact is, if you were really landing one man craft on the moon would have 3 legs, so that it would always hit this land level and not wobble. So it appears that the federal government landed probes there after the fact in order to give the appearance that there's something there. But we can't trust NASA because they're the ones who faked the pictures to begin with. So how can possibly people pictures from NASA be proof of anything? You see? So then there's the argument that they have these reflectors that you can bounce a laser off of. Well, according to Scientific American magazine, and we published these articles also, they were bouncing lasers off the moon in 1959, no mirrors, because these moon surfaces highly reflective. All they had to do was choose as the alleged landing sites these reflective surfaces, because by the time a laser goes to the moon, it's like 5 miles across. So anything within that can reflect, and they can claim that it's a man-made mirror that was put there. Plus, the reference to a reflective mirror on the moon that was unmanned probe. So that's not really proof any way. And then, of course, India could just be lying, or those photographs could have been intercepted, and fake photographs could have been put in their place. All you have to do is ask Manuel Noriega, or Muammar Gaddafi, or Saddam Hussein what happens when they stop cooperating with the United States government, right? So I think India is probably just participating in the hoax and it's right for your so there's no images that came from Russia or China. That's a misunderstanding. According to Chinese, you could say integrity or integrity. They don't want to. They've never said that they are real, but they've also never said that they were fake. So that's the way that they, choose to participate right now. They are blackmailing the United States. The CIA is madly in love with China. The World Economic Forum. Trudeau, I think the gentleman in Canada, he was asked, what's your favorite country? He says, I love China. They're dictators. I wish we could do what they could do. Come on. So the CIA and China are madly in love with one another. Whether or not this thing had anything to do with the CIA and China working together, that's probably the case.
Therefore,
we know that they have us, and the idea that we're enemies to them is simply false.
where the clapper itself is not the clavicle itself, but the actual bell is. The reason is because the actual bell
These images are
sound
allegedly
how the clapper take the bell. If you base it on something else, it will make that sound. Yes, it might not be the exact sound that it makes, but nevertheless, it's the sound. Similarly,
by satellites, where in the original picture there was nothing there, and the CIA inserted
as long
fake
as
photographs in this translucent words. India could just be accepting a bribe or blackmail for providing these images.
And tomorrow,
A photograph
other reason
of
wonderful
Man on the Moon has already been falsified. They were falsified in 1969. So a picture allegedly of a man or a manned vehicle on the moon is not proof, because we have all those pictures of allegedly a man standing on the surface of the moon that an eyewitness says was actually filmed in New Mexico. So we can't trust NASA's proof that these are pictures on the moon, and we really can't trust nations. The United States could easily humble their governments if they don't cooperate with fraud.
Yeah, you don't consider the bell as books. The question is why the images from Mars, every single person who collaborate back there. It's as if it's a complete.
A lot of those were taken.
What you see about this is Since I have the
porch filter to
I
the
can use the
Yeah,
outlet
they
valve
match up to Greenland perfectly, which makes
even though it's a
I sent Joe Rogan a text. I said, look,
however rough.
you think the face on Mars and the pyramid on Mars and the square on Mars is proof of aliens? They come from the same people who faked the mission. They want us to believe in aliens. Trust me, we've only had one whistleblower come forward in 56 years about the Many fraud. There would be no congressional hearings about UFOs if they wanted to keep it a secret. The fact that they're leaking stuff out is only worth the sound of analyzing and giving street credibility. This guy going around Fox News saying, aliens are real. They've been, bodies were recovered, spacecraft were recovered. When they press on the issue, or did you see the aliens? Did you see the spacecraft? He's like, well, no. But people in the government know they exist, and somehow that's considered credible news. The fact is, the man who faked the moon landing, Werner von Braun, said before he died that the United States government is planning on faking an alien invasion.
That's not enough to make it too much measures because someone will come over and say, I'm not stand up, let me do my job,
that goes into how the government is planning on faking an alien invasion. That's why we have a face on Mars and the pyramid on Mars. I believe they're fake pictures, just like the fake pictures of an astronaut on the surface of the moon. If they didn't want us to see those things, we would not see them. The fact that we see the face on Mars and the pyramid, because they want us to see them, which means they want us to trick us into believing in aliens from outer space. The fact is, radio telescopes have been pointing in every direction of the universe for 50 years, but there hasn't been one radio signal from any source. Oddly enough, the truth is the exact opposite of what the government wants us to believe. Life in the universe is only one. That's it.
So no aliens. Not open to the idea that life exists outside.
I don't think so, because the science proves that there's nothing there. If there's an advanced civilization that can do space travel, come here and visit us, alien crap, I'm sure they use radio signals to communicate with one another. There's not a single radio transmission found in 50 years pointing in every direction of the universe 24/7, 365.
Because it serves another purpose.
Zero. There are no radio transmissions coming from the world. We're the only ones here. If you believe in the Bible, there's an odd scripture, Revelation 21:3, that indicates that life is only on earth. It says that when the new heaven and new earth is made, God will personally dwell with us. Well, the Bible says on 4 occasions that God does not show partiality. So there's life on other worlds. He's dwelling with us, not us, and he's no partiality. The only way he can dwell with us and no partiality is if we're good. Now, what a surprise, it's the exact opposite of what they want us to believe. Last time I was in a hotel looking through HBO, 3 of the 10 movies available were about aliens from outer space. They want us to believe in aliens. And if the guy who faked the moon landing says they're going to fake an alien invasion right before he died, I suspect that's why they're doing some disclosure in leaks to make it sound credible and tantalizing. But obviously the government can't be trusted. President, you want us to believe in aliens? Tell the truth about the moon landing. Maybe we'll believe the next thing you have to say.
So with 200 billion stars in our galaxy and 200 billion galaxies in the observable universe, I mean, is it more that's guiding your perspective on there not being life anywhere else? Is that more of a biblical religious thing?
I just found, because I've read the Bible so many times, I happen to notice that. And that's so cool. But I've always thought that seemed a little bit unscientifically. The odds of there being life anywhere in the universe is really
Another lesson is
so many things have to be in place for us to be having this conversation. Everyone knows that, of course, the Earth has to be the right distance from the Sun. A few more people know that the Sun has to be in the right place in the galaxy, and so forth and so on. Then there's the DNA, the atom, the electron.
No,
we
the
have
one
to have
that
helium, and helium has to be discovered.
Rabbi
In order
says,
to have technology and intelligent life. Life being here in the form that it is like winning the Powerball lottery.
I want you to be the
It cannot happen by accident. People don't realize, but evolution is the exact opposite of logic, because it says a lower form of life made a higher form of life, which is saying something without a brain made a brain. See, the problem is mankind has become so arrogant that they can't comprehend that eternal being. They assume there must not be one. For my golden retriever can't comprehend our engine. I can spend its whole life explaining the alternator and the engine, or even a simple spark plug, talking about it for 10 years. And
Rabbi
understand it
came and he made a discussion and said,
but does that mean it wasn't designed by a higher
and he said,
power?
all
So
the
we are made in God's image. We are God. We can take away life with forethought.
That day that he made
Create
that
a life
motion,
with
24
forethought, and
women
we
in our
can't
adult
do
came
that.
out.
Just because we can't comprehend
Rabbi
the meaning behind it doesn't mean it's not true. Now, about 20 years ago, they did a study called the GUINNESS Project, where they took DNA from all nationalities.
One Russian says it's made out of fabric and it has stuffed gold, and it's
And
like
using new
a
DNA
callus made out
technology,
of
they're
gold,
able to go
which
back
is a
in
toxin.
time. And
Nobody
they
will take that
concluded
off.
scientifically
You're
that every human that ever lived is
another
alive
lesson.
or
It's a
will ever
solid
live
gold. And the
came
reason why
from
you're
one
that is because
woman,
you have the king.
just
All
like
Jews
the
are
Bible said.
kings
No
where
one
this is
before her,
considered.
no evolution suddenly appeared.
Put one belt on top of another belt. That's already a
But the
burden,
people
and
around
it's
the
awesome.
world don't want
For
mankind
set,
to believe
pick
in
a piece of
God
clothing
and
and
over
put it around
50%, which they capitalize off of. And of course,
pies,
condemn
it's
people.
tied well, won't
They
fall off, it's
die
mother.
younger
Without
than
the
it was
pies,
to
it's
do.
awesome.
So how can they explain that? When they came up with this theory a few years ago, I thought it was a one-time TV show. Ancient aliens barely existed over here.
Too hard to get
So
to.
what they're saying
And
is,
then we
okay,
learned about
all humans came from
a
one
link,
woman.
which we will go on
She
tomorrow
suddenly
with
appeared,
them.
no evolution.
Explain the
Well, even that's the science we have to admit. That's what the DNA says. But no, there's no God. We were made by aliens. They never asked the question in 3 years, 150 episodes that I would ask as a third grader. Okay, if we're made by aliens, then who made the aliens? And it gets even more interesting when you realize in the book of Isaiah, it says that Lucifer, a fallen angel, wants to dethrone God and take credit for creation. See, according to the top 2 UFO researchers, which is Doc Valet and Robert Hynek, UFOs are real, but they're not.
We learned in our Mishnah that a woman cannot go out into
and they're demonic.
a reed
So
doesn't have
if
a signal.
an alien is
And that's
really a
the Cinderella.
fallen angel who's lying
But the dying from
about
the
where
Mishnah
they come from,
does have a signal, then
we're
it's
just
also even with
whether
the
they
rice.
come from a place
The problem is
of
that the
light
Mishnah came
or way.
but once
So if
considered
fallen
a
angels
ring
are
that
really
has a
aliens,
signal or
then
doesn't have
they're
a
saying
signal.
we
You
were
see,
made by
even when it has a
aliens,
signal, it's
and the
considered
fallen
true.
angel
It's
leader
considered holy.
is
If
Lucifer.
you look at the God, which is
What
what
they're really
also
saying
Rabbi.
is that mankind
Says
was
Rabbi,
made
perhaps
by
the Mishnah came for you read.
instead of
So
God.
Rabbi,
And if you look at the
if it
World
has a signal,
Economic Forum, the billionaires who run the world boast. They appointed Trudeau in Canada. They appointed the president of France. They appointed the prime minister of the UK.
when it comes
It's
to
their
Torah,
logo. And you can
all
show
you need
this
is
later, Ryan.
a vessel.
This is
And
a
if it has a signal,
billion-dollar
then it's
organization that can
not
put
attached,
$1
it's
billion
not
on
free,
a
and
logo if they
therefore
want.
when it comes to Shabbos, what we're
Economic
looking for
Forum,
is this thing
words have
considered
a O in them.
or is
And
considered
there's a
a
half circle
mass.
going through
As a
these
signal, it's considered a
off-center
mass, and
O's
therefore
and
it's
form a
possible to
six.
go out with it.
A six.
The mission tells us a woman should not go
Then
out
six.
with a needle
Google's
that doesn't have
logo.
a hole.
Six,
What
six,
purpose does
six.
a needle without a hole
CERN's
serve?
logo,
Well,
where they're
if she
trying
puts the
to
needle and wraps her
release
ear around it, she
creatures
puts the
from
needle
another
puts it
dimension.
underneath the svacha, the covering of her head.
John, that
We're not
again is
concerned
that
she's
it's
going to take it out
absolutely
because
fascinating.
she's over
The
here. And
Illuminati is known for
if it's a
saying
needle that she's using
what they
hard
say
here,
is hidden in plain sight. You see the Owen
then
Forum, the Owen
it is
Economic, the Owen
also,
Forum, and the line going through from
according to Rabbi,
a
this
six,
particular
and a
needle
six.
has on
Hidden
the
in
other
plain
side
sight.
of the
Their
cord.
chief
And
spokesperson
therefore,
said,
when she
and their
uses
CERN,
harder here, the home here, and on Shabbos she uses it
six, trying to
as
let
she puts it into her
demons
head.
out to another
Therefore,
dimension.
it's also
The Bible even talks about that in the book of Revelation. You see this?
they
Says
say,
the Mishnah,
their chief
it's a very
spokesperson,
interesting theory.
don't
Not allowed to
obey
walk out of
Jesus,
Shabbos
don't
with
obey the
sands
Bible,
that
they
have
never
nails
say
in the
there's no
bottom.
God.
Why?
They
Because
never
of
say
a Maisa
the
Shahada,
world
there's a
is
story
they
that the Jews
literally
were hiding from
worship
the enemy.
themselves.
And they made it
And that's what my book, Aliens from Planet X, is about. A rogue planet may come by the Earth in the near future that is desolate
and they
with no
noticed
life,
footsteps
but they will
away from the
claim as misdirection
In fact,
that
what
when
happened
the
was
aliens
somebody
appear,
walked into the
they've
picture
all
and was
along
very
they'll claim to be
Sandal
from
Masur
planet,
backwards.
planet passing
on
by
both
that
ways.
could be part of the alien
He
deception.
made it zero.
So
Not walking
who
out
knows
on
what we've
Shabbos.
got ahead? I know that's a little bit off
And since this
target
story
for the
happened on
landing, but
Shabbos,
it's
it's
still the
serious
same
only on
people.
Shabbos,
The
and Yom Tov,
people
which is
who
very
killed
similar
Kennedy
to
are
Shabbos.
the people who faked the Gulf of Tonkin, are the people who
There's
faked
another
the moon
Xavier.
landing. They're the people who likely did
The ashes of the
9/11,
Paraduma,
who did this little thing for the last 3
they
years.
once shipped
When
the
a bank
ashes
robber,
over
like
the
you said,
Jordan
gets
River
away, just
on a
gets
ship.
bold
And they realized later on that there was a desires of a person there
and that's why
who
they're
ruined
so
the ashes,
afraid
which was
about
very
the
bad.
truth
So
about
they made
the
it zero,
landing fraud coming out.
not
They
transferred
say to cover up the witnesses of the Kennedy assassination, they
over
killed
any body of water. In any form, it doesn't matter if it's a ship or you're swimming.
and maybe 9/11, if that was really done by Americans, which it
All
appears
over
it
the
was
Jordan
done
River,
by
and
traitors
only in
in
a ship
America,
that
that's
is
3,000
swim across the
people
Jordan
did.
River to
We
pay
know of
and
9
be
people
used
who died
a
about
ship
the moon landing
on
fraud.
any other river.
Maybe
It's
we
also
can just guess, maybe
in
another
our
5 or
case,
10.
many of our people
So fewer
live.
people than the
It's
other
zero,
conspiracy,
it's the
but it's the one that will upset the public the most. They were
Zero
taken for
is only exactly like
suckers,
it happened.
you see,
The shooting
and if
that
they
happened,
find
the
out
story that
who
happened on
got
the was a
about
sandal,
that,
was a
they will
sandal
never trust
that had
the
nails
Vatican,
to
system
strengthen the sand,
ever
and
again.
not for the
It's
core.
the
So
best
these
tool
nails as the core,
to
it's
bring
mutters.
down
And any
corruption
other
in
shooting
the
is
federal
not
government.
exactly like
That's
zero,
why
would
they're
be
so
mutters as we
afraid
described
for the
in a minute.
truth to come out. You have the Russian
Rabbi
former space
Yochanan says like
director, as soon as
Rabbi
he retires,
is
it is allowed
you're
to
allowed to
say
have up to
he
5
can't say when he's
nails
director
per shoe,
because of blackmail.
2 on each
But as
side
soon as he
and 1 in the back.
retires, first
It's
thing
also
out of his
possible
mouth,
that Yochanan holds that there are
moon
7
landings are fake.
case who are
Fox
using
News
nails
calls me
to
up the
lift up.
next day that they were special about it. They're not going to read my
According
book.
to
They're not going to watch my movies.
because
They
the
don't
Muslims
care
there are
if
7
I
per
prove
shoe,
that it was fake. They're
3 on
doing
each
it
side
to convince
of the back.
people it was real.
And
See
according to
how
Rabbi,
afraid they are.
13 on a shoe that
For
you're
the
trying to
truth to
raise,
come out,
and 7
they'll
on a
link
regular
to
shoe.
the AI story.
If you took a piece
Send
of leather shoe and you
data
sewed
on
it
your computer
into
will be
the
stolen and
sandal,
you'll be associated
that's
with
what
child
because it's not like
pornography.
the Xavier.
If
The
you
Xavier
find
happened
out
with
the
other people.
truth that the smartest
The Bryce
computers
says
system
it's so
was
usher
fake,
we're one of these
they
Sandal
know,
Masur
they
and Shabbos.
know
You
the
can't even
truth
go from
comes
one
out
bed
about
in
the
your
moon
house to
landing.
the other.
It will bring down
These
the
following
corruption
cases you're allowed to
in
do.
the government.
You're allowed to take a
That's
Sandal
why
Masur and
they're
cover
trying so
another
hard
vessel. You're allowed to take a
to
Sandal
have
Masur
the truth
and
about
lift
the
up
moon
your bed
landing
with
fraud
it.
not come
Your
out.
Muslim
And if
Hashem
the
says that's awesome.
president,
You might come to wear
whoever
it.
they are,
Although it
really
makes a lot of
wants
sense,
to
but
end
since it's
corruption,
one against many, you don't pass it.
they could get the
If you
support
take a piece
from
of leather
local
and you
political
cover the
parties
whole
to
bottom of your
show
shoe,
them
look,
that the
that's not
moon
what
landing
Xavier was.
was fake,
If
they
you
were
use
taken for suckers, they
staples,
killed their
cowls, that's
brethren,
not
they
what
covered
Xavier
up,
was.
they
If you use
embezzled
a pass or
an
Yosef,
equivalent to
narrow
thousands
nails,
of
wide
dollars
nails,
from each taxpayer,
or you
that will
cover the
get
entire bottom with
Republicans
nails,
and
that's not what
Democrats
Xavier was.
united for reform.
If
No
most of them
other tool is as powerful
are
as
worn
telling
out,
the
but
truth
you
about
can
the
tell
moon landing
it
fraud
was
to make that happen.
So that's
Why
not
don't
how
we
it
get back
was
to
created.
the
It's
moon
not how you
landing
made it.
conversation?
Both
What was it
you have
when you
4
were
nails
abducted
on a
by the CIA
very
and
tight
given
sheet,
this
or 5,
truth
or
serum?
not so
Can you
tight.
paint this picture
Well,
for people?
Rabbi
Tell
says,
people exactly what
if
happened.
not for the
Yeah,
fact
I was
that
producing the film under
Naples,
the
I would say you
theory
gotta put a
it
lot
might
of
be
nails.
here.
Machlekes, but this is
And I guess
He
it
meant
was like
24
some
nails,
black
2
Americans who thought, you know, we'll never have a black
You want to
president
remember,
in our lifetime.
he
And
went
they were
from Bubba to shortly past the suit. By that time,
It did happen.
he
It
must
did
have
prove
lost
America
2
had
out of his 24
overcome
nails. And
racism,
therefore,
at least by
he said
51%.
22 nails.
And so I thought we'll never have any proof in our lifetime that whether we went to the moon or not. Well, I was also wrong, because when I popped in that tape and it said do not show to the public, and I hit fast forward and it's like the same shot for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, I rewind it, then I hear talk talk, the third track of audio of the CIA, asking them to fake a 4-second radio delay, and then the lights come up, and it's not the Earth, it's a model of the Earth, and it dawns on me, they really did fake the moon landing. I call it my source, who worked at NASA for 6 years during the Apollo program, second highest security clearance in the world. He said he read enough about rockets and Pentagon that the odds of going successfully on the first attempt were 1 in 10,000. So he said they bluffed like in poker. So he was my go-to guy while I make
Shabbos Daf Samach
I
Aleph.
call him a
We learned
frantic
in the Mishnah
joke.
that if a person has
They
one
really
shoe
didn't go
and
to
one
it. He
foot,
says, well, Bart, I
it's
told you.
possible
Like,
for him
you
to
don't
go out into
understand.
his rabbi.
They
He
really
doesn't have
didn't
full
go. It's like, well, Bart, I
The
told you
concern
that
is
up.
point
You
to
don't
Rashi.
understand.
One of two
It's like, well,
possibilities.
Bart, I told you.
Either
He had
the
told me
concern
over and over
that
again
people
for
might
years,
think
but
that
I'm
he's
like,
carrying a
I
second
need
shoe,
convinced
or
him.
perhaps people might make fun of him that he only has one shoe.
I
And
got
then
it.
remove that one
And
shoe that he
I
has.
was panicked. So
It's
during
not
that
from the
phone
Mishnah
call,
that if a person
there's
does have a
a
shoe,
screech.
he's permitted to go out with one shoe.
And I
Machlokes
can
is on what foot
hear
is he
him, but I
wearing that one
can't
shoe.
understand what
According
he's
to
saying.
Rav Huna,
He can't
he's
understand
wearing
what
that
I'm saying.
shoe
Like, don't
on the foot
sleep
that
where
has
you're
the injury.
sleeping last
And
night.
we don't have the two reasons.
I had a
Since he
blind
has an
roommate
injury,
that taught their
and since
son
Rav Huna holds that the reason why you wear a
that
shoe
they
is for
actually did
protection
fake
purposes,
the living.
not
Prove
for
that two
technical
NBC
purposes.
news directors
He
agree
won't
with
remove the shoe
court
when
of
he's made
law
fun of.
that they did
And people are not going to think that he's hiding a second shoe because they see that he's injured.
Now the phone calls
According
me
to
interrupted. I'm
Kiyabarab,
talking to tapes. I put them in safe
here's
houses.
the one
I go
shoe
to church
on
that
the
night.
foot that does
And
not
it
have
was
it.
a Wednesday night.
And again,
We met
since
in
they
like
see
a high
him,
school
they realize
gymnasium across the
yes,
street.
the reason why a person wears a shoe, according to Kiyabarab, is
that closes at sundown.
nothing.
And out of the 300 or so people there, like we're the last two people leaving. Like, what do I do? And they're like, you
Or
did not
the
more
reason
than you
is
can chew. You need to drive like a bat out of hell to CNN and pass it on to your friend there because you're in trouble.
Therefore, once
so
asked for his shoes, he was given
like I
the
said,
right shoe.
300 cars or so have come past the waypoint.
And he commented and he said, "Asisa Maka, you made it
And when I go
as
past
a
it, there
The
was
simple
a
meaning
van
would be,
backed into the
since they gave
driveway
him
back
the right
in,
foot,
ready to pull out.
and
And he didn't
the vehicle
allow
holds
any
the
other cars to drive, but he pulled
therefore
out when
he
I
does
was
not put
driving.
on
I'm like,
his
oh,
left foot because he already
you're
on
wait
his
for
right
me.
foot.
And I
You're gonna think that he has
stopped
a
in the
injury
middle
on
of the
his
road.
right foot. Like the rule that says that you're supposed to put the shoe on the foot that has the injury. But perhaps you'd say, no, Asisa Maka is not
I
referring to
look
the
in
foot.
the rearview mirror and she stopped.
Perhaps it refers to the left foot. You made my left
And
foot
after
injured.
maybe 2 minutes, he's like, just stop.
The other holds that a shoe is like just like
He says,
a
oh, I
right,
guess I'm
it's just
mistaken.
filling on the left.
So he passes me. Then I remember the book, The Art of War. Know your enemy.
There's a price though that says you're supposed to put on.
He gets on the Parkway, running Parkway going to town.
If
You
your
get
limit is
on
like
the Parkway,
the
going
right
to
shoe
2
first,
lanes one way, medium, one way the other way. I want to take a look at this guy. What's this guy was waiting for me
didn't mind.
the day I
Put on
signed for
either
that
one
they didn't
first.
go to the moon.
Where it says, however, that you reach a million,
And I
you
pull
get
up
to
alongside of
what
him,
do?
and he looks
First
like
time you right shoe.
this is like I've never seen this look
Try
in
the
a human
left
being
shoe,
before. And
then you
no,
try the right
this
shoe. Of course,
that
you have a
started
certain shoe.
happening.
It's the spices.
You ever seen the
Right
footage of the great white shark and they make a piece of meat
The prices
over
says
the side of the
put
boat
on
and it leaks
the
out
right
and gets
shoe
you can see
first.
that
When
big
it's
eyeball, that
off
glassy
shoes,
eyeball.
you take your
I
left
say
shoe
in
off
that eye,
first.
no one's home.
When you bathe yourself,
It doesn't care
the
if
right
it's
side
your
of your body, your right arm,
mother,
for
a
your
piece
left
of
arm,
meat, your daughter, your dog, it's going to eat it as
entire body. You start from the
That's
head.
how this guy was. It was the scariest. I've never seen a human being look like that. He would kill me and go
It says
home
in
and
the
have a
Mishnah,
nice fried chicken
not
dinner.
without
And
a Shabbos, so
and as soon as we established
the
eye
Cipher said,
contact,
what if
everything on my
you
car
said,
died.
this is
The
going
lights went off.
according to
It just
the
stopped.
cover that says,
And a friend in the military told me they zapped
Shabbos.
EMP from a satellite
Nevertheless,
something. They
do not go
disabled my
outside
car. There
because
was an
perhaps
electronic
you
beam
have to go
or
to the
something
bathroom
that
to
disabled
move
the electrical
the
system.
ceiling,
So I'm
carrying
standing
down
on the
on
side of the road.
another
This
way
guy
to learn
passes
Shabbos.
me, meets up
That
with
says
2
in the
other
Mishnah,
cars,
if you
and then the
didn't
3 cars
go
on
out
the other side.
fill in
They're all to my side, so I'll cross
you're not
over.
chayav a Shabbos.
Around again, I cross
Cipher
over,
says,
and
even
around
if
again.
you hold like Manon
And
said,
I'm frantic. I'm standing in the middle of a
you're still
highway
a
at
chayav a
60
Shabbos.
miles per hour, trying to stop
It's not
somebody.
like begging.
The car's going by
It's
me.
clothing.
No one
You
will
wear it
stop.
during the week.
Race at me.
That's
The
clothing.
guy obviously
It says in the
desperate
Mishnah,
need of help.
one person should not go out and surround him with a kamea that's not a mumchah. That wasn't written by a professional. It's written by a professional.
But he stopped for it.
You go out and surround him.
So I'm on the phone with the
Even if
police,
it's a professional
and I say,
kamea,
you know, I
that the
need to meet up
person that
with you
wrote
guys.
it is a professional. Certainly,
Guys,
if the kamea itself,
but I'm not
the
going to
itself,
tell you
already healed
where
people,
I'm going to
you
meet
go
you
out with
and
them.
tell them
Surround
I'm
them.
going
It
to
doesn't
the
make a
place.
difference
Don't
if
listen to my
the
phone.
emulate is
And
words
so I say, you know, it's at
or
the
it's
Exxon
grass is
Broadway
different
super
verbs.
bright turbo lights, I call them.
even
They
if
meet
the
up with me
person
there,
doesn't
show
have
them
a
a
disease
campaign,
that's
my meteor cadet
dangerous,
Jones,
even if he's not even sick, he's just concerned that perhaps because of his genetic makeup, he will
So
have
I
a
hire a
particular
cab
disease. His family has
to
epilepsy, for
drive
instance.
me to CNN
He
in
can wear a
Atlanta.
kamea, he can tie it and
And
untie it, and we'll just wrap it. As long as it's
my
not
friend,
on
I think, came
a
on
bracelet
duty at 10 in
or on
the
a
morning.
ring, because
We
then
get
it's
there
our
like at 6
assignment
in the
to
morning.
but he's
So we
carrying
stay
it as
in a
jewelry.
hotel.
That's awesome.
And as we're leaving,
What exactly is
pulling out to go to CNN,
There seems
all
to
of
be
these
some
cop
confusion in the
cars
circuit
pull
between
into
the
our
Chinese
hotel,
and Rashi
and they
himself.
stop a
There seems to
taxi
be a
in
contradiction.
front of the
You will
hotel.
go according to Rashi
They stopped
based
the
on
wrong
some
taxi. They were after us.
If a person
So
wrote
go. Now, I don't know how the CIA works, but
three
I
amulets
would
with three different
protect
diseases
myself
and
and
they
say,
all work,
what would I do
this
if I
particular
were them?
person
Well, if I
is
were
able
them,
to
I
correct
would
any
have
kind
people
of kamea
on the
for any
payroll in
disease,
every city in
and you're allowed to
America
carry
with
it on Shabbos.
100,000 people or more.
If you
And
wrote
nationals, you'll
one
have
kamea,
people at night.
which works
So, and
three
what better
times for the same disease, even on one
people
person,
than
the same
police,
disease,
right?
three times on one person,
A lot of them are
that particular
Masonic members and all
kamea
that stuff.
is
So
a
they
no.
do these little
In other words,
side jobs,
anybody
right?
in the world
So I
can
get
write
to
that
CNN,
exact kamea,
and I
and
get
it be
surrounded
considered
by the
the
police
to walk out with it
on
on
the
Shabbos.
sidewalk as I'm
One
about to
remains
go
in the
in,
face.
one of which was a captain.
What happens if he wrote
And
three
I figure
kameas
these guys don't
for
know
three different
why
diseases,
they
but for
were
the same
told to
person?
stop
And
me.
they all work.
Maybe
We say,
they were
look,
told I've
knows
got a
what he's doing, he's a
videotape
professional,
resident
he's able to
female
deal with
prostitute
diseases.
or something
But
like
perhaps
that.
you say,
I don't want to
the
embarrass the
person that was
president.
healed, he has a special nozzle
I
that
said,
was
look,
healed
here's
by
my
these
PC
kameas.
credentials.
The Gemara remains in
Here's
the
my,
same.
super
The
big
halacha is that a
podcast
kamea
quality
and
video
brachas,
cam
such as
videotape. I
brachas,
say, you know what's on here?
Shana,
It's the crew of Apollo
even though
11
they have
making
the
me
name of
that
Hashem,
everything
and
good
you don't save them
one of
from
the
a fire on
three
Shabbos.
officers is just like
However,
shocked.
obviously you have to
And
bury
I'm
them
like, am I
with
under
Jesus,
arrest?
just
They
like
don't
you would
answer
bury
me. Am I free
even
to
a
go?
foot, a
They don't
leg of
answer
a
me.
table that
The
has
cab
Hashem Hashem on it.
driver's like, let's go. And I don't
If
want
a
to
kamea
involve myself.
is
Go
covered
save
with
yourself. So he heads out one
if
direction
it's
and
made
then
out of
said,
herb,
walk away. So I walk away
if it's a
around
phyla
the corner
that has a
CNN,
sapana,
and as soon as
it's
I'm
like
out
it's
of their
dangerous, you
sight,
can go into the
take
bathroom
off
even
as
if
fast
it's
as I
not
could.
covered with
Back
blood.
then I was a little bigger than I am now.
Somebody that's not a
Now,
fellowship with something.
And I'm at an alley, and I'm like, I need to
You may
know
go
which
into
way
the
to go.
bathroom.
It's like a crossroad in an alley.
Even
And
a
I'm spending
fellowship
like
with something.
1 second, 2 minutes deciding which
Not
way
allowed
to
to
go.
walk.
And at that moment, I'm surrounded by these motorcycle cops and unmarked
It
white
seemed like
vans.
they are covered with blood.
And they
It seems
immediately
have a
take the
shit.
tapes and
And
they
the shit is
handcuff me.
part of
And I hear them say behind me,
we have a
where's the
dollar
thing?
on the back of the
And
suicide
the other
and we have a
officer
yurt
says, well,
on
what
the
thing?
field
Not
the other
what thing.
day
I
still
thought he had the
claims.
thing. No, he has the thing.
Therefore,
Oh, here's the
the
thing.
officer to go
I'm like,
into the bathroom
what
with
is that?
children.
It looked like
A wonderful day.
a hospital band, you put on, you visit the hospital, except it had nothing on it. And it's right around my wrists, you see, where it was some sort of drug that was absorbed through my wrist. The guys were handling it with rubber gloves. Fortunately for me, right as this was happening, I saw this little sign. We had a back alley door so he could claim on his business card CNN Center. Even though it's like this 100 square foot office, for who knows how much money. And I'm like, hey,
Shabbos Daf
you're
Samach Beis.
you're hired.
The Mishnah brings a list of things that is
arrested.
also for one to go outside with on Shabbos.
so I'm not
This
sure
is
what
the rice,
happened.
starting with a needle that has an eye that has a hole in it that's inverted, a ring that has a signet for a woman since she typically doesn't go out with a signet. That's the rice. Buddha says for men it's the exact reverse when it comes to a ring. If it has a signet, that's normal for him to run around with a ring with a signet. But a ring without a signet, it's not the derech for a man in those days, and therefore that would be Isser, the Eraisa. Buddha holds that women are a nation in themselves, and therefore what's considered a beggar clothing for a man is not clothing for a woman. For instance, if some men wear sacks, such as shepherds, then all men are permitted to go out with sacks, but not women. When it comes to saving tefillin from danger of being destroyed on Shabbos, the way to save them is put on a pair of tefillin, you go out for safety, and you remove them, and you come back and try to save them. Women should also save them in the same fashion. But what about the fact that women are not the same nation as men? You must say that the Spandam holds that tefillin is not a mitzvah asation as man grow, and therefore women are mechuyev. He'll hold that Shabbos is a time to wear tefillin, and night is a time to wear tefillin. Therefore, women are in the same nation, so to speak, when it comes to tefillin. Rabbi Yirmiyah holds that a typical woman, when she takes out on Shabbos, when she carries a ring that has a signet, that's considered kalat or yes. That's not the derech. That's a weird way of carrying a ring. You don't carry something that has a signet on your finger. Ron argues. He says, since there are situations where a woman will carry her husband's signature, for instance, when he tells her, please put this away in a bag, she doesn't want to lose it, she puts it on her finger. Or when a woman asks her husband to please bring the ring to her repair shop, he doesn't want to lose it, so he puts her ring on his finger, then it becomes the derech for a man and a woman to wear all rings. The Mishnah continues, one is not permitted to go out with a pin. To prove it's a pin that closes a blouse. If you were to wear it to close a blouse, that would be mutter. But we're discussing a case where the woman wears it in her clothing, and that's considered reefer. A woman should not walk out with spice bags or spice bottles attached to her neck. And the Gemara says that if a woman did walk out with these things, or with a key on her finger, the mayor holds, she's chayav b'chatas. This is the right. Some say the whole issue is the Rabbanan issue that she might take it off to show friends when it comes to spices, with the nice and beautiful bottles. Therefore, this is the Rabbanan, and she's not chayav b'chatas. According to Eliezer, it's mutter for her to go out the chatila. Why? Because only women that don't have very good smell wear these bottles. And such a woman won't dare take off the spice that masks the smell. And now we go to Amid Beis. According to everybody, there's no machlokes that if the bottle is empty, it's considered carried. Even though the bottle might have some remnant of the perfume and it smells good, it's still considered carried. In other words, the bottle is not bottled to the smell that's not there. So the Gemara wants to say, perhaps, according to Rabbi, that the same would apply if you have a vessel that contains food that's less than a gregaris, less than a sheep. In that case also, we won't say that he's carrying food. Rather, he's carrying a vessel and he's chayv d'oraisa. Rabbi argues, he says, no, when it comes to perfume, there's physically nothing there. It might smell good, but there's nothing there. When it comes to food, although it's less than the sheep, but there's something there, and therefore, perhaps the kli is bottled to whatever's left over of the food. Lahalacha, Chachamim made zeros that we should remember the Korban Habayis. And they said, if you have a combination of joy and pleasure, tainug and simcha, those two things combined, you shouldn't do them as a Korban. Therefore, to anoint yourself with oil that's pleasurable but doesn't bring sin. To drink wine, two people out of one cup with straws, or to juggle wine and drink it, that brings pleasure but not sin. And therefore, it's the Gemara, we're going to about it now. The Gemara brings psukim. Hashem Malmitei Shen is referring to Klal Yisrael, Shalayim, that they put their beds together, and they were over on they were switching couples, and they left the Shikha Zera there. And the Gemara tells us that three things cause a person to lose his money. A person who urinates in front of his bed undressed. It doesn't mean dafka in front of his bed and undressed. It just means if he does it in a disgusting way, in a place where he typically doesn't do it, in front of his table, and he doesn't bother to go to the bathroom. There's a malach Rashi explains that loves disgust, and he goes there, and that malach, which is in charge of poor people, will create a situation where you lose your life. If a person has zilzul in Tilas Yadayim, he doesn't care about the Tilas Yadayim, he doesn't wash his hands at all. Not the shot that he washes with revias and he doesn't wash his hands carefully. But Rav Chizah says he became wealthy because he used extra water. And finally, if a person's wife curses him because he has the means to buy her jewelry and he doesn't buy her, and she's upset about that, that will bring him to lose his money. The Yeshaya, who's born from Klal Yisrael, the Navi tells them because the women who are married women would try to entice the men, they would go behind a skufa with their heads up in the sky. And Rashi says since their heads were up in the sky, it was hard for them to see where they were walking, so they would walk small steps, their toe to their ankle. They would put a lot of makeup on and wink to the boys. And the tall ones would walk with shorter ones so that they look better. They would also put perfume in a bottle by their feet, and when they would walk by the boys, they would bang it on the floor so that it sprays, and it would be like a mad snake. They put the eris into the boys, they bring them in Sahara. What was their punishment? Mida connected me. Everything they did, they got punished back. In the place that they put the perfume, their flesh decayed. In a place where they put a nice belt, they got wounded. They did their hair up to entice the boys, they became bald. Their erva, they have to put a sack. As Rabbi says, instead of beauty, they had wounds. Gemara says, some say they even got saras. Gemara tells us that they said, we don't care, let the guy take us. We're beautiful. And the guy took them, and immediately Hakadosh Baruch Hu made them disgusting to the point where they threw them off the carriages and the wagons and killed them. Why? Because they saw a lot of gamida or a lot of hair. They were disgusted by them. Gemara says the people of Yerushalayim were disgusting. They said in the remnants, they said, they would say, ask each other, what do you have for breakfast? Meaning for snooks. Do you have a well-kneaded dough? In other words, a non-psula? Do you have white wine or dark wine? Do you have a wide bed, a narrow bed, skinny, fat? Do you have a good friend, meaning good-looking? And finally, Rabbi says that in Yerushalayim they had cinnamon trees that made such a beautiful smell throughout the entire city. But after the Churban, all we were left with was one barley amount, which is at the king of Tzimai. Have a wonderful day.
It's like, you go to the doctor for an x-ray of your knee, they accidentally x-ray your stomach, and you find out you have a huge tumor there. Don't you want to know? Don't you want to know that the government faked the moon landing? Don't you want to know how bad it is? The only way we can get better is to get better. They want to do a house cleaning, so they say. But what do when you have company over? You clean your house, and what's part of cleaning the house? Taking out the trash. And how do you take out the trash without a lie? Tell the truth about it. So if the truth
war gear, such as armor, a sword, an arrow, a spear, even a club that has a nice ball on them with spikes, a bowler. It's not considered jewelry, nobody shows up with it. It's disgusting, actually. According to Blazer, people like to show off with it, and therefore it's considered jewelry. It's only also the Rabbi to go after. According to one Lashon of Blazer, when Mashiach comes, we no longer need these tools, and therefore nobody should use them as jewelry. He argues on Shmuel, who holds that when Mashiach comes, nothing's going to change. The only thing that's going to change is that Klal Yisrael is not going to be in Gillis anymore. We're all going to be in Eretz Yisrael. But there are going to be wars between the Goyim, and these tools will be necessary. According to another Lashon, though, according to Eliezer, these tools, in fact, won't be built for Klal Yisrael, and he holds like this. In other words, he argues that why does Rabbi Eliezer hold that these tools are considered adornment, because it says in the pasuk, take your sword and put it into its holster on your hip. This should be your splendor and your glory. The Gemara says, wait a minute, the pasuk is referring to the Torah. It says in there, yes. It's referring to the Torah. We cannot look away from the simple meaning of it. The simple meaning of what it says, take your sword, referring to a real sword. Said as Rav Kahana, I was 18 years old when I finished shots. I knew all of shots, and I didn't know about this concept of being a Mikra Yotzim Yeshuta until I learned it now. In other words, says Rav Kahana, you have to learn all of the Talmudic Gemara, the Chagad Wisdom, and then only afterwards go into the depth, go to the longest, try to understand it. First, you have to know all of Talmud. The Gemara goes into a series of systems that come now learning together and on different levels.
Just ask GPT
Two coming that sharpen each other with halacha with Torah, so the Baruch gives it tzlacha, and they rise to greatness. But they have to be learning the Shema, and they can't be learning for Gaiva, and then they'll be zoicha to Torah that was given in the right hand. It says in the pasuk, the famous pasuk, says Gemara, it doesn't necessarily mean that you learn Torah with your right. In other words, you do everything to the end. You'll only get a Yisrael longevity. You'll get longevity and wealth. So if you learn Torah like a lefty, in other words, not complete, you don't go down into its depth, then you'll be Zaycha at some point. Zaycha the wealth, but not too longevity.
Armstrong said out of his own
if two Chachamim sit together and they're calm with each other, if They talk in comments. They listen to each other. So Mida Keneged Mida, the Shbok will sit down and listen to them. If they teach each other Torah, in other words, they accept from each other, then Mida Keneged Mida, the Shbok will listen to them and answer them. Just like you accepted me, the Shbok will accept what you're asking for and give it to me. So you don't do that. You don't listen. You don't sit there and do it. That's a will. If two people get together to understand Torah, then a Koch loves them. Says Rabbi, that's talking about a situation where they already had the seed. When you first started this Torah, now they want to elaborate. And they don't have to really teach them. So a Koch loves them. If a person thought about doing a mitzvah, but he had an item, he couldn't do it, Koch Baruch Hu considers it as if he did a mitzvah. If you do a mitzvah as you're supposed to, with all the halachas and everything around it, then you won't hear a bad surah rub. And you can have the Baruch Hu makes it zero, you can not be zero. The Lord tells us, what's better, to give a poor person alone, or to give him a gift? The answer is to give him alone. Because a gift will be embarrassed. Alone, will be happy. He thinks he can pay back. Says Gemara, there's something better than both business. And that is doing business. Giving somebody money to invest, and you share the investment. That person feels good. He feels like he's doing something. He's accomplishing. The Rashba says, maybe you'll get even more money because of that. Therefore, it's a common chacham who has bad mitzvahs, because he takes revenge, he's making the right like a snake. It's better to be his friend because he learns something from him rather than to be I'm a haaretz, I'm a ramis, who can steer you wrongly in Torah, even though he has zero mitzvahs, he's a pious person.
So let's get back to the rocks for a second.
It says, in other words, when you're young, enjoy life, do what you want, follow your heart, and that's impossible. Where it flips around and says, that you should know that it's going to be a good one. What's going on? One child is first talking about they ate their heart, and then the first goes to eat the heart. Or vice versa. The first starts to eat the heart, and moves on to eat the hush. What the Torah is telling us, learn as much as far as you can. But when you learn to do the Dafiyayim in a minute, apply it to yourself. Don't just learn it. You have to apply it. You should know it. You go from those things, you know this stuff now. You better apply it to your life. It's a beautiful muscle of the Rabbi says that there's a poor person who didn't have a penny to his name, and he went to Shul to look for a meal, and the guy said, you know what? Why do you need to learn a meal? Come with me to a hotel. There's a special hotel here that gives free room and board. Stay as long as you want. He goes to the hotel, the guy checks him into the Ritz-Carlton, and he stays there for a week. And he's about to check out. The person at the front desk says $7,700, $1,100 a night. He says, but the guy told me it's free. The guy liked me. He didn't know what to do. This guy in the lobby, the guy tells him, listen, I told you to check out. Stay there. Stay for a month. Stay for a year. Who cares? You don't have money. Stay for as long as you want. Says a little matter. A person wakes up in big life and says, what do I do? I do all these Averos. Listen to truth. Says the answer, don't do truth. It's not a good idea. Stay here. Go check out. Keep on doing your Averos. But that doesn't make sense. Because every day costs a little something. Versus earning who knows how much in currency if you do those. Says the Gemara, there's a woman who the Gemara is discussing dogs, and you should be the you have a dog that chases away the people. It's not the prevention. It says the Gemara, a woman went to somebody's house to bake bread, and he had a dog, and it barked and it scared her, and she lost her pregnancy. And he says, why are you so scared of the dog? I took out his teeth. He doesn't have claws. He said it's too late. My pregnancy is over. In other words, be careful with a bad dog. We had in the Mishnah, Biris is a belt that goes around the sock to make sure the socks don't fall off. According to Rabbi, it's a Biris is a one belt and it covers it's two belts. And according to a woman, it's two belts with a chain between them. Why do you need this chain? So that there were certain families that had very large steps, in order to prevent them from having large steps and losing their psulim. And Rabbi Yirmiyah agreed to that pshat and he said, he woke up from sleep, he heard it, and said, Mechavan to his face. That had a wonderful day.
Different isotope ratios.
Yeah, I mean, we have to understand the big picture of this, but a quick side note. The Chinese rocks are dramatically different than the Apollo rocks, by the way. There's a moisture and the
guess 100%
God
sounds
is not
true.
something about
Because
how are you all doing?
you say that it's apparently regurgitating all the false data that was put into it. We have
Even
video,
though it's not
you just saw it, of them faking being halfway to the moon from Earth orbit. They cannot leave Earth orbit in the Saturn V rocket. We already know that. We have proof of that. So that must mean
What brings it to your show?
they did something to falsify the mirage. This is the CIA's job. If they want a city boy to infiltrate rural farmers in Vermont, they will send a crew to Vermont to retrieve the soil from Vermont, and they will shove it up the fingernails of the guy impersonating a farmer from there. That's how thorough they are. We know they fake the moon landing. We have them faking being halfway to the moon, proving they can't leave Earth orbit. We have that reaffirmed by mannequins leaving Earth orbit instead of people, right? So what does the CIA do? They falsify backgrounds, they falsify data, they falsify personas, they falsify evidence. That's what they do. That's their specialty.
So they didn't falsify the one rock that they sent to the one that was
Well,
sent
they
to
did
the
falsify it in that it was a good impersonation of a moon rock because it looked fine. I don't remember what that fact would look like. It was a big thing when you were a kid in science class, but it looks really weird. So they said, hey, perfect fake moon rock. And they assumed that thing would be hermetically sealed for hundreds of years. And so that was one way of faking a moon rock.
The only way you can answer the question
What's the deal with there's a C marking on one of the pages.
We're by both pages. But like us, like Sharon's the money, we have extra
Evidence that
You can consider it evidence. I don't consider it as strong as the other things we talked about. But not only does the rock have a C on it, if you look closely, there's a C in the soil to the lower right of the rock. So apparently they were using the same studio for what are called setup, or setup 1, setup 2. And so the C rock, which is right there, the other C in the dirt, goes by. There's also in the lower right-hand corner like a crease. I think it's paper mache.
On the other hand,
That rock is paper mache. You see the crease in the lower right-hand part of the rock. So there's a C in the dirt, there's a C on the rock. Now here's something interesting about the Chinese probe. If you see pictures that the AI said were actually on the moon from Chinese probe, then almost all the rocks are sticking up out of the ground. You understand? Because of the thousands or millions of years of dust accumulating, all the rocks on the moon are actually sticking up out of the dust.
and it says,
Except in the Bible pictures where they're placed on top of it. More proof that they're fake. Yeah.
What about this slow motion deal? So
That's very convincing. You can view that up from my movie. It's somewhere in there before the window shot. It's very fascinating. You know, when I saw the part that was broadcast of the alleged Earth floating in space with the fake Terminator line, looks good to me. I would have thought that was the real deal. And so when I see them kind of floating around in alleged 1/6 gravity, looks real to me. But I have professional equipment. I just hit double speed, and you see the thing hitting off the ground about a half an inch, and it's so obvious. It's slow motion. No, hey, let's look at that again. Here it is right here. Okay.
So we told him, don't worry about it. Not a single one of us is missing. In other words, not a single one of us went off the deck.
So this is the speed double. You can see they're really just reverse gravity.
It's
pretty clear, isn't it?
we thought about this, and
it
therefore
definitely
we're
looks like he's in Earth's gravity.
Yeah. So they should be able to leave. The bottom of their feet should be at least 6 feet above the
Shaky
surface.
says there's a heck of since the clerk
But they weren't able to fake that. They used slow motion. It looked pretty good.
Two of them are
It
private.
looked pretty convincing to me. I'm a filmmaker, right?
And,
Looking for fake footage. But then when you double the speed,
to look
you realize
at a woman's
getting off the ground
the
half
same
an
way
inch.
there's a
So there's no footage of him leaving the ground by
There's a couple in the later missions, but they think they had cables on them, like big bungee cables, because there are times when an astronaut is all the way over like this and suddenly he's pulled back up. So they still didn't get as high as they should have, but they were able to
made
that
out of
into
human,
higher layer
friends here, or even animal hair, that's permitted to
And
go out with
apparently
Shabbos.
the large
Not going to remove
landscapes which they
Why?
decided to do
Because
to
it's
make the
disgusting. The
locals
furniture is disgusting.
virtually miniatures, as the AI said.
Animal hair
Do you
certainly.
think Stanley Kubrick has anything to do with the filming and the creation of
older woman who has
this, or
white
was he
hair,
not
gray hair,
part of the
certainly not weird.
fraud?
A
I
younger
don't
woman
know,
with dark
and
hair, because
I
then people
consider
will
it
cover her
irrelevant.
and come pick it up.
What's more
A
important is
younger,
that they
never
did
weird,
make
white
the
hair.
ruling.
That's not
Now,
concerned.
I don't talk about Stanley
As you
Kubrick
learn the
in
first
my
one,
book
heavens and
or in the movie. However,
one
there
goes
he is
over
with
from ear to
his
ear, the other one
colleagues
goes
from NASA.
on the forehead from ear
When
to
he
ear.
shot Barry Lyndon,
This
I
mission
think
tells
in
us that it's sewn into the head.
1970,
It's not concerned. It's how did she
he
pick it up the
used the
by
NASA
removing
lens.
the entire head. So that will
Lens, the
expose
first
the ear.
lens ever
That's not
made that
concerned.
could photograph under natural candle light.
However, the mission says,
The fact is, he was the best filmmaker on the planet.
and a shaker.
Apollo 11 was filmed at Cannon Air Force Base in 1968. That's about the time
That a woman
2001: A Space Odyssey was being made, which was a film about going to the moon. And I consider it still the best science fiction film ever made. And the point of making it would be for 2001: A Space Odyssey, the moon, and the real moon looks different, you see. And if they were the same filmmaker, he could make that happen. And then film The Shining, there's a little red boy who stands up and he has a hand knit Apollo 11 shirt on.
That's it.
So it seems like he either knew that the moon missions were fake or participated in it. The fact is, they did fake the moon landing, and they had to have someone in charge of the fake photography. They basically had two choices. They could hire the media director at the Pentagon and get great security and amateur results, or they could hire the best filmmaker on the planet and get the short-term benefits of good-looking pictures and worry about security later. That would have been what I chose. Interestingly, Kubrick's last movie was called Eyes Wide Shut. The most famous picture of Buzz Aldrin allegedly standing with his arm bent. There's so many clues right there. He's on Earth, one of which is that there's wrinkles all in his pressurized spacesuit. How many wrinkles are in a balloon? So the suit isn't even pressurized. You're looking at it, I was looking at it, and our eyes were wide shut. Stanley Kubrick insisted contractually that Eyes Wide Shut, his last film, and he died before its release. So it's like a dead man's request. He requested that that film open on a particular day, July 16th, 1999, the 30th anniversary. So I think he was the likely candidate to do it. After I did the InfoWars interview, they had on
Shabbos Daf Samachay. How's everybody doing today? The Mishnah tells us that you're permitted to go out with a wad of cotton in your ear, provided that it's tied around the ear, wrapped around the ear. You could go with a wad of cotton on your foot if you have a wound on your foot, provided that it's tied to your foot. A nida does not need to tie it to herself because it's disgusting, it's mose, and we're not concerned she'll pick it up. Even if it has a handle where it's not that mose, it is still considered mose. The Gemara tells us that when Rabbi Yochanan got older, he had a lot of earwax. So he went in Rosh Hashanah on Shabbos with a wad of cotton in his ear without tying it to his ear. The Gemara explains because he put it in really tight where it doesn't fall out, he wasn't concerned. His friends argued with him and they said that's also. When Rabbi Yochanan did it, the entire generation argued on him. The Gemara tells us that a woman could go out with peppercorn in her mouth to use it as a mouthwash to have good breath, or salt in order to relieve tooth pain. Other things that you're permitted to go out with, such as ginger and cinnamon, what to go out with on Shabbos. If a person has a false tooth, if it's made out of gold, the concern is, according to Chachamim, a woman might take it out to show her friends what a beautiful tooth she has. Rabbi says that's not a concern because once she removes it, that'll cause her an embarrassment, she won't remove it. If it's made out of silver, there's no reason for a person to show off silver. You're allowed to go out with a false tooth that's silver. Certainly if it looks like other teeth or if it's from another human being. There are 3 Amrim that say the Svara of Rabbi. Rabbi says that if it causes an embarrassment, we're not concerned she'll show it. We also learned earlier that if a woman wears a sleichas, a plaitoin, it's a little flask of perfume. The only people that wear it are people that have body odor, and she won't remove it because that will tell other people of her issue. Other Madam Reb Shimon ben Elazar, he says that anything under the svacha, the wool cap, a person is allowed to go. So let's say she takes a needle and wraps her hair around it, and then she puts it under the svacha, you're allowed to go out on Shabbos. What's the concern? She might show it off. She won't, because in order to get to it, she has to expose her hair. She's a married woman. She wouldn't do so. Says the Mishnah, a person has a wound on the bottom of their foot. What they would do is they take a coin, a selah, and put it under the foot, and that would heal. Because it has three attributes. Number one, it's hard. Two, it has moisture. And three, it has a form to it. Those three things together heal the foot. This matbeah is for refuah, and therefore you're allowed to go out with it. The Mishnah says that young girls are allowed to go out with threads in their ear. They would pierce their ear, and rather than getting them earrings, training earrings, they would put in threads or even a toothpick. You're allowed to go out with it. It's not something that you take out to show your friends, unless, like the Gemara says later, the Shmuel didn't allow his daughters to go out with it because they were colorful. That's something to show your friends. Women in Arab nations can wear, Rulas, they can wear the ninja suit where only the eyes show, or in Modai they would wear prufos. Basically, you take an object, let's say a stone or a coin, and you put it behind the clothing and you push through. And then that creates like a button. And you can tie it. So says the Mishnah that you're allowed to go out with that on Shabbos, provided that if it's a coin, you designated it before Shabbos, because on Shabbos you cannot designate a coin, because it's muktzah. You might be able to designate a specific stone if it's the right shape for this purpose. Says the Gemara that Abu Shmuel did not allow his daughters to go out with these strings that were colorful in the hair, and he didn't allow them to sleep together, his daughters, in one bed, so they shouldn't get used to a strange body next to them, and then they'll have a taiva. And he made a mikvah for them in the days of Nisan. Why? Because in Nisan it rained that much. The halacha is that if you have a natural spring, even if the water flows from a natural spring, you're allowed to use it as a mikvah. Rainwater you can only use when it's still, but if it flows, you're not allowed to use it as a mikvah. The concern was there's so much rainwater that it became the roiv, and in the Nahar Pras, in the Euphrates, there was more rainwater than the spring water, and therefore it was also the prevalent. So he made them a mikvah. He either made a channel and took water out of the Euphrates, and he created a mikvah. In Tishrei, he put mats there. According to Rashi, he put the mats so that they don't step in the mud and create a chatzitza. According to Taisus, he put mats for tznius purposes. Shmuel argues, and he says, even the Euphrates, even if it has a lot of rainwater, most of its water comes from within, from underground. But he himself argues on himself, because in a different place he says that it could only be titled in the Nahar Pras in the days of Tishrei. In other words, he was concerned about the rainwater. There's a shaila in the Gemara. If a woman could take a nut and pretend that she's making a button out of it, do the periphery, put it behind the clothing, and create a button, but her real intent is to travel across the Shus Rabbah. Are you allowed to do harama? Are you allowed to do trickery? What's the question? We know the halacha is that if somebody has clothing, trying to save from a fire, wants to bring them into a mother, according to Rabbi, you can do trickery, you can wear many clothing. Perhaps only by a fire, because we're concerned that if we don't allow him to do so, he might extinguish the fire and be over the rice. We're not concerned that this woman is going to be over the rice to get a nut and candy over to her son. On the other hand, perhaps over here it's mutter because it's tiltul l'afiyat. That's not the natural way of carrying. You carry a nut in your hand, you don't put it in your clothing and pretend it's a button. So perhaps it's mutter. Have a wonderful day.
Well, ever since he did that, he has a handler sitting beside him. And this reminds me of a clip.
Shabbos Daf Samach Vav happy like, but Omer, there's a wedding going on right outside the door here, a Corona wedding. You perhaps might hear the music. Says the Mishnah, if a person has a prosthetic leg, according to Rabbi Meir, if it's designed only for aesthetic purposes, then he can go out with it on Shabbos, even though it's made out of wood. You can make a shoe out of wood. According to Rabbi Yossi, shoes are made out of leather, therefore it's considered a burden. You cannot go out with it on Shabbos. Smoichos are these pieces of leather that go on a person that is an amputee, and it goes on his shins, and that's how he drags his feet through the street. They are tied on really well, so it's not a concern that he might fall off on Shabbos. And they are not shoes, so therefore you can even go into the Beis Hamikdash with them, because you cannot go into the Beis Hamikdash with shoes. If an amputee sits on a small chair, and in his hands he has pegs that he walks with, but the bottom of his stumps, like you see in red, he has like a sort of a shoe that goes on them. Those are real shoes. La halacha, you can't take those into the Beis Hamikdash, but we're also concerned that they might fall off. They're not on him properly, and therefore you cannot go out with them on Shabbos. Look them in. 3 pshatim in the Gemara. One pshat is these are masks like Purim to scare the children. Another pshat is it's like a donkey that you dress up in, or they are stilts. All 3 of them, they are not kalim. They don't serve a purpose, and therefore they're not vessels, and therefore they're not mikabel toma, and you cannot go out with them on Shabbos. L'maskana. The way we learn our Mishnah is like we said. Rabbi Meir is the one that says you can go out with prosthetics. Rabbi Yossi says it's usur. In order to remember it, Rabbi Yossi's name has a samach in it, and the word usur has a samach in it. Rav, when he heard one of his Talmudim say that Rabbi Meir is the one that says it's usur, and Rabbi Yossi is the one that says it's mutter, he went like this with his hand. He wasn't able to talk. He said, you got to flip it around. Shmuel, who initially said like that, he also retracted his shita and says like we have in our Mishnah, because he says a Yavama could do chalitza on a Yavam that has a wooden shoe. So you see a shoe could be wood. Other halachas that he said and he brings a riot from our Mishnah. The Rabbi Meir says wooden shoe is considered a shoe you go out with it on Shabbos. In addition, he says that if a Yavam wears his left shoe on his right foot, you can do chalitza, and if he wears somebody else's shoe, you could also do chalitza. Rav Huna also retracted, and he said that if the sandal shows sayadim, it's a plasterer's shoe that goes over his regular shoe to protect the shoe. It's made out of straw. It's considered a shoe. You do chalitza with it. It becomes coming to a smedris. V'haydulay. Who's v'haydulay? Rabbi Meir says the Gemara, who holds that wood is good shoe, says a good shoe. And who didn't admit to it? Rabbi Yossi says that it's also, or Rabbi Yochanan ben Nuri. Rabbi Yochanan ben Nuri also says on a mat made out of straw that you lay on, he says the straw is not considered wood, and therefore it's not Mikabel Tuma. The other one says it is Mikabel Tuma. Why? Because Paisvis, that there's a shita that says Adam Marishim ate from Eitz Hadas, which was made out of wheat. So you see wheat, which is straw, is considered Eitz Hadas. Says the Mishnah. This shoe of a prosthetic leg, if it has a base kibble, it has a place to put the soft material, then it's considered a kli, and it's Mikabel Tuma, otherwise it's not Mikabel Tuma. If the main purpose and design of a kli is to lean on it, then it can be Mikabel Tumas Medris. Tumas Medris, when a Zav and a Zava lean, sit, lay on something, it's Mikabel Tumas Medris, only if it was designed so to begin with. If a kli is not 100% designed for that, only sometimes they use it, says Abaya, it's not Mikabel Tumas Medris. Rabbi says, it is Mikabel Tumas Medris. Says, Rabbi, I'll prove it to you. There's a halacha that if a child plays with a toy stroller, it's Mikabel Tumas Medris. You see from here that you don't really need to lean on it. Says Abai, well, the child does lean on it. That's how he learns how to walk. But Abai says, I'll bring you a raya. A walking stick that you don't lean on typically. The halacha is, it's not Mikabel any kind of tumah, even Maga. It's a pshudik liyait. It doesn't have an ex kilo. Says Rabbi, no. A walking stick, you're right, is never designed to lean on it at all. It's only designed to walk in straight steps and to straighten up the old man's spine. Says the Mishnah that a boy go out with kesher. One shot in the Gemara is that he uses flowers that are called madder. And says the Gemara that if you use 3 of these, they will contain the disease. 5 of them will heal the disease, and 7 of them are so strong that even through witchcraft the person won't get this disease. The Mishnah also says that the Bnei Melachim, the children of kings, they go out with these bells. It's not only the children of kings, anybody, but typically only the Bnei Melachim go out with it. Rabbi says that this matter stuff that we discussed is only if it never saw the sun, moon, or rain, and never heard the sound of metal, of a chicken, or of footsteps. Says the Gemara, then basically there's no such thing as matter. You're getting rid of this whole healing thing. There's another shot what a kesher is. There's a son that he's homesick, so before he goes away to camp or whatever, the father takes off his right strap from his right foot, and straps it on his left hand like you do with tefillin. If you reverse it, like I almost did, then it's a sakana. If you take a hot cup that had water in it, hot water before, and you put it on an intestinal ache, and you manipulate it, that's okay to do on Shabbos. It's not considered shkikas amamanim. It's not healing. You are manipulating with your hand. You can take a baby who has his bones out of place and wrap him up real tight. That's also allowed on Shabbos. To take oil and salt and smear it on the palm of your hands and the bottom of your feet in order to alleviate someone who's too drunk. You could do that on Shabbos, and you can whisper in his ears. These are all the chashim. You whisper just like this oil is thinning out, so too the wine should thin out. If you don't have this concoction of oil and salt, you could use wax from a barrel and thin it out in water. You're allowed to choke somebody. In other words, if somebody has displaced vertebrae, you can hang him by his neck and pull it into place on Shabbos because he has a lot of pain. Many times in Shas, Abaye, who was a Yosem, who's brought up by Rabbi's wife, and he used to say, "Amra li ein." My stepmother told me. And basically what she says are important things, and they are halachas. And she says, by the way, she was the one that said 3, 5, and 7 sharim. But she says over here that anytime you do a lachash, you do a whisper like for this grown person, or we bring the halacha, all the mishaberachs that we say for a chayla are with the mother's name. How do we know this? From this Gemara, from Amrli Ein, you mention the mother's name. If you don't know how many times to say a lachash, you must say it 41 times. If a woman has reason to believe she has some sort of genetic disposition to miscarry, she may wear Even Tukuma, which is a stone within a stone. Rameir says if you take that same stone and you weigh it against another stone, you could use the second stone that weighs exactly the same amount, not a tad less or more. The Gemara has a question: can you take the second stone and weigh a third stone? Will it work on the third stone? Only if a person has fever, you take a brand new coin and you measure salt from a salt factory and you hang it on your neck with a piece of hair. If not, take a very large ant that's carrying something, you put it into a copper tube, and you seal it with lead. 60 seals. You take it, you shake it, you say to the ant, "Take my disease and take your disease." If not, you take a brand new earthenware pot. You go to the river and you say, "River, lend me some water." You take the water and you go around your head 7 times, and then you pour it into the river backwards while you say, "River, take my water back with the disease. The way the disease came, the disease shall leave. Have a wonderful day."
And this is when I had the idea of asking if he would swear on the Bible. He told me he did not do it because he believes in God. That's why he did not swear on the Bible. That's why he was still uses a video demonstration of the law, and they beat out the country because they didn't walk on the moon. The only astronaut that did it are vowed atheists.
Shabbos Daf Samach Zayin.
They don't believe in God. But the astronauts who believe in God are the ones.
Happy Lag Ba'omer. We're back to the sugya of supernatural healing powers. This is a very interesting one. If a person has fever every 3 days, he has to do things with the number 7. He takes 7 branches from 7 different date trees, 7 splinters from 7 different beams, 7 pegs from 7 different bridges, 7 ashes from 7 different ovens, 7 dirts from 7 different door sockets, 7 pitch from 7 different ships, and 7 kernels of cumin from cumin. And here's a very interesting one. 7 beard hairs of an old dog. You tie it all together, put it in a strand of hair, wrap it around your neck. That's a school of 4 root 4. If a person has really high fever, you take a knife that's completely metal, no handle, and you go over to a thorn bush, a sneh, and you tie your hair around it, and you say the pasuk, "Vayera Malach Hashem Elav, Vayomer Moshe." The second pasuk. These are psukim referring to that the sneh wasn't eaten up, so the disease shouldn't eat up the body. And on the second day, you go over there, you make another notch in the sneh like you did in the first day, and you say, "Vayera Hashem Kisar Lirais." Hashem saw. The word "sar" means go away. And on the third day, you notch out the sneh again, and you say the pasuk, don't come close to me, go away, disease. And you tell the sneh. We know that the reason why Baruch was Masher Shechina on you is not because you're such a great tree, the opposite. It's because you're so humble, and that will increase a person's humility, which will overcome the disease. And you bend down to it, and you cut down the sneh, and you say, just like the fire ran away from Tanayim Sholva Azariah by Kishan Eish, so too my fever, my fire should run away from me. If a person has shchin, or a very painful blisters, or he has a shade demons, or the shade of the Beis HaKisei, the Gemara gives a series of different words that a person will say. The Shem Ba'achai, like Ba'omer, says, Klal Yisrael is royalty, and royalty wears golden bells and go out with it on Shabbos. Unlike a slave, like we said, cannot go out with a bell, because he'll fall. He's royalty. Rabbi says that's provided that it's tied tightly to his clothing. Says the Mishnah, continuing with supernatural things, a person can go out with the egg of a grasshopper if he's concerned of an earegg. Machlekes is whether he can go out or not. We'll see in a second. The tooth of a fox. Well, if it's a live fox, that wakes a person up if he's too sleepy. If he's dead, it's good for Samia. If a person has problems falling asleep, he uses this tooth. The nail of a person that was hung is good for a wound. According to Rabbi, you're allowed to use this stuff. It's refuah. According to Chachamim, that's darkei amori. The same way Seleichid is a deraisa to act like a guy with superstition. Abai and Rabbi say anything that it's obvious that it creates refuah. You drink a potion, you put herbs on a wound, and you know that it's going to work. There's no darkei amori. The issue is when you know that it's not going to work. It's darkei amori. It looks like you're acting like a guy. When a person has a tree that is really strong and the fruit fall off the tree prematurely, there are two things you can do. You load it up with stones. That's a natural scientific way of weakening the tree and therefore prolonging the fruit on the tree. Second way is to paint the tree red. Why is that not supernatural? Because what you're trying to do is to invoke other people that see this to get them to daven for you. As it says by the Mitzorah, the Tomei Yikra, the Mitzorah calls out, I am Tomei, to have people have compassion for him and daven for him. There's a manama that says you take a cluster of dates and you put it on a date tree for the same reason you want people to daven for you. Rabbi Baruch said all the halachas of a Murray, that's in Tosefta, Perek Zayin Ches, that discuss the Murray, they're all false. You're not allowed to do them. There are only two. And in fact, the Maharil brings these two are the only two refuahs in the entire Shabbos, Daf Samach Zayin, which are Badal Menusa. They work even in our day. And that is, if a person has a bone stuck in his throat, he takes a bone from the same type of bone. Let's say it's a chicken bone. You take another chicken bone, put it on top of your head, and you say a couple of words. And if you have a bone of a fish, you put it. You do the same thing. You say these words, and it works. Now the Gemara brings at least 14 different things that are considered darkei amori. The person says my mazel should get greater, or he says I shouldn't get tired. He uses a lashon of God Yagud. The Yudah says that lashon is worse than darkei amori. That's actually a zar. The person switches his name with his wife at nighttime. He calls himself his wife's name, and she calls him her name, his name. That's also darkei amori. If you say my barrel should be stronger, he uses a lashon of Dan Yadun. That is darkei amori. The Yudah says once again, Dan is a lashon of Zara, completely also. Another thing, if you tell a raven, scream, or you tell a female raven, shrieking, and turn your tail to me, and everything will be good, that's darkei amori. If you see a chicken acting wrongly, in other words, the chicken, instead of crowing in the morning, he crows at night, or he crows like a raven, and he says, I'm going to shut it because of that, that's darkei amori. Same thing if a female chicken screams like a male chicken. If a person says, I'll drink, but I'll leave over, or he breaks eggs on a wall in order to save the chicks, or he dances in front of the chicks, or counts to 71, or a woman who dances in front of a kutach, which is a dish, or she urinates in front of the dish, or she tells people don't talk loudly when I cook my lentils, or she says let's scream so that the beans will cook. All these things are darkei amori. These are things that are more scientific. You take a splinter of mulberry in order to increase the speed of the dish, or you take broken glass. That is scientifically proven to work. Chachamim say If you use glass, you have other issues. The issue is sakana. You don't want to really eat glass. Not a very good idea. To say l'chaim, the wine l'chaim, it should be on the mouth of Rabbanan. That's okay. In fact, Rabbi Kiva, by the chassan of his son, he said l'chaim to the chachamim and to the talmidim. You let it take salt that thins out the oil and creates a brighter flame. That's scientifically proven. Let it take clay, mud, and put it underneath the flame so it should go slower. It chills it out a little bit, and the flame goes slower. Rabbi Zutra says, if you were to cause your flame not to increase but to consume more oil, your over and Issa Raisa, according to most trainer of Baal Tashkis, you're consuming oil and you don't need to. With that, we finish the amazing parak of Bamet Isha. And tomorrow we are going to start the nether. Wow, Godol, have a wonderful day.
When the masks drop down, they say, if you're with a dependent person like a young child, who do you put the mask on first, right? If you ask, the logical answer is the child. You gotta save that child. That answer is wrong. You can't save the child if you're unconscious. The only time it's good to be selfish is with your own salvation and eternal life. It says
Shabbos Daf Samachetz.
first message preached. Save yourself.
We're starting a brand new parak Cloud Gadol, one of the most famous programming in
He needs to do the
Shabbos.
same thing, or he won't.
Cloud Gadol, there's three major rules the Mishnah tells us.
Interesting. Yeah, fascinating.
The first rule, Cloud Aleph, let's call it, is a person that doesn't know about Shabbos. And therefore, he only brings one chatos on all the Shabbosim and all the Averos he ever committed because there was only one mistake that he made. He didn't know about Shabbos. The second rule is, if a person knew about Shabbos, but he forgot that today is Shabbos, he's chayiv on each and every Shabbos. And the third rule in the Mishnah is, if a person forgot about the malacha, he knew today is Shabbos, but he forgot that the malacha he's doing is asur, so he's chayiv for each av malacha, including if he did koldes and one av, he's chayiv only one carbon for the two of them. But for each and every av malacha, he's chayiv one. Says the Gemara, why is it called Klal Gadol, a major rule? Says Rabbi Yossi Bar Oven, because compared to Hilchos Shemitah, which it also says Klal Gadol, Shabbos is a major rule. Why is it a major rule? Because Hilchos Shabbos apply even when things are not attached to the ground. For instance, cooking. You're not cooking attached to the ground. It's on the oven. So that's a major rule. So then why does it say major rule by Shemitah? Because Shemitah compared to Meiser is a major rule. Meiser doesn't apply to animal food, only to human food. So therefore, Shemitah is a major rule. Shemitah does apply to animal food. But according to Bakar Party that says Klal Gadol by Meiser as well, how does he explain? He must explain that Meiser compared to Peyah, oh, that's a big rule. Why is that? Because Meiser has three conditions. It has to be oichel, has to be food, and not fruit that's designed, let's say, to dye clothing. It also has to be nishmar, guarded, not hefty. It has to be gedulim min haaretz, has to grow from the ground, whereas, let's say, mushrooms don't grow from the ground, puppet from mice. When it comes to payah, we add two things. It has to be l'kitotzak achas. You reap it in one shot at one time. There's one period of time. Whereas, let's say figs, where you don't reap it at one time, you can pick them off the tree at different months. Not chayv. And finally, it has to be something that you could store. And all vegetables are part of the payah because you don't store them. So that's why it's a Klal Gadol. Mice are considered payah as a Klal Gadol. Machlokes Rav and Shmuel versus Rabbi Yochanan and Shmuel. Rav and Shmuel say that if somebody never knew about Shabbos, he's a kunai chenishba. That's what our mission is referring to. That and somebody that knew about Shabbos and forgot about the concept of Shabbos. Two things. Those two cases, you're chayav a carbon. So even somebody that becomes about tshuva, he never knew about Shabbos, he grew up in who knows where, never heard about Shabbos. When he comes about tshuva, he must bring a carbon according to Rabbi and Shmuel. You don't know because you know somebody who never knew about Shabbos is a kunai chenishba, doesn't have to bring the carbon. In fact, it's machlokes Tanai. It says in the Brayso, there's a Klal Gadol. If there's a Tinnik Shnishba and he didn't know about Shabbos, he didn't know about Chayla, he didn't know about the Dam, and he didn't know about Avodah Zarah, he brings one carbon for each Avera for his entire life. One carbon for Dam, one carbon for Avodah Zarah, one carbon for Chayla, and one carbon for Shabbos. Where Munbaz says, no, he's parted from all carbonics. Munbaz learns that there's a hedge between Shogeg and Mezid. Mezid is called a Chayta, Shogeg is considered a Chayta. And just like Mezid, he has an awareness, so to Shogeg you had to have awareness. And somebody said, Tinnik never had an awareness. Asks Rabbi Kiva, wait a minute, if you're comparing Shogeg to Mezid, Mezid knows while he's doing it, he knows that what he's doing, he has an awareness as he's doing it. How can you say so by Shogeg? In fact, Munbaz holds, yes, he does have an awareness when he does a Shogeg. We'll explain that tomorrow. Munbaz learns from Avodah Zarah. In Avodah Zarah, it says, there's one halacha for Shogeg and Mezid, and just like Mezid, he has an awareness of Shogeg. And Chachamim hold Torah Achas comes to tell us another halacha. That in order to be chayav a chatas, it has to be zdoinei kares. Only something that if you do something b'mezid, you chayav kares, then on the shogeg part, you bring a chatas. Otherwise, you don't bring a chatas. Have a wonderful day, but if you want to stick around for bonus material, just explain. The Gemara's Havamina and Rabbi Shmuel. The Gemara says in Rabbi Shmuel that they hold like Tinnik Shenishba. So I never had an awareness about Shabbos. Didn't know about Shabbos. He's chayav only one carbon. That would mean what we consider Klal Aleph, on the list, Klal Aleph, would have to drop down to be Klal Beis. And that is, if somebody knew about Shabbos, but he forgot about Shabbos completely, that would be the second Klal in the Mishnah. And on that Klal, he'd be chayav on each and every Shabbos. And Klal Beis that we have would drop down to Klal Gimel. In other words, if somebody forgot that today's Shabbos, would drop down to Klal Gimel, and he'd be chayav for each and every malacha that he does. The big issue with that, and the reason why the Gemara goes away from that is, then why does the Mishnah say Klal Gimel is a person that forgot that the malacha that he's doing is also, let's say much bigger chiddush. A person forgot that today is Shabbos, and he's chayav on each and every malacha. And therefore the Gemara says that when Rav says, Rav and Shmuel, they say, Tinnik Shenishba, that goes together with somebody that knew that it was Shabbos, but he forgot Shabbos today, and somebody that never knew about Shabbos. They're all equal. Bring one carbon, have a wonderful day.
Yes, so those experiencers, in this case, would be Buzz. It wouldn't be Neil. It wouldn't be the people that were deceived that were watching the movie. It would be the actual people that were on the movie. And from your perspective, those people were not on the movie. They weren't there. And so that's why I love so much. I love your passion and your desire to get to the bottom of this and to really find truth. I really respect it, and you're going to the experiencers.
Shabbos Daf Samach Tes. If someone were to ask you to define the word shogeg, you'd probably say shogeg means a person who doesn't know that the Saver is awesome. Well, there's a three machlokes. Munbaz has an incredible shita that shogeg means a person knows that what he's doing is wrong, he just doesn't know he has to bring a carbon. That is considered a shogeg. In fact, there's a brayso that says exactly like Munbaz. Brayso says, how do you define the perfect shogeg? Somebody that doesn't know it's Shabbos and doesn't know the malach is awesome. And how do you define the perfect mezid? Somebody that knows it's Shabbos and somebody that knows that the malach is awesome. And what if somebody knows one out of the two? He knows it's Shabbos, he doesn't know the malach is awesome. He knows the malach is awesome, he doesn't know it's Shabbos. Or what if he doesn't know you have to bring a carbon, which is exactly Munbaz's case. And the brayso says in all three of these things, if you bring a carbon, he's considered a shogeg. Perfect proof for Munbaz. Chachamim argue, they say no. Somebody that doesn't know that you have to bring a carbon is not considered a shogeg. So what is considered a shogeg according to Chachamim? Machlokes Rabbi Yochanan and Rish Lakish. According to Rabbi Yochanan, if a person doesn't know about kares, forgets about the kares, that's considered shogeg. According to Rish Lakish, you have to forget about the lav and the kares, two things. And he brings a pasuk. It says in the pasuk, "Asher lo yiseh asenu b'shgaga." The Hashem pasuk is referring to lav and kares. Doesn't know both. That's considered a shogeg. So no. That pasuk is talking about a mummer, off the derech, that does an avera b'shogeg. He doesn't bring a carbon. Why? Because even if he knew that what he was doing is wrong, he wouldn't refrain from doing the avera. So now that it's a shogeg, he shouldn't bring a carbon. Asher lo yiseh asenu b'shgaga v'Hashem. There's the Mishnah that says there's 39 malachas, and the famous question, why tell us the number? And Rabbi Yochanan goes on to explain, to tell us that if somebody did 39 malachas, he's chayav 39 karbanos. The big question is, how in the world is it possible for somebody to be over on all 39 malachas? The minute he doesn't know that there's 39 malachas, he got all 39 malachas, then there's no Shabbos for him. He wouldn't be a Shaygig. According to Rabbi Yochanan, understood. As long as a person forgets the Isser Kares, that's considered Shaygig. So here's a case that he's kind of altered. But according to Shlomo, he has to forget the Kares and the Lav. So in what is he exactly a Shaygig? How does he know the Shabbos? The answer is that according to Rabbi Akiva, there's a 40th Avera, the Iraisa, and that's Tchumim. To walk 2,000 amos out of Tchum. The only difference between Tchum and all the other ones is that Tchum doesn't bring a carbon. And he knew about Tchum, but he didn't know about the other 39. Who has Bitu? When somebody swears falsely about the past or about the future, he says, I ate this and that, or I didn't eat this and that, or he says, I am going to eat, or I'm not going to eat. There's a big chiddush in Shavuos HaBitul. They have to bring a carbon oil of the even though it's only allowed, you bring a carbon unallowed. Huge chiddush. According to Abaye, even Rabbi Yochanan, who typically says that to forget kares is considered a shagig, but here, since there's no kares, to forget that you have to bring a carbon is not considered a shagig, even though the carbon is a big chiddush. Now, what is the shagig? Now, it's very easy to find a shagig in Shavuos HaBitul when it comes to the future. He swears he's not going to eat, and then he ate by mistake. So that's a shagig. But what about the past? How is it possible to get a Shavuos HaBitul in the past? When you swear, you have to be aware. And he wasn't aware that he didn't eat. He wasn't aware that he didn't. So what exactly is he swearing falsely by mistake? So one pshat is that goes according to Mumbas, that he forgot that there's a carbon. But another pshat is that it goes according to Chachamim, that typically Chachamim hold that forgetting a carbon is not considered a shaykhah. But here, by Shavuos HaBitul, since that's the only thing you have is a carbon, that is the shaykhah. He forgot because the carbon here is a chiddush. And that would be a bomb question on Abaye, who says that according to everybody, you have to be shaykhah in the lav and not in the carbon. If somebody eats truma, the mace, he's chayik misa b'dei shamayim. The shaykhah, he has to pay back the truma plus a fifth. What if he doesn't know that there's misa b'dei shamayim? Is that considered a shaykhah? According to Abaye, Rabbi will hold that misa b'dei shamayim is not like us, and therefore it's not a shaykhah, and he doesn't pay the extra fifth. According to Rabbi will hold misa b'dei shamayim equals kares. It's like the same thing as kares, and therefore you do pay the chaydush. What if somebody found himself in the desert, lost track of time, doesn't have a calendar, doesn't know what day it is? When does he keep Shabbos? Can he do malacha today? Can he not do malacha? Rabbi says the moment he realizes that he's lost, he doesn't know what day it is, he counts 6 days of weekdays, and on the 7th day, he rests Shabbos. Rabbi says the opposite. The day that he finds out, he does Shabbos immediately, and he counts 6 days. The Machlekes says, do we go by Bria Soilem, do 6 days and then Shabbos? Well, Rabbi says, no, it's like other Rishon. He was born, he was immediately to Shabbos, then 6 days of weekday. From the Brisa, there's a question on Kia, because the Brisa seems like it says, you keep, for every 6 days that you keep one Shabbos. In fact, because the Brisa says, no flourish. You count 6 days, and then you keep Shabbos. What do you do? Says the Gemara, all 7 days. This is amazing. The guy wakes up in the desert. His life is really bad, but it gets even worse. He cannot be Machal Shabbos every single day of the week, only to sustain himself. He can only take enough food to live b'tzimtzum. And the day that he keeps for Shabbos, he makes Kiddush and Havdalah. If he recalls the day that he left, you could assume that day was definitely not Shabbos because he wouldn't travel on Shabbos. But he cannot assume that that day was also not Friday. In other words, get 2-3 days, because it's very possible that he got a good ride and he left on a Friday. We learned in the Mishnah that if a person forgot that today is Shabbos, that's to bring a carbon for every Shabbos that he forgot. If a person forgot the concept of Shabbos, he brings one carbon for his entire life. Why? What's the difference? There's a contradiction in the Psukim. The Shamru B'nai Yisrael as a Shabbos is singular. You have to keep one Shabbos. And then it says the Shabbos Tishmoiru in the plural. So which one is it? It says the Gemara of a Shamru is referring to if a person didn't have the concept of Shabbos, according to Rabbi Nachman, he brings one carbon for all the Shabbos. But if he knew about Shabbos, just he forgot that today is Shabbos, he has to bring a carbon for each and every Shabbos. Rabbi Yitzchak says the same thing, but he learns from the opposite of the Psukim. He says V'shamru B'nai Yisrael says Shabbos means every single Shabbos you're over in Aveira. It's one Shabbos. So he said, all the Shabbosim that you mechalel equal one carbon, and that's referring to the case where you lost the concept of Shabbos. Have a wonderful day.
And they did make a lot of money off of it. But the real reason why they faked it was the same reason that President Clinton gave for having the affair, which he denied 50 times. Before finally admitted it. Why did you do it? And he said, because I could. Because I could get away with it. That's really why they faked the moon landing. Because they could get away with it. And they have no disregard for the public. And the sooner the public finds out that the moon landings were indeed
Shabbos Daf Ayin. I think it's incredible. We're already holding 69 daf into Masechta Shabbos. Unbelievable. We learned 3 rules in our Mishnah. Rule number 2 was that if a person knows about the concept of Shabbos, he just lost track of time and he forgot that today's Shabbos, even though he did many malachas that were asur, he only brings 1 korban chatos. Every Shabbos he brings another korban chatos. If a person knows that today's Shabbos, he just forgot that the malacha of kaitzer is asur, that the malacha of zereya is asur, he forgot that it's asur. So he brings on each and every malacha a korban. The question is why? It says we're not very simple. If a person forgot that today's Shabbos and he did a few malachas, then he only had 1 forgetfulness. His mistake was 1, that he forgot that today's Shabbos, he brings 1 korban. But if a person forgets different malachas, he forgot different things. So he has to bring a korban on each forgetfulness. But how do we know that you're chayiv on each and every malacha? Perhaps all the malachas of Shabbos are included in one aveda, chilul Shabbos. How do we know to differentiate between malacha and malacha? It says Shmuel because the Torah says kol oisa melacha yumas. If you do a malacha b'mezid, you die, you get the death penalty. So then why does the Torah repeat itself and say mois yumas? The answer is because the Torah is not talking about mezid. If you can't be talking about mezid, you must be talking about shogeg. And the Torah says you shall die. What does it mean die? Not literally, but you take out of your pocket. For some people that's like death. To spend money on a korban, the Torah says mois yumas. You do many korbanos on one Shabbos. There's a very famous machlokes in Shas. The Torah says you shall not light a fire in Shabbos. But why did the Torah pick that malacha from all the malachas? It says Rabbi Lilavi Yotzos. All the 39 malachas, the other 38 malachas, if one does it b'eidim u'b'hasra, you get skila, b'mezid. If you do b'mezid without eidim and hasra, you get paris. If you do b'shogeg, you get a chatas. Lighting a fire is different. All you get is a lav. There's no paris, no skila, no karma. Comes from Nassim and says no. The reason why the Torah points out Eish is to tell us l'chalik, that every single malacha, you bring it your own korban if you're over on it, just like Shmuel says. It says Eila Hadvarim. Eila, Aleph, Lamed, Hey is 36. Hadvarim is 3. Why? Because Dvarim is plural 2. Hadvarim with Hey Yediyah is the third one. 3 plus 36, 39 malachas. If you do them, you're chayiv, a korban for each and every one. According to Rabbi Yossi, he learns this concept of dividing the malachas, and for each one you have to bring a korban from the pasuk va'asa me achas mehein. He learns 4 drushes from those 3 words. Me'achas, which is the extra mem, meheina is extra mem. And he learns me'achas means that if a person intended to write on Shabbos the word Shimon, the name Shimon, and he ended up writing just the first 2 letters, Shem, he's also over, because that's all you need is 2 isois, and if you did Shem, Mishimon is chayiv. The mem of Meheina teaches us Toldos, not only Toldos for chayiv, but even for the Toldos. And then he goes on to learn Achas Meheina means Achas Shehi Heina. In other words, if a person knew that it's Shabbos, but he forgot about the malachas, he's chayiv for each and every malacha. This is what Shmuel said. Or Heina, Shehi Achas teaches us that if a person forgot that it's Shabbos, but he knew about the malachas, he's chayiv for Shabbos. Now the reason why Shmuel didn't learn from Rabbi Yossi's limud of 4 limudim from the Asam Me'achas Meheina is because he doesn't want to learn 4. He could learn 2 things. He learns the concept of Toldos, and he learns Shem Mishimon, but doesn't learn Achas Sheheina Meheina Sheachas. Says Rabbi, what happens if a person did 2 things? He forgot 2 things. First of all, he forgot that it's Shabbos, and he forgot that a few of the malachas that he's doing are awesome. What comes first? If you say that a person that forgot Shabbos only has to bring one carbon, so even though that he forgot a bunch of malachas, he only has one carbon. Perhaps no. You should bring a carbon for each one of the malachas that he forgot. Rabbi wanted to say, since he forgot Shabbos, that's it. It's all over. All he has to do is bring one carbon. The fact that he forgot to bring malachas, he doesn't have to bring another carbon. Rav Ashi says it depends why he's retreating. If you tell him, hey, it's Shabbos, and he stops doing what he does, then he only brings one carbon. If you say, hey, you're doing a malacha, and he stops, then he has to bring a carbon for each and every one. Says Ravina, that doesn't make sense. The reason why a person stops doing malacha is because he realizes that Shabbos. And Shabbos means that you can't do malachas. They're one and the same. So therefore, he says there's no difference, and you only bring one carbon. As we had yesterday, the Mishnah in this parak later on says there are 39 malachas, and the Gemara asks the question, why does it say a number? We know how to count. It says Rabbi Yochanan to tell us that if you do 39 malachas, it's possible up until 39 malachas, you're chayav up to 39 karbanos in one helen, in one awareness, one Shabbos. Now, if we hold like Rabbi Yochanan, that knowing that what you're doing is wrong, just you forgot that there's an Isser Kadosh, and that's considered a shaykhut. That's an awareness. You're aware that there's a Shabbos. You know that it's Shabbos because you know there's an Isser. But according to Rish Lakish, that in order to be over a shaykhut, in order to be over 39 malachas, you can't know that it's Asur B'chlal. You don't know that there's a Lav, and you don't know that there's a Kadosh. So then, he's not aware that it's Shabbos. And we said if he's not aware that it's Shabbos, he only brings one carbon. So how's it possible that he's high 39 karbanos? The answer is because Rish Lakish is going to hold, like we said yesterday, like Rabbi Kiva. Rabbi Kiva holds that the Rai said there's an Isser Tchumen. You can't go out of 2,000 amas from your domain. So that's number 40. He's just not chayav a carbon. He's aware of Shabbos and the fact that you can't walk more than 2,000 amas. But he forgot about the 39 malachas. That's how he's chayav 39 karbanos. Have a wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Ayin Aleph. Lord tells us a very interesting concept called greva, to drag something. If somebody did tzira and china, he reaped and he ground two separate malachas, but not knowing that it's Shabbos. You bring one carbon for those two malachas. And then in one awareness, he continued doing those two malachas. He did tzira and china again. However, this time he didn't realize that tzira and china are asur, they're malachas. The halacha is you bring one carbon, and that's enough for all four malachas. Why? You bring the carbon on the first ktsira. Ktsira and the ktsira below it are all the same. They all happen in one awareness. If a person does 10 malachas, the same malacha, all in one awareness, you bring one carbon. The top box, ktsira and china, they are going to each other. Ktsira pulls the china to it. So one carbon is enough for the tzira and the china on the top box, because it all happened in one Shabbos, and you're forgetting that it's Shabbos. And once the carbon works for the china, it works for the china below it. Machlokes is in another case. The same exact case, but his idea, his knowledge of what happened, occurred first to the tzira that he forgot that the malach is also the bottom box. Now, the bottom box is not connected to china. They're separate boxes because the two malachas are individual. Therefore, Abaye says, you go upwards. Tzira and tzira, we said it happened in one awareness, one carbon below. Then it turns left. It goes from tzira to china, that even rubber. The question is, now that china is about, do I go downwards to the china below it? According to Abaye, you do two grades. You go from tzira to china, and from china to china, two grades. According to Rabbi, I only go one grade. So I go from tzira to tzira, and then from tzira to china, one carbon for 3 grades. But the china, on the bottom of Shigiyas Malachas, you need to read your own carbon. If a person ate 2 zeisei chela, 2 olives worth of chela, 1 and 2, and then he had a knowledge that he ate zayis number 1.
And so the moon
And then
landing
it continued
really is
eating
the
a
first
third
time
zayis.
of
The center
theories, right?
chela,
They
the
think
center
that,
olive word of chela,
the
is
director
connected
of
in
YouTube
awareness
for
of olive number 1
Congress
and
number
connected
one
to
example
awareness of olive number 3.
as to why
So if
they
you were
need
to bring a
do
carbon for the
censorship
center one,
is
it would work for
people
1
say
and 3.
the moon landing is fake.
But what if you brought a carbon
And
just
then
for number
when it
1?
dawns on you
According to
after
Abaya,
extensive
it works on
research
all
that
the
either
kizaysim because of the concept of Greira.
magnitude from NASA
1
who
is
knows
connected
the
to
moon
2 and
missions
2
are fake,
pulls
and
in
then
3.
we'll get
According to
into
Rabbi, it doesn't work.
concrete
It only works on 1 and 2 and not on 3. If I make doing a carbon on 3, it only works for 3 and not for 1 and 2.
I just, wept.
But after Rabbi heard the concept of Greira from Abaya, he admitted to Abaya that it works, but it only works once, and not twice as he explained
People
before.
are waking up to that.
Rabbi Zera argues in Abaya Rav, where Abaya Rav say
Joe
that
Rogan.
tzira
And I got
that was done to Shigig Shabbos, I forgot that it's Shabbos,
I did coach
the carbon I bring on that could work on tzira that I forgot that the malach is also. Even though there are 2 types of Averis, one is forgetting that it's Shabbos, one is forgetting the malacha, one carbon works for both. Rabbi Zera argues and says no. And therefore, if I have a half a kazayas of Shigig Shabbos, it doesn't combine with a half a kazayas of Shigig Malachas to be mechayev me 1 carbon. Rabbi Shua says that 2 kazayis chela that were cooked 2 different ways. Let's say 2 pieces of chicken. One was Kentucky Fried Chicken, which is straight, and one was Panda Express, which is straight. One is fried and one is Chinese. Even though they're both chicken, since Rabbi Shua, since they're prepared differently, they 2 chatos. One lesson says, even so, that they are completely different, but when it comes to 2 halves, if one was Kentucky Fried, but only a half a gazayis, and the other one was Panda Express, a half a gazayis, they are mitzvah together to create one whole gazayis that you would be chayav a carbon because Rabbi Shua doesn't say zalacha to be makel the pattern from the carbon. The other lashon is no. Rabbi Shua is consistent throughout, and even if it means that a half gazayis and a half gazayis do not combine together, it makes it kula. He still goes with his shita that 2 types of food are not the same. Gemara tells us that, that when you have 4 different types of food that are also to eat, chaylev, dam, noisor, tigol, you bring 4 korbanos. If you have 2 types, 2 of the same, 2 chaylev, you'll bring 1 for both if it happens in 1 helev. That's the chumrah of different types over 1 type. Now, 1 type has a chumrah over 2 types, and that is, if a person ate a half a gazayis, and then another half a gazayis, even though he had knowledge in between the 2 half a gazayis, that knowledge is not enough to be machalik and say that he doesn't have to bring a carbon. Big machlokes in the sugya between the Rabbi and Shlokish takes up almost a full oven. If a person ate 2 kazayis in 1 awareness, but his knowledge on kazayis number 1 happened before the knowledge of number 2, how many karbanos does he bring? 1 or 2? Rabbi says he brings 2 karbanos. He brings a pasuk that says al chatasai, each chet and chet. And Shlokish says you bring 2 mei chatasai, even part of it you bring a carbon. Now, if you'll say that the machlokes between Rabbi and Shlokish is discussing a situation before he designated the carbon, that's where the machlokes is. The machlokes is whether Yediyah is machalik or hafrash is machalik. In other words, so I say that the knowledge is what separates the first aver and the second aver, and you have to bring 2 chatas, or perhaps it's the hafrash that's machalik, the designation. So if you say that the machlokes happened before that hafrash, so Rabbi will say Yediyah is machalik, and according to Shlokish, the hafrash is machalik. And the word mechatasa, according to Rabbi Yochanan, we'll have to explain in a very interesting case. The case is a person ate 1.5 kazayis in 1 awareness, but his knowledge happened later on only on 1 kazayis out of the 1.5. And later on he ate another half a kazayis. Perhaps since the second half a kazayis can combine with the first half a kazayis because they are in 1 awareness, bring the second carbon on those 2 halves. And since we're getting to Mechatasa tells me that since I'm bringing a carbon on the first kazayis, including the first kazayis is its partner, the half a kazayis. And then half a kazayis cannot be mitzvah to the second half a kazayis. And if we're going to say that the machlokes is on after the designation, and Rabbi Yochanan is going to say that hafrash is machalik, and Rish Lakish will say kapara machalik, that only once you shut the animal, he's rika, the kapara. That's when you start all over again and bring another carbon. Then al chatasai, what does Rish Lakish do with al chatasai? He'll say that pasuk is referring to after the kapara. Have a wonderful day.
I didn't mean it to be, but
It's a great summary of the situation.
I find myself getting more passionate about this because it's like, let's just say there's a bucket of water there because there's a leak in the drip, and the next day there's one there, and then there, and I come visit you 3 years from now, and the buckets are still here. It's like, when are we going to fix the roof? When is the truth going to come out? And as you know, they murdered people to cover this up.
Shabbos Daf Ayin Beis. I don't want to say anything, but yesterday's Daf Ayin Aleph was one of the most difficult dafim, at least for me, to give over. Today's Daf is a lot easier. The Gemara describes Ashim Kali and Ashim Vadai. If a person has a suffix whether or not he ate a piece of meat, he has 2 pieces of meat in front of him, and he's not sure if he ate the one that belongs to Hekdesh or the one that's Chulin. So he sets aside a carbon Asham Kali. According to Rabbi, he can stipulate and make it night and say, if I find out at a later time that what I ate was indeed Hekdesh, so the carbon I already brought today should work for tomorrow. In other words, it's not necessary to have knowledge when you bring the carbon. If it's not necessary to have knowledge doesn't accomplish anything. Says Ula, tremendous chiddush. If so, if a person was born with Shifra Charufa 5 times, Shifra Charufa is a Shifra Knanis who's engaged to be married to Eved Ivri. And a person had 5 relationships with her, and in between each relationship, he had a knowledge, he had a yediyah. Since yediyah, the knowledge, doesn't accomplish anything, I can bring 1 carbon at the end, and it would pocket all 5 out. The Gemara goes on to say that according to everybody, if a person designated a carbon for his first act, that designation stops everything. It's mechalik. And anything past that designation, you'd have to bring another carbon. But according to Rabbi Akiva, who argues on Rabbi, it says that by Osham Vadai, you need knowledge in order to name a carbon. Then Osham Vadai is no different than a chatas. And just like we had the other day, that is machitrim you're given a shlokish in a chatas. If a person ate 2 pieces of chayla in one awareness, and then he had knowledge that one of those pieces was chayla, that knowledge, yediyah, is mechalik according to Rabbi. It separates from the body, and therefore you would have to bring 2 korbanos. According to Rabbi, that yediyah is not mechalik, you bring 1 carbon. The same Allah would apply to Hashem. So if a person had a yediyah in between acts, you'd have to bring 2 korbanos. According to Rabbi, according to Rabbi, just 1 carbon. And now we go on to the sugya of misasek. Misasek is someone that's preoccupied. He does something inadvertently because he's preoccupied. For instance, if there's a knife on the ground and he lifts it up to himself, and by doing so he cuts a fruit off the ground, does tzira. That's a misasek. He's completely puzzled according to everybody. But what happens if he intends to cut fruit A, which is detached from the ground, but he ends up cutting fruit B, which is attached to the ground? According to Rabbi, this is not a chaticha d'yisur. He didn't intend to do a wrongful cutting, and therefore he's puzzled. But according to Abaya, he intended to cut. You're right, it's not a wrongful cutting, but he intended to cut, and he accomplished cutting, and therefore it's a shaygi, and he's chayv. The Gemara goes on to bring a raya to Rava from a brisa that has a reisha and a seifa. The reisha, the Gemara says, is referring to why Shabbos is more stringent than other averos, meaning avodah zarah. Avodah zarah. In other words, if a person does 2 malachas on Shabbos, he's chayav 2 korbanos. That's very stringent. Versus avodah zarah, he does 3 avodah zarah in one awareness. He shechs an animal to avodah zarah. He brings the animal on him. He does avodah zarah. He pours wine for avodah zarah. All 3. You only bring 1 carbon, which is less stringent than Shabbos. The brisa, the seifa of the brisa, and that's the right Rabbi, says the opposite. And there's something in other ways, other mitzvahs are more stringent than Shabbos. For instance, the person is shaygig without kavana. By other mitzvahs, he's chayav and Shabbos is father. What's the example? If he thinks that he's eating fat, but it turns out that he's eating chaylev. In other averos mitzvahs, he's chayav carbon, and in Shabbos he's father. What's the case in Shabbos? That if he tried to cut, he thought that he's cutting a fruit that's detached, and he ended up cutting a fruit that was attached. According to Rabbi, or according to the brisa, he's potter. That's exactly what Rabbi said. So it's a good raya for Rabbi. Abai will say that the shaygig over here is talking about a person who thinks that he's swallowing spit, but indeed he's swallowing fat. And he would be chayav. Mashenkev Shabbos. He's referring to when he tried to lift the knife up, and by doing so, he cut a fruit, and that, according to everybody, is potter. But in Rabbi's case, where he thought that he's cutting a fruit that's already attached, but he ended up cutting a fruit that's attached, he'd be chayiv. Now the Gemara just goes on to say that we can't say that the Reisha is not talking about Avodah Zarah. The Reisha, let's say, is talking about two malachas of Shabbos, Tzir and Tchina, versus two Averis like Chaylev and Dam. Well, it would be equal. Shabbos, you'd be chayiv two korbanos, and Chaylev and Dam, you'd be chayiv two korbanos. So therefore, the Gemara is forced to say we're talking about Avodah Zarah. Now, the Seifa cannot be talking about Avodah Zarah. The person did a shaygay, he's chayiv. That's not true. By Avodah Zarah, all shaygayim are potter. For instance, the person thinks that he's bowing in a soul, but in fact he's bowing to Avodah Zarah. He's completely potter because his heart is Kadosh Baruch Hu. And if a person is bowing to a statue, and he decided that the statue is Avodah Zarah, then it's Avodah Zarah, then he's amazing. And if he doesn't decide that the statue is Avodah Zarah, then he didn't do anything. What if he bows to Avodah Zarah out of fear for his life or out of love? Now, of course, he shouldn't do it. He should give his soul. He should be Meiser Nefesh. But what if he did do it? He's also potter, according to Rabbi. So therefore, the Gemara is forced to say that the Sefer is talking about other mitzvahs and the Reish is talking about Avodah Zarah. Have a wonderful, wonderful day.
They were shot in an Air Force base, just like Marcus Brown says. I'm really sorry. Please forgive me. The professor said he would still think he walked on the moon anyway. You see what we're up against? Whoever killed Kennedy, it's a tragedy. Whoever did 9/11, it's a tragedy. This is a positive lie that was giving people what they wanted to hear. You see, I'm coming along trying to take away that sweet candy and give them the reality of the plate of manure.
Shabbos Daf Ayin Gimel. Continuing with yesterday's amazing sugya of Misasa, we had a case where a person thought that he's cutting something that's detached from the ground, and in fact, he cut something that's attached to the ground. According to Rabbi, that's not a chatika b'yisur. It's not a wrongful cutting because he thought that he's cutting something which is mutter to cut. It ended up being asur, so therefore it's completely putter. It's not even a shayk. But according to Abaya, since he intended to cut, the fact that he didn't know that what he's doing is asur doesn't make him a misasik. He's a shayk and has to bring a cut. The Gemara brings two more cases where Rabbi and Rabbi argue, and they're a step more than what we're talking about. The second case is where a person takes, let's say, a ball, and he tries to throw it 2 amas in around, which is half of the shear that you have to throw in order to be chai. The shear is 4 ounces. The ball traveled 4 ounces. Over here is different. He intended to do a half a isser, whereas the first case, he didn't intend to cut something that's attached. It's detached, it's completely mutter. Rabbi in this case says, he's potter, and Rabbi says he's chai. And finally, the third case, which is worse than the other 2 cases, is where he intended to throw an object 4 amas. And he knows that throwing 4 amas in Rishus Rabbim is asur. He just doesn't know that he's standing in Rishus Rabbim. He thought he's standing in Rishus Yachid. According to Rabbi, he's potter. According to Abaya, he's chai. But if we go back to the middle case, a person intended to throw an object 2 amas, and it traveled 4 amas. In other words, he intended to do a half a shear, and it went the whole shear. Abaya says he's chai. If so, we take the sugya. We had this question twice already, and it's on today's Mishnah. Mishnah tells us that there's 39 Avos Malachos. Why tell us a number? The answer is to tell us that you could get up to 39 korbanos in one Shabbos, in one awareness. But if a person is a shaygig and knows all 39 Malachos, the Gemara asks, then he doesn't know what Shabbos today. If there's no Isurim that it's not Shabbos, then today Shabbos is no different than Sunday, Monday. So the Gemara says, but according to Abaya, it's possible that he knows that all these Malachos are asur. He's a shaygig. He doesn't know what the shear is. Not knowing the shear, let's say the shear is a Keseva Sagasa, whatever the shear is, he thinks it's more. And he didn't have. According to Abaya, it's a shaygig. He's chayav. But according to Rabbi, it says that he's potter in that case. So we have to say that the reason that we said the other day, either according to Rabbi Yochanan, his shaygig is that he doesn't know this consequence that he paras, or according to Rish Lakish, there's a 40th malacha called Kuman. He's aware that you're not allowed to walk more than 2,000 amas on Shabbos. And now for the amazing, famous Mishnah, which will take us through the entire Masechta Shabbos, describing the 39 Avos Malachos. Avos Malachos are the headline categories. There are many that are below, and in those categories, according to Yerushalmi, Av Malachos 39 Avos. Rabbi Yochanan Shlosh discovered after 3.5 years, and each one is chayiv b'deraisa, just like the Av. But we can break them down into groups. 11 of them have to do with baking bread or the cooking of the salmonim, the dyes, and all these 39 malachas have to do with the melechas hamishkan. These are 39 steps that they took in the midbar to build the Mishkan. And 11 of them were steps needed to cook the dye. 13 of them are to make fabric, and the fabric was needed for the Urias HaMishkan. 7 of them are for the hides, for the tachash, the top of the Mishkan. 2 of them are for the kairos. The kairos had words on them. There's a ksiva, there's a tika. And then there's another 6 that have to do with nets, with tying and untying, lighting a fire, mechaba to take out into another shul smakabot. And let's start with lechem, with the bread. The first step is you have to sow the field, you have to plant, and then you plow the field. We're talking about in Eretz Yisrael. They plow first to soften up the ground, then they sow the seeds, and they plow it again. And the chiddush is that even the second charisha plowing is considered av malacha. The next one is, well, we discussed Zereya, sowing, and the Gemara tells us that that includes also zomer, which is pruning trees. When you cut down a branch, the branch grows even more, so that's like you're planting. Noiteya is when you plant a sapling of a tree. Mavrit is when you take a vine and you put it into the ground. Market is to graft. All these are all under one umbrella of av malacha. If you do all of them, you're only chayav one carbon. Chayrish, as we discussed, is to plow, but that includes also chayfer, to dig, and chayretz, to make a furrow, and they're all considered one malacha. You do all 3 of them, you chayav one carbon. Chaytzer, to harvest the wheat, and that includes baitzer, anovim, grapes, loider tamarim, dates, masik zaysim, olives, and figs. They're all considered one malacha. You do all of them in one Shabbos, one awareness, you chayav one carbon. Ma'amer means to gather and to make a pile. Rabbi says that it includes things that are not gedulei karka, like gathering salt in a factory, piling it up in a pile. Rabbi says it's only gedulei karka, something that grows in the ground. Thus, to thresh, to separate the pearl from the shaft, that includes menapet, and menapet, that's to beat flax and cotton, is considered one malacha. If you do all 3 of those, you have one carbon. If somebody is zomer, he prunes a tree, cuts a branch, and he has 2 intents. One is he wants the wood, and the other intent is he wants to grow more. So he's over on 2 malachas. And the same would apply to asfasta. If you have straw for an animal, you cut it and it grows more. You want it for your animal, you want it to grow more. And the same thing with beets. You tie it for kaitzer and meitaya. You're planting. In other words, you want it to grow more, and you want the actual item. If you have a small pile of dirt, it depends where you are. So it's all in the intent. If it's in your house, you want your floor to be flat and straight, that's fine. If you are in the field, that's chayrish because you're softening up the dirt for seeding. If you have a small hole in the ground and you fill it up, if it's your house, that's fine. You're fixing the floor. And if it's in the field, that's chayrish. An amazing shiloh. You dig a hole in the ground, but not because you want the hole, but because you want the dirt. You are potter. Even according to Rabbi Yehuda that says, Melacha shein tzricha legufa, you are chayav. Meaning, if you do a malacha, but you don't want to have the malacha is the solution. For instance, you have a dead body in your house and it's making a terrible odor. You take the body out. You don't want to take it out. What you want is you don't want to smell. You don't care about the outcome. You don't care about carrying. You care about not having a smell. Over here, you don't care about having a hole. You care about having dirt. But in this case, Rabbi Yehuda would agree that since you are mechanical, you're ruining something. You are. But Papa says that you take the dirt and you throw it at a palm tree in order to get the dates. You're chayiv on 2 things. First of all, you are kailish, which is kaitzer. You're taking fruit off the tree. Second of all, you're mefarik, which is a malach of dash. You are breaking things up. You're separating. You're separating the dates from the wood around it. Rav Ashi says no. Since that's not the way to do it, you are potter. And tomorrow we'll be talking about the 3 types of separation. Potter, Zoyra, and Merakeh have a wonderful day.
They claim that on the moon is 20 times brighter than a desert on Earth at noon because there's no atmosphere. So the last thing you would need in a picture on the moon would be electrical lighting. On the left is a picture I took outside in sunlight. You can do this yourself. Go outside on a cloudless day, look at 2 people standing in 2 trees and tell them which this is. And you can see the shadows always run parallel. It's mathematically and scientifically impossible for shadows and sunlight to ever intersect.
Shabbos daf ayin daled. Within the 39 malachas, 3 of them are one and the same. Zoira, winnowing, boirer, selecting, merakit, sifting. They accomplish the same thing. You're separating the good from the bad. Yet, since they are 3 necessary processes in the making of bread, the Mishnah brings them down to tell us that if one were to do all 3 in one awareness, you were to bring 3 separate korbanos. Kodesh, pounding, should be another malacha. It's something that is necessary to make bread. It says Abaya, but since poor people skip that process, the Mishnah skips it as well. It's not one of them. Don't tell me that it's because there are only 39 malachas and Kodesh would be the 40th, because since we have 3 separating malachas, you can take one of those 3, take it out of the Mishnah, and put Kodesh in instead. The Gemara brings a brisa that's a riddle, and there are 5 attempts to solve the riddle. But what we could take out from those 5 attempts are 3 major halachas regarding boirer on Shabbos. You could do boirer on Shabbos if it's if it's food from within the waist and not the waist from the food. And if you do it biyad with your hand and not a kli, and if you do it la'alter for immediate consumption and not for even that day Shabbos but later on. What are the 5 attempts? The first attempt was, the brisa says that if you have food in front of you and you could do boirer and eat it, you could do boirer and give it to your friend, and then the brisa does a 180. You cannot do boirer, and if you do boirer, you have to bring a chatas. Perhaps the Reish is talking about for that day, and that's mutter. But if you do it for Sunday, that's a chiyuv chatas. The Gemara says that can't be. There is no malacha that you can cook on Shabbos. We can't cook for Sunday. Perhaps the brisa is talking about a half a shear. If you do a half a boirer, half the amount, that's okay. But if you do the full amount, that's a chiyuv chatas. Chatzi shear also in Torah, the Gemara says it's impossible. There is no malacha that you could do a half of it. Even a half would be awesome in Torah. You just don't get a punishment. Perhaps the brisa is saying that you're allowed to do it with your hand, but if you do it with karam v'tamchoy, that's only an issur d'rabbanan with a funnel or with a plate. That's kalach yad. That's not the real way of doing fire. But if you do it the real way with a real sifter, a napol klara, that's an issur d'oraisa. Gemara says, but it doesn't say anything, any mention of kalim in that brisa. Perhaps it's talking about oichal mitoch psoilas, and that's mutter. But psoilas mitoch oichal is also again. The brisa doesn't mention anything about oichal mitoch psoilas. It says Abaye, therefore I say the pshat is la'alter. It says in the brisa that you eat it, meaning immediately. If you eat it immediately, that's okay. But if you do it for later on during the day, that's issur boirer d'oraisa. The Rishonim explained that Abaye agrees to the concept of biyad and oichal mitoch psoilas. He just adds that you need also miyad right away. Gemara tells a story. Rabbi threw a whole box of fruit that included different leaves and psoilas on the table in front of Rav Ami and Rav Asi. And Rav Dimi saw this and he wasn't sure if it was because Rav Bibi held that even oichal mitoch psoilas is asur, and therefore he spread it on the table that there shouldn't be a problem with boirer. It just selected itself. He just grabbed an apple. Or perhaps he wanted to show ayin yafa. He wanted to show that he's large. He threw all the fruit on the table. Chizkiah says that turmasin type of bean is considered psoilas mitoch oichal, even if you take out the actual food, because it requires 7 cookings, and even after 2 or 3 times, if you don't remove the oichal, the actual bean, it turns into psoilas. It can ruin other beans. And now we go to Amid Beis. The Gemara tells us halacha, not in boirer. Now we're done with boirer. If somebody takes a beet and chops it up really, really thin, he minces it, that is considered teichen, grinding. If it applies to all vegetables, if you were to take a piece of wood and saw it and create sawdust, that is also teichen, grinding. Rav Ashi says if a person is careful about the size of the wood, he will be over a mechatek. Like in the Mishnah, if you cut leather to a certain size, it's mechatek, cutting. The Gemara asks, why does the Tana talk about afiyah, baking, when in the Mishkan there was no baking, there was cooking samamanim? Says the Gemara, because that's what people are used to, they're familiar with the process of baking, and therefore the Mishnah spoke about baking. You're over on the issur of mevashel, even on non-food items, such as wood, pegs, if a person takes a peg and puts it in the oven, since it first softens it up like bishul, it extracts the moisture and then hardens it up. That's bishul. You'd also be over on bishul if you take tar, which is hard, soften it up. Even though later on it becomes just as hard as it started out with, it's still considered bishul because you soften it up. If you take, the Gemara says it's possible, it's a riddle. How do I get to 7 different malachas if I make a barrel made out of earthenware? Says the Gemara, it's possible to be over on teichen, the dirt, oire the dirt, merakid, you sift out the dirt, lush, you knead the dirt, memachik, you smooth it all out, you light the fire of the oven, and then you're mevashel it. If you were to make a real oven out of earthenware, you'd be over on one more called makeh b'patish, whereas a barrel doesn't have makeh b'patish because it happens by itself in the oven. There is no bonus, says Rashi, because there's no binyan b'stira when it comes to kalim. If one were to make a basket out of reeds, you could be over on 11 different averos. How? You have to plant the reed, you have to reap the reed, you have to gather the reed, you have to select it, you have to smooth it out, you have to grind it, you have to cut it, you have to start it on a reel, mesach. You do shtei batinirim, you start it out in the 2 loops. Oireg, you put the reeds together, and makeh b'patish. And if you were to bend over the top and make a lip for it, you could be over also on kaifer, on sewing, and kosher, making a knot. If you were to do tviyah, spin the wool of an animal while it's still attached to the animal, machlokes. According to Rabbi it could be over on 3 things. Guy says, minafetz, untangling it, and tviyah, spinning. Rav Kahana says, but since it's on the animal is alive, or it's still on the animal, that's not the way to do it, and therefore you're not over, and that's klachriat, you're not over. Even though in the Mishkan you had women that did the tviyah, they spun it on the animal while the animal was alive, that's chachama, they had special chachma, but today it's considered klachriat. If one were to pluck a feather from a bird, you're over on goizes. If you cut it specifically on the top, you're over on mechatach, and if you pull off the feathers, the small feathers, off the stem, you're over on memachek, smoothing it out. Where was there knots in the Mishkan? The folks who were trapping the chilazon to make tchelas, they used nets, and they would add to the net and take off from the net, so they made shiras, and they made knots, and they would undo the knots. Now, you can't say that the pshat is that there were 2 knots in 2 threads in the Mishkan, and you undid one, because even for a regular king, you wouldn't do so certainly not for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Taifer, sewing means 1 in, 1 out, in other words, 1 full stitch. It doesn't come apart because you make a knot on it. Have a wonderful day.
I talked to Eugene Krebs. He said someone in the command center during an Apollo launch can tell no difference whatsoever between a simulation and they can tell in the command center. And we certainly couldn't tell watching it as a child on TV or years later on video.
Shabbos daf ayin hey. One of the Lamatas malachas in the Mishnah is Kireya Amadas Litvar, tearing in order to sew. Where in the Mishnah do we find this? If a worm, for instance, made a hole in one of the panels, we don't just leave it as is and sew it, we tear it even more in order to make a proper stitch. Rav Zutra heard 3 things from Rav at the same exact time, and they are seemingly connected. If a person takes a thread and tightens the thread in order to pull 2 pieces of garment together, that is considered sewing. If a person learns Torah from a magosh, what is a magosh? Machlokes, he's chayev nisa. Rav says a magosh, he's a megadev, somebody that constantly talks about Avodah Zarah, and the concern is to influence you Avodah Zarah. And we see that Rav said that if a person learns from a magosh even one thing, he's chayev nisa. Obviously, he's not talking about a machashev, a sorcerer, because it's not also to learn from a sorcerer in order to understand what they do and how to prevent it. But it is also to learn from Avodah Zarah. Shmuel, on the other hand, says a magosh is a machashev, a sorcerer. And the third thing he said is that a person knows how to calculate mazalos and kufos, the constellations and those sort of things, and he doesn't do so. He's over on the pasuk V'zechayel Hashem lo yabitu, the beautiful creations of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. They don't see u'ma'aseh yodav lo yirau, and they don't see his handiwork, and therefore it's also to talk to such a person. The German says, in fact, it's a mitzvah to calculate Kupas and Mazolos, as it says in the Pasuk, Shemad Masisim, Maschem Uvinasem. This is your Chachma. Le'inei Oamim, towards the nation, explains Rashi that you will know through the Mazolos when it will start raining, when it will be hot, etc. One of the malachas of the Mishnah is Hatzot Tzvi, capturing an animal, a deer. Included in that is trapping a fish, a chilazoin, the snail that you make the tchelas from. If you squeeze the dye out of the chilazoin, you're not over on dash, according to the Tanakama, which is threshing. Dash is only in gibulei karka, something that grows from the ground. The argument and says you can do dash even on an animal. You're not over on the tilas hashama, although you killed this snail, you're not over on the tilas hashama. Even Reb Shimon admits by ratio that if you were to chop an animal's head off and said, I didn't mean to kill it, you know that obviously he's going to die. In this case, since he wants the snail to stay alive, it's in his benefit that the snail should continue living, since the dye will be clear, therefore is considered a misasek, and he's potter. What is the issur to chef an animal? According to Shmuel, it's in Tilas Neshama. According to Rabbi, there's also the Tilas Neshama, but in addition to that, is the issur of Tzeiveya of a dye. Says Rabbi, I don't want people in future generations to make fun of me and laugh. Let me explain myself. A person would prefer to have blood on the neck of the animal by the matam shchita, so that other people will see that it's fresh meat and they'll come and they'll buy it. It says in the Mishnah, 2 malachas. If you salt the hide and you tan the hide. The Rabbi and Shlokish both say that those are one and the same, and therefore let's take one of those away and instead insert the malacha of misarte, of creating lines like we have in a Sefer Torah, putting lines into the hide. This is also direct. Rabbi Ravuna says, and this is explained by Ravashi, if you salt meat because you want to keep it for long term, you want to go on the way with it, that is ma'abed, that's tanning. Rabbi says there's no such thing as tanning food, and it's not also. The Mishnah says, smoothing out and cutting. Says Rav Acha Bar Chanina, you could be over a memachik of smoothing out if you smooth out dirt between the pillars of a building. Rishon Levi says 3 halachas. If you cut wood for a fence and you sharpen the top so people can't climb over, you're over on mechatik, on cutting wood in specific lengths. If you take a bandage and you put it over a wound and you have a cream and ointment and you smooth out the ointment, that is memachik. Anything that you're doing a Kamar Malacha, you're finishing off the object, that's called Maki B'Padish, one of the last Malachas in the Mishnah. For instance, if you take a stone that's already not attached, detached from the ground, and you smooth it out, or you try to make a depiction on a tree, you blow glass, or if you have a garment that the small things in it, little fibers bother you, and you take them out, that's Maki B'Padish. They had writing in the Mishkan, and that was just like on a sukkah panel, you write this is 1, 2, north, south. They had the same thing on the hiros of the Mishkan. However, erasing is more stringent than writing. Writing, you need 2 ICOs. Doesn't matter how big the IC is. But erasing, even erasing one very large joint where you can write 2 ICOs, it could also be over. The Rush points out, it doesn't have to be erasing a letter, it could be erasing a glob of ink, as long as you're making room to write 2 letters. We learned in the Mishnah, these are the obvious malachas. What is it? These are the obvious malachas that tell us that there aren't more than the 39 mentioned, although according to Rabbi Lezer, you also chayav on every tolda. If you do it together with the av, you'd be chayav. In addition to the av, you'd be chayav for the tolda. Our Mishnah holds you chayav 1 for the av, and all the toldas are included in that av. According to Rabbi, there are an additional 2 malachas, bringing you up to 41. Shoiveit and medaktik. These are malachas concerning weaving. You bring down the chassis, the erev. But we have in our Mishnah, arba'im chaser achas, 1 less than 40, meaning we don't include those 2. Those 2 are included in Mesach and Oire. Says the new Mishnah, there's another rule, not a large rule.